Hey, what's up? Welcome to DGen Ed. That's degenerative education, meaning none of this is financial advice. Just me having fun looking at charts like the chart behind me, which is of the SPY as market opens on Tuesday, January 16th. It is now 9:31 Eastern. Market's just opened, and I'm going to be streaming all day, having fun here because it's my birthday, and I want to just be hanging out here, going over charts, just being a little more active in the not only looking at the daily charts, which I normally do, but also looking at the 10-minute time scale, stuff like that, taking requests during the stream. And one thing that I've been thinking about is sometimes I do take requests. Usually I do take requests during live streams, and sometimes I then make videos based on what I cover, but it takes a lot of time to make those videos. So one thing I was thinking about doing, which I will do during the stream today, is go over some tickers that have been requested, and then I'm going to note the time of this recording when I record them, and then I'm going to go back, edit those clips into videos, and I think that I can just kind of like compound productivity by not only doing the tickers that I normally cover, but then also taking these requests as clips from streams and putting those out as videos as well. So I'm pretty excited. I think that there's going to be a lot more productivity with the channel moving forward, and yeah, hopefully with that, hopefully our portfolios are green as a result of it. But I do have a red hat as well in case our portfolios turn red during the day. But yeah, I like green a little bit better than red. So, but yeah, I lots of stuff to go over. It does look like I got so much stuff going on that SPY. Look at that; it is down about 0.3, 0.4% so far, coming down, but it does look like it did have a little pop at the open. So we're gonna have to see how this plays out. If we do look at this on the daily time frame, oh yeah, it does look like a pretty notable gap down there. Let's see. Yeah, so from the close here down there, yeah, it's just like 0.35%. So it's really not that bad, but yeah, actually, and there really isn't much of a gap because that the tail of that candle does come down there. But there might be a sell-off, and I must say that I have, over the course of probably the past month, just been very slowly accumulating SH, ticker symbol SH, which is the short S&P 500, the SPY, and yeah, so I've just been like accumulating. It does look like there is like a double bottom here, so that does suggest there could be a reversal. And with that, contrary to it, does look like there is kind of a double top with the SPY or a double top with the SPX here, which I think is a better comparison with the S&P 500, given that we are not yet at an all-time high, whereas with the SPY, the price, let's see, I don't know if I can get it all in the window like this. Looking at the weekly, it does look like on the SPY we did hit an all-time high, but that's not exact like one-to-one with the S&P 500, whereas SPX I believe is better for comparison there. And yeah, and so also in addition to SH, this is let's see, 1x, negative 1x, so that's inverse, but proportional to what's going on with the SPY, whereas let's see, the SQQQ, this is short the NASDAQ, but this is 3x leverage, I believe. You see inverse, negative 3x there, but even a better way, in my opinion, to be maximizing gains on a market turnaround. This was actually recommended during a stream, or requested during a stream, SOXS. This is the semiconductor bear 3x ETF. And, you can just get much larger swings with this. So yeah, I've been accumulating. Really, I initially started with SH, then I started doing SQQQ, and then now I'm doing SOXS. And actually, I would have to say, I think that is like the best way to be building positions and things like this, starting with the one that is not leveraged, and then work your way, once you get more confident in it, into the ones that are more leveraged. And so that's exactly what I did, kind of by accident, but I do think that is a good practice. And then also, I do want to go over natural gas, and I might actually switch over to the web browser. And so, yeah, I just made a video that came out on Sunday going over, let's see, how I felt like there could be a pullback. And so, let's see, this was Monday. Yeah, like no trading as far as, UNG or Boyle or Cold, KOLD, because the market was closed yesterday for Martin Luther King Day. But, the commodity was moving. And, so I made this video after this candle, this green candle up, closing above the 236. But I had gone over in that video how I thought these levels to the downside might be more, of interest. And basically, and from just Gareth Soloway's game plan, I just watched, before starting the stream, he was saying, with going over this pullback, and he's saying that he's a buyer at 250, and that's, where this gap was formed. And then there's all this consolidation below that will now serve as support, which was prior resistance. Makes total sense. But, one thing that I have learned, and I feel like really from a mistake following a target that actually Gareth Soloway put out, I didn't average in case that level was not hit. And so that was with Bitcoin. Lesson that I learned with Bitcoin was that, I was waiting for 12K and it never happened. And now I'm left, not holding the bag, but not holding anything. And so with natural gas, what I've started doing, not with this, but with UNG, I started to build a small position as this goes down based on the Fibonacci levels. So I'm not doing like, it's my position's down today, I'm going to add a little bit more. I'm doing it strictly on the Fibonacci levels. So I will go over those. Let's see, in the chart here, I'm just going to switch over to the, let's see, natural gas list here. So yeah, with UNG, I made the video when we had this, gotta zoom in here, based on this Fibonacci retracement from the low here on December 12th to the high on January 9th. And so this is, all in that video, but I had gone over how, I'm waiting to start adding at these levels, and also kind of comparing them with the retracement from going to the downside, just kind of comparing those levels. And so for me, what I've started doing today, building a very, 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 very small position, and that's kind of how I roll. I start building very small positions, adding into them, dollar cost averaging. And so at 6:31, I had an order that got filled. And then it's like, okay, that's filled. Now I'm going to place an order at 596, which is just double what I had filled at 6:31. And again, these are very, very small orders. Now that 596 has been filled, I then upped that, so doubling the position that I have now to be at 598. And so, if this does come down to $5, which would correspond with that gap that was filled following this consolidation below that level, now support. If we do return to that level, I might be holding the bag a little bit on the way down. But like I said, very, very small position, so that if it does come down to $5, I can add a lot more down there, having added at, I've just got really 2 more levels. And I guess, I can just share what I've been adding. Hey, what's up? Welcome to the stream. I'm just going over UNG, natural gas. Happy to take any requests, though. And just trying to have some fun. It's my birthday today, so that's why I got the hat. Hopefully your portfolio is green so far today. And so I'm just thinking about natural gas and just like adding as this comes down based on these Fibonacci levels. And if it does come down to 5, I would have built such a small position over time that I could then go really heavy at 5. And so, I'm in it. I'm in the game now. But, I'm avoiding Boyle. But actually, I think that this is really interesting. One of the subscribers has pointed out that Boyle, seems to be down a lot relative to UNG natural gas. But actually, if you look at the chart, Boyle and cold are both so inverse of each other, but around 11%, whereas UNG is actually down almost 13%. So that is pretty surprising. So that tells me, there's a pretty big discount here. And also that this run up was like really overextended relative to these other two. So I think that's pretty interesting. Looking at Boyle over here, it did not have, as relative to the high over here, as much of a move up. But we are getting, discounted pricing. But I do feel like, corresponding with UNG and, natural gas coming down to this blue line, this gap fill level over here with Boyle, that would be coming down to just under $30, 29.46. So what I plan on doing is, just, and this is me, you might have a completely different style. You got to do you. And I feel like you always have to be doing what works for you, whether that's, with trading, because it factors in emotions, stress, all of that stuff, how you sleep at night. And so, what works for me is being very, slow, boring, dollar cost averaging. But like with UNG, if it does come down to 5, I would then be in a position to really add a lot to it. And then I could also probably get into Boyle. And, with that being said, I have a hard time being short. I don't really like to be short things. And so cold, while that is going up, I could hedge, the position that I have now in UNG with cold, but just that it's 2x leveraged. And I ultimately do think natural gas is going to be going up over the year based on the forecast that's saying that natural gas is expected to have a like $3.50 average for the year of 2024. That's going up to here. And so, I want to be long natural gas, just building positions slowly, not leveraged, until I feel, okay, the bottom's in. Then, to maybe start going in some leverage positions. But yeah, I might switch over to, hey, what's up? Hey, thank you. And I can't remember, was it you who requested John Deere and Caterpillar? I do have those in the list here. And I think, did you also request Big C? I sometimes get people, because it's like there are a few people who ask similar questions or make similar requests, and so I do sometimes get people confused. So sorry if you did not request these, but I was thinking I might go over these, and the stream could do that now if you're hanging out, and then kind of like thinking about this calendar that I put together. Let's see, I posted on the channel. So what I was thinking I might do is, since I do take requests a lot with the channel, rather than saying like, oh, somebody requests in a comment that I go over a ticker, maybe it's one that I've never heard of. Like I did just go over on the 14th, GMAB. Hey, what's up? Games Ambassador. How's it going? Yeah, so I just on the 14th, I did GMAB. Never heard of the company. Don't feel like that's going to be a really popular video. But it's definitely a very interesting stock. And so rather than dedicating, this calendar space to requests like that, what I might do is just take note of the time in these streams when I do go over tickers. And then I can, after the stream ends, find that timestamp, take a clip, and then put out a video. And so then that will just increase the productivity, the output of the channel. And that also makes, the requests that are made, whether in stream or in comments, accessible to everybody, while also, making, keeping an approximate schedule. It's tentative in, going through the stocks that, I really enjoy covering and do get a lot of views, like natural gas, which is UNG in yellow here, that I plan on doing Sundays. AMC, that's however you feel about AMC, GameStop, that is a favorite for me. And so I'll be doing that on Fridays just to kind of keep morale up. But then, you know, I'll just be seeing how these other tickers perform as far as views go, if there's price action, if there's earnings, go over that. So, yeah, so I'm Nameless, was it you that asked about these three tickers, Big C, Cat, and John Deere? And if so, or if not, you know, I might just go over them now. And then I'll just kind of do it roughly, and then maybe later in the stream, if it dies down, I'm going to try to stream for all market hours. I can then take clips from this to make videos. And so, yeah, Big C, I think I probably went over this in a stream as I have these lines up here. But yeah, this does look like it's breaking down from this wedge, and support, I would think, might be, you know, over here where we have, you know, let's see, where these, you know, tails come down, but we don't really have any closes below. Like if I do it up here, we'd have some closes below, so that doesn't really suggest it's support. But like right there, that does seem like it could be support. And so that would be like 786, you know, that's approximate. Yeah, so I'll probably, you know, once I can't imagine you guys are going to hang out all day in this stream. And so when the views do die down for this, then I'll make a video on this one. And so, yeah, I'll do, I think the way you asked it was John Deere first, then Caterpillar. So I'll go over John Deere here. Oops. And, yeah, let's see. So this to me looks like, you know, because this is downtrending, that does seem like it could be bullish. However, this is like 45 degrees or approximately 45 degrees. And so I think that while you could view this as a bull flag, because it is downtrending, it's a little steep. And so because it's so steep, it might be breaking to the downside. Also, it's getting to, let's see. Actually, it does seem like it is getting to support here based on, you know, the consolidation that's over here. Looking at the, I think, you know, the close on this day, I think August 22nd. So it does seem like it's getting to support there. It does seem like there's a lot of volume traded below that with the shelf here. So I could see that coming down to, wow, this is an expensive per share stock. $382, $383. So I do think that could be support. But then there also is, you know, always got to pay attention to the gaps. There's this gap to the downside. And so that would be at, let's see, 376. So, yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, different ways that you could play this, and there might actually be a trend line over, yeah, here, maybe from these bottoms here. This could be something, maybe. That seems like it's too far into the future, but that is pretty cool how it caught this. So that you know, while this may not play out, you know, in the near future, it is pretty cool that these two pivot points did, you know, were a signal. Hey, this is the time to buy the dip. And then from that, let's see, how much did it rally when it hit here? That is, you know, 13%. I mean, it's I imagine this is a mega cap, 107, 108 billion market cap. But yeah, so with this, I could see SOXS as well. Yeah, I did just go over that, but I didn't really, I kind of just generally talked over it. So I will do that as well after I do John Deere and Caterpillar. And so, yeah, but like looking at this chart, and also, you know, with this gap, it does seem like, you know, this gap here in the volume profile reflected in, there was this gap here that was formed that hasn't really been filled. So this is kind of like a double gap there. So I would say, yeah, I mean, I would want to be eyeing, and so with that being said, I'm going to put an alert here at, let's see, 380. I'm going to do 382.5. So kind of right in the middle there. And yeah, oops, and I want to be doing that as below, not above. And so what I would do if I were to trade this, it's too expensive for me per share, so I'm not trading it. But what I would do is I would wait to see that level be tested. And, there's this volume shelf here, so that might hold up. Excuse me. But I'd want to see if it does look like it's starting to consolidate there, show strength. And, if that consolidation, I want to try to assess whether it's bullish or bearish. And then take an assessment following that. So I wouldn't want to establish a position in this until it got to that level, and then I want to evaluate whether it's support or resistance, especially considering this gap to the downside and this trend line to the downside. That could be bringing the price to 365 or so, and so that's something to be mindful of with that one. But yeah, I'll probably do a video on this and put that out, but I'll just record it, during the stream later on today. And yeah, Caterpillar, this to me, this looks, I don't know why I'm always on that tool. This to me looks fairly bullish because, you have, even though there is this gap to the downside, I'm just going to put a line there for that. And so, yeah, with this, the reason why I'd say this is looks bullish, maybe, it might not be, but I would think that, this, from the top one here, downtrending, consolidation, you could even maybe drop from there. And yeah, so it's bouncing within this channel. It's respecting the channel, but the channel's based on the price, so you can't really put too much weight into that. But yeah, it's respecting that. So I would look for, breaks below, below this, and also, being mindful of this gap. Where does it seem like there's support? Yeah, like it does seem like, and this coincides with, really, I would think, the top here, but, like there's this top here, so potentially that's support, but that's kind of somewhat like a blow off top. And so I would think that, it needs to go a little bit lower to really get that support from these other peaks. And so that's reflected in the volume profile here. And so really, I'd say just, from maybe the close on this day, September 1st, because then you also have a wick up touching that. That 285 does seem like it could be support, or maybe, a little bit lower, 284. And so, yeah, I just want to be evaluating that to see if it looks strong. And, very similar to, this is I'll actually probably do a combo video of John Deere and Caterpillar. Same sector, both big market cap companies. And the charts look pretty similar because, if I draw, a trend line from these lows here, well, it does look like there was a fake out. There was support there. And then a rally up. And let's see what kind of rally that was. If it was more than 13%, I'd have to say I'm a little more intrigued by Caterpillar. And that was 27% move. So, yeah, same price per share, but this one just looks a little more, volatile, which, could be good, could be bad, depending on how you want to trade it. Or, what your risk threshold is. But, yeah, so I think that's a pretty interesting chart. I'll have to, and then let's see. Does this seem like this could be, yeah, and also too, maybe I want to do a parallel line, but this does seem like maybe, yeah, I don't know if this is, you could call this the head and shoulders because the shoulders are as big as the head, but this does seem like, these three peaks that are uptrending, doesn't seem like, actually this does seem like, this is higher. RSI's, yeah, so RSI needs to cool off. Did get a lot of, yeah, when it came up here, there wasn't much volume. So I'd actually think that that's pretty good. There's not a lot of, like, volume here, and then price continues to go up. It's really just sustaining up there. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm not sure if I'd be bullish or bearish on either of these, but I'd, want to wait to kind of evaluate these levels. So I'm just going to put an alert here at 285 below that. And then kind of assess following that. But yeah, I'll switch over to SOXS now. let's see. So that, yeah. And so one thing that I think is really interesting about this relative to the SH and SQQQ is like the SH it looks more or less like it's having this like double bottom. It's like pretty close to uh, prior lows here, and SQQQ also, but still a little bit higher. But then SOXS, this is like a much higher bottom, and so I find that to be really interesting. For me, let's see, I can get my phone in my pocket. I always check my portfolio and stuff on my phone. Um, because I'm at work, I don't really trade on my computer that much, or ever, I should say. Um, but yeah, I think that I have a very small position in SOXS, and so I'm just gonna look at my what my position is. So like for me, oh wait, SOXS, yeah, I'm up 9.31%. I have one share, so it's pretty lame. But I believe I have buy orders for if it. Let's see. I don't necessarily like to go over, what how I'm trading because everybody's different. But yeah, at 590, I'll scoop up another one. But like 590, let's see, where is that here? Yeah. So I mean I feel like that's kind of a stupid order. I'm probably gonna adjust that because. Yeah, well, let's see. Actually, well, my position, my average is $5.80. So I don't really want to be going much higher than that. And then, I can just hold and forget about it. If this goes, whether it goes up to this peak here or this peak, that's, over 100% move. It's one share. So like, I don't really, it's not a lot of money made, but it's just, something that I can without emotion hold, and then it's like, oh, I just doubled my money. It doesn't matter that I made $6 or $600. I if it was $600, I'd be more emotional about it. I want to like take profits now at, oh, I made 10%. But I could just chill and hold for 100%, or even higher. Who knows? Yeah, and if I just have one share, it's kind of lame. But yeah, I could hold it for a year and then avoid the 30%, whatever the tax is for short. I forget what it's called. Um, not holding long term. Capital gains tax. That's what it is. Yeah. I gotta. My brother's texting me. Happy birthday. Yeah, and I'm just checking Twitter too. Actually, Gareth just posted about natural gas, so I'm gonna pull that up. Twitter. Let's see, right here. And so I just get a notification from it. Yeah, notification. I'm not used to looking at this on the. The only people I do get notifications from on Twitter are Gareth Soloway and Il Capo of Crypto, who both of these guys were calling for 12K Bitcoin. I was waiting for that, didn't get in, and it sucks. But I do feel like they're pretty good contrarian traders when everybody is like really bullish, just like with natural gas. Everybody's like, oh, polar vortex, all this stuff, it's going to go higher. But we had already kind of hit the high. And so, that in my analysis from it comes from, following Gareth and learning from him. And so, yeah, natural gas hit a perfect 618 Fibonacci retracement. So I can show you that here. Ooh, and actually, I like to include the thumbnail or the watermark on this. I always forget to. Yeah, so the retracement here went to what I have over here on the downtrend or the downward move. Perfect retracement to the 618. So I feel like Fibonacci is while with some stocks and stuff, I don't think that they're always really that useful. Like maybe like mega caps, things like that. But smaller cap companies, I feel like there's just so many variables, so much uncertainty that Fibonacci retracements are maybe not as useful, or at least maybe I'm just not that experienced with them. But with natural gas, I feel like this has proven to be a really useful tool. Especially with, coming down here, are we going to be seeing, a retest of the 618 coming to the downside here on this green line here from this upward move retracement. But yeah, anyways, going back to his post, Fib retracement at 312. Now collapsing lower, first key level of support is 250. So that is right there based on this low here. So let's kind of translate that over to this. Yeah, that's, he's saying over here, 250. And so that is, where he is planning on starting to build a position, or re-establish a position, I should say. And, so that makes sense. It's also, where this gap was. A direct move into that level could yield a quick, strong bounce. And so, yeah, for me, like I'm DCAing on the way down. And sorry, yeah, SOXS. Sorry, I got distracted. But yeah, looking at this, I can look at this on the 10 minutes, see what's going on with it, but it's probably a little noisy. I think that this is cool. I don't really look at charts like this, but just seeing, this is, me wanting it to connect there. But yeah, like the close in that, yeah, so let's see. This is the lowest close for a 10-minute candle. And yeah, so yeah, I don't know if that could be coming down. Let's see, look at this on the daily. Yeah, that's just like, kind of wishy-washy. And I feel like for me, at least in my approach with SOXS and the indexes here, like really I'm only accumulating the short ones right now. But the way that I'm doing it is just like, one share per week. It's pretty not that exciting. But, with doing that, I leave emotions on the side. I'm not thinking about that at all. And so I think that's a good way to be able to hold stuff long term. And so, yeah, so I think, yeah, and also to looking at this like volume shelf here. Yeah, like I have for me, with my position, I have like 580. That's below this gap. I don't think that's, I don't think that, like I can hold my, one share, again, pretty lame, without too much concern. And I think that's exactly why I have the order at 590. Very cool. It's like, why did I put it at 590? That's because of this gap here. And so, and technically, the close was on this day at 582. So that kind of technically is the real gap fill because, it gapped from there on the close to up here. But, in case, some gaps are left behind. And so that's why I like to do it from the wicks. And also I feel like that gives me a little bit more wiggle room. And to be learning from, whether these get filled or not. But yeah, so I could see this not coming down to 590. I could see this gap being left behind. However, like for me, even though, my average is 580 for one share, I'd raise that, because I would like to have more SOXS in case it doesn't go back to 580. It's 590. That'd be great to add more to my position there. So those are my thoughts on SOXS. And, actually that's kind of a good point. Maybe I should do an updated short the market video because, with that, we are seeing, like the double bottoms here with these short ones and like with the SPX double top with a higher top here. Close. Yeah, so I do think, I'll want to do that as well. So I need to make, I've got a little notebook here. So I'm just going to note that, I do have it on the daily list, so I know the ones I went over as well, but I do want to do like a short the market video, which I can record during the stream when, nobody's here. Yeah. And I might flip over to actually I might look over at Bitcoin. I find this to be really interesting because this is a weekly. Yeah, because of the ETF news. And, I have been, so my strategy with crypto, which may not be right for you, may be very boring, or, just not of interest. But in the past, I've gotten burned on crypto because I went way too heavy and wasn't really, used to the volatility and stuff. And so what I'm doing now is through Strike. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that app. I have weekly buy order for just $10 Bitcoin every Monday morning. And so I add to that. Once I accumulate enough with it, which I think is about $45 or $50 worth, then I can transfer that to my wallet and so store it safely there. And I just kind of view that as like retirement money. Like I'm not going to look at that or touch that forever. But then what I will touch is Dogecoin and Ethereum Classic. And so the reason why I'm interested in both of these is because, from the last cycle, I got exposed to a lot of crypto, including like SHIB, stuff like that. But Dogecoin and Ethereum Classic are very easy to move. They're cheap to move, and I can store them. I have a Trezor wallet, hardware wallet, and that doesn't hold that many coins. Like, for example, I can't hold Cardano, which kind of sucks, but it's also nice to kind of like restrict, myself to specific coins. And so like Dogecoin, Ethereum Classic, and Bitcoin, I don't need to be moving them on Ethereum, which is expensive because of gas fees. SHIB, I believe, is on Ethereum and stuff like that. So, these are ones that I find intriguing. And also, I've had some success with Ethereum Classic and Doge. So these are ones that I feel that, looking at them big picture. This is, Ethereum Classic. So if I look at this on the weekly time frame, that could be running up 400%, So this is like, just even at these prices, my average I think is around 20, so around here, where this alert is. Basically, even at $26, I can just be accumulating these very casually, and then, potentially when we get into the next bull cycle moves up, if we're starting to see new highs, start taking profits then, and or at least trimming. I like Ethereum Classic. I don't necessarily know how I feel about that, like as a long-term hold. Bitcoin and Doge, I feel like there's more utility in them, like especially with Twitter and Elon Musk being a bull on Dogecoin, and also just it's fun being a part of that community and stuff. And Doge is really what got me into crypto, and so it's like the gateway drug, and I like it. And so with Doge and Ethereum Classic, I don't have a scheduled buy like I do with Bitcoin, but I do try to add $10 to each position each week. Since it is my birthday today, I'll probably treat myself to some more Doge and Ethereum Classic, but probably not Bitcoin. So what I see happening with Bitcoin basically is, and Gareth actually went over this. If I look at the weekly, we do see, this topping tail candle from, let's see, this is the weekly. So why are there two candles here? So this one ends on the 13th and this 14th, 17th. I don't understand why there are two candles here. But anyways, from last week, that ended on the 13th, I guess, which the cycle ends on Saturdays. So this, we do have this topping tail blow off top to just over 49K. And so what I see happening with this is I think that a lot of people, this does look like a bear flag sideways consolidation, so this could be breaking lower, but I do feel like the way that this works is there's going to be, another run up to just, because there are going to probably be shorts piling on here, broken through this trend. I just have this blue line here because I think it's funny, 420.69, $42,069. Basically, I think that bears will be piling in here, and then how do we wreck those bears? Whales drive price up to 50K, and then 50K, then shorts can pile in for those shorts who do not get wrecked by piling in here. And then from 50K, I see this coming down to, it might stop at 40K or around here. I'm not sure. But I plan on being more aggressive with my buying, when it gets down to this box here. By being more aggressive, I mean like I might increase my $10 a week buy to $20 a week. So not too exciting, but that is a way for me to be able to accumulate long term over time and not get emotional about it and not need the money that I'm putting into it, which is, where the emotion comes in, I'd say. But yeah, I might switch over to kind of the degen ed list. I might also go into like my holding list, which is, and actually I might just do that now. This is like all of this, some of these positions I am in pretty heavy. Others I have maybe one share. I think some of them I just have calls in. I don't think I have any more puts. And actually, as I mentioned that, I do want to look at Robinhood because I had puts on it, but I got spooked. I think I sold my last put on the 11th, and I was buying puts on the way up, and I should have waited for this candle and then see this one. It's like, oh, okay. I mean, it's a green candle on the day, but it's not closing, above this open. It's not creating a new close. This is a topping tail. That's when I should have started buying puts for, this is in late December. So not buying puts with January expiration or February expiration, or maybe February, but also March. And then it's like, oh, okay, it looks like it's finding support here. Then, add to them. But yeah, I end up kind of losing money on them. Would you do an update on SE? Yes. And I did, I don't know if I shared a video, but Benjamin Poole, who's one of the traders on Verified Investing, which is Gareth Soloway's channel, he commented on C having said that he was bullish, but then now with this down move, revised it to being bearish just because, I don't have this line maybe drawn perfectly, but it's, just based on the open of the 11th, maybe what I'd want to do is move this line down to, let's see, what was the low? So the low on that day, 35.59. So I'm just going to move it down to there. And yeah, and so that, it's like there are multiple tests of that level, even getting a close below it. And so that's just like pounding that level over and over and over, more retests. Eventually it's going to break. And so with, this is 59. So it was the low on this day. 40. Wait, yeah, low is 65. Wait, oops. Low, 65. So almost a retest on this. Then this one, open below, going through it, open below, going through it. So it's just like multiple tests of this level. And then now we'll have to see where the candle is for today. But yeah, I mean, this is like, and then just below that, it's like there's this level. This is like the last line of defense at like $35. I should actually, what's the low on this day? This is August 25th, the low, 35.15. So that would not be a touch to 35, but I might want to adjust this line to that level. So we do have 3 touches over there. And yeah, so there, I don't know if, yeah, okay, so I've got these over here, so Ed's not in the way, so that's good to know. So these tails down, 3 touch points over here. And so that's kind of like the last line of defense, and we did pierce it today. So I would hate to, like, I feel like what I always end up happening, what ends up happening with me is if I have a position and then it goes down and it's like, oh, it's going to keep going lower, I should cut my losses. And then it ends up rallying. So I don't know. It's just like there's nothing below where it's at now. And also, I mean, really looking at this, it is pretty ugly. But, here's maybe a shoulder. Here's like a pretty ugly head, like a 3-headed giant head. And then this is like some kind of weird, lumpy shoulder maybe. Multiple tests of this. And so it's really like there's a shoulder here and it's just pounding it, waiting to break through. And so if this were to be, let's see, I'll just draw it from here. So like around 47 down to that line. That's going down like almost $12. So if this were to play out, that could be going down notably. So yeah, I feel like this is a pretty risky one right now. But yeah, I'm going to add that to my list for when the stream dies down. I will do the ones on my daily list, and then also SE, because those videos were pretty popular. I'm actually, before I make that video, I might kind of see how popular those videos were. And yeah, and I don't know how, did you find that like the big C coverage that I did in the stream was useful enough, or would you like to see a video on that as well? Because I could do that one, but I just feel like big C is not necessarily a ticker that people search for, so I don't know that it would get too many views. Whereas C, I wouldn't have thought this would be that popular, but it did get some good views. So, so yeah. But I'll definitely do, John Deere and Caterpillar. Those are like no-brainers. I think those will, whether or not they're popular, I think they're good for me to cover, some mega caps, including all these smaller cap companies that I do go over. Oh yeah, Tilray. Getting a bounce there. Just went over this last night. Yeah, so this is, I think that they have earnings. They have earnings today, or maybe I'm something else is. Yeah, so earnings maybe just happened on the 9th. Yeah, I should leave earnings up for this stream so I don't miss that stuff. But yeah, I might go over, let's see, my holding list. And so yeah, all of these, I either have a lot of shares of or not that much. But yeah, I might just go down the list. AMC, this is just, it's got to find a bottom. It's not done that yet. Now the new low is 438. Not at the bottom now, not at the low right now, but there's not really showing sign of strength. And with the RSI at like 20, it can, like over here, this is at 20, about 23. It can continue lower, the price. So I think it'd be really cool if the bottom was 420. That would make me laugh. So that's what I'm hoping for. Aquestive, this one, just looking at the weekly chart, this to me is just like so cool. This inverse head and shoulders pattern, it just looks so beautiful. But yeah, so looks like it's testing it now. Did get a low so far of 250. I'm actually gonna let's see. I'm just gonna check. I have, whenever the market opens, especially on Mondays because I sell covered calls. Yeah, I have 21 orders filled, and so it's basically, let's see. Yeah, I've sold a number of covered calls. I did buy some shares though. Let's see. But yeah, I sold a number of covered calls. Ooh, I am now a holder of Highcroft. I was waiting for $2.30 to be filled. I don't have a large position, but I do have them. I was actually, in this holding list, I do have Highcroft here. I bought, when it, had this blow off top, I bought a put. And, I'm going to end up losing money on that put. It was for closing this week, on the 19th at $2 strike. I think I'm going to lose money on that. But let's see. Yeah. So just, at market open, it's just like sold tons of covered calls. So it's kind of crazy. But yeah, I mean, I'm not really going to be doing too much, active trading here because it's too much for me to manage with the stream. But yeah, I mean, for me with, oh wow, Highcroft. Yeah, I might just go down this list and see, kind of compare where my buys are, if they've been filled, if they've not been. So like AMC, let's see, I had an order at 447 for, one share, just adding. Basically, that was the low on the 12th. And so now, I'm going to forget about AMC, and then I'll probably maybe I'll place after the close today, I'll place an order for one more share at today's low. And that's kind of my strategy, just so I'm continually adding, but just being kind of passive about it. And, $4 a share, it's easy to, be adding to that. Whereas like with GameStop, on the other hand, since it's more than $10 a share, I'm a little bit more passive with that one. But yeah, Questive, let's look at this. Oh, and let's see. I did just buy an SQQQ share. It says just now. I just place orders and I forget about it because I place the orders, after the market closes, so that whether I'm at work or I'm streaming, whatever, things get filled and it takes the emotion out of it. Although I do want to check all this stuff and but it's good to just be, leave the emotions on the side. But yeah, so Aquesttive. So yeah, my average, I don't have as many shares as I'd like. My average is lower than 250, which I'm happy about. And with that being said, my next buy order is 248. We did not hit that today at a low of 250. So I actually feel kind of stupid. I should have placed an order at 250, but that might have not even been filled. But yeah, I just see this as going up a lot. And this also, to the $4 mark there. But yeah, I'm excited about this one. Biora, I'm pretty sure that I just have an order placed at 116. And yeah, this does look like, it's, it's like basically time is moving this out of the channel. Like rather than a big move, like rather than a volatile move up to test like 150, this orange line here, it's just, saying like, hey, I'm just going to hang out at this level and over time I'm going to break out of that channel and then maybe I can go up. And then that creates, this volume shelf here. Actually, it's all good amount of consolidation here. And I wonder, yeah, so Biora is one that I don't really plan on making too many videos on because I've just noticed that most of them, they don't really get that many views, unfortunately, unless it's like, FDA news, stuff like that, some volatility there. Let's see, ChargePoint did just make a video on this. And it looks like, the low of the day, 180. So we're not making new lows just yet. So that's a good sign. And, I think that holding 184, that's the lowest part of the candle. So it's the open on December 1st. Hopefully we don't close below 184. But if we do, I still do feel that current price, these are discounted shares. And yeah, and so let's see, I'm just going to flipping through this stuff on my phone so I can compare because I don't place orders on the computer. Partly because I stream, but also just because when I'm at work, I don't have access to my computer. Yeah, so ChargePoint. And so let's see. I'm going to place a little order, small order for more at 180 in case it goes back down to there. But actually, yeah, for ChargePoint I'll do that, but actually no. I think streaming is a good way for me to practice not being, emotional, not being buying and stuff, because then it goes down to 180 and then it's like, okay, and then the low is like 178, new low, add, and then nonstop. So good to be patient. This is a long hold. Okay, and then so Chewy is next on the list. I did have, my average is now 1918. Only 3 shares though, so not too exciting. Wow, look at that. That's pretty cool. I drew these lines. So yeah, we'll see where it closes, but I do think that's pretty cool that I had those levels marked out and that it did dip to them. And if this does act as support, $19, that could be really cool. I might have to do an update on Chewy, update video on Chewy. Yeah, let's see. Fuel cell, this one, you know, I do see this wedge. I don't think that because there's this, in that wedge, there's this close here, so I don't really want to lower that line. But if maybe I could raise it here. Yeah, I could raise it to like up there. And then that could suggest that, you know, it's like, how can I fudge this? You know, move it around enough to show me what I want to see. Which is, you know, not the best way to do this. But from that high, get the touch there, and also this multiple touches there. And so, yeah, I mean, I just totally totally move that, move the goalpost or whatever that saying is. So yeah, I might actually readjust that to back where it was, and I think I can just, yeah, so I'll just lock, yeah, that's locked there. And I might take this hat off. I feel a little dumb after doing that for a little while, but you know, gotta have fun with the birthday. Yeah, fuel cell, let's see, just looking at the chart. Yeah, I haven't, the low so far, well, this is crazy. The low, 118. What was my order at? 118, and it did not get filled. Or maybe it got partially filled, I'm not sure. Nope. Yeah, Fisker, let's see, has wicked down to below $1. I picked up, for this one, I picked up, now I have, I think, an average of 100 shares. And so I sold a covered call to make $1 for this week, you know, so it's nothing exciting. But I do think that at $1, I think it's oversold. Let's see. RSI confirms that. Oversold, $26. And so I do think that this is at a discount. And, you know, maybe it'll break below 92 today, and who knows. But I do think that, you know, like there's a lot of fear with this right now. I get the sense from comments that I've seen, you know, following the videos that I've made. And so I just think it's a great discount. So, yeah, so I sold a covered call with a strike of 150 this week. So if price does close Friday this week at $1.50, I have to get rid of my shares. But my average is like, I think $1.04. And so then, you know, then I make, selling it at $1.50, I make almost $50. So that's good. Covered calls are nice. GameStop, 14.30. I could see this coming down to $14. And so I should probably do an update on GameStop. Yeah, let's see. Yeah. Highcroft. Yeah. I just did a video on this. I'm actually going to see how those videos are performing. Let's see. Somebody was asking, Chewy, 29 minutes ago, Rich P asked, what's your thoughts now? I'm thinking it's near bottom as far as Chewy goes. And so I'm going to respond, I'll have to do an update. I'll have to do an update. Depends on today's close, but big wick down. And close above 19 could, I'm not going to say would, I'm going to say could, because, you know, I could be wrong, could suggest bottom is in. We'll see. Oh, man. We'll see. And so, yeah, I mean, I should put Chewy on my list. That looks just like a super cool chart. Yeah, man, I'm gonna see, you know, once I kind of go through this stuff, and then if there are more requests, then I might just spend the day just recording more videos, but doing it live. Um, yes, Chewy there. I think on the list I was at GameStop. Yeah, coming down to 14 seems like. Um, yeah, was there another one that? No, yeah, I think Chewy is pretty interesting. But at the same time though, I'd want to probably record this after today's close because it looks like it's a hammer. It looks like the bottom's in, but then maybe it closes, you know, at the low 1833. So that then it's like it's nice to have videos come out after closes because then like all of the data's there. Highcroft, um, yeah, to me, I now have a position in this. I'm excited. Um, and, but yeah, I mean, it's a super small position. So if this does tank, I'm chilling. I can just add more. No big deal. Luminar, 250. Yeah, I think 250 is just like a really, really psychological level. I wonder if this white downtrend level is going to be significant. And because, there are all these candles around there, it's possible, I could move that around a little bit. So there's, I think, room for interpretation there. So, I mean, it could be coming down. It could be retesting like 230. It depends on, what the close is for the day. But with Friday's close at just above 250, 250 could be the bottom. So that's pretty interesting. Let's see. Lucid. Man, this one seems like a discount. I'm gonna have to check what's going on with my orders with Lucid because this is one that, really like for me at least, I went too heavy with Polestar thinking that $2 was gonna be the bottom. I was wrong about that, but the comparison between the Lucid and the Polestar chart makes me think, wow, like Polestar I got into early, but Lucid is like, now it's at that support, so I should be a little more aggressive with Lucid. And so let's see. Yeah, I have a pretty small position. But also, from the analysis, this is also just like practicing the discipline. I am, the price is lower than my average right now, but I do see that price could be coming down to 260. And so that is where I have my order. But then let's see. Yeah, 260, that's where I have an order. But, maybe it's like, 282. I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm just chilling, just curiosity looking at this stuff. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, with Luminar laser, I did buy a couple shares added to my position at 250. Matterport. Let's see. Matterport. Yeah, man. So I wonder if actually this, makes me think I have these purple lines down there, kind of makes me think of the Chewy chart. I wonder if those levels will be significant, but it's just, not there yet. And so I think that it will be. Matterport, pretty small position. Neo, ooh, yeah. I had an order at $7, so I'm gonna have to do a Neo video. I think that's in the calendar. I might have to bump it up because it did break 7, and so I think that because of that, it'll get some interest. And Nike, this. I had bought, after this drop, I bought a call, and I think I bought a couple more calls, and I'm going to lose money on that. Stupid. Palantir, maybe this is breaking out. So, yeah, I just put out a video on Palantir. Hopefully that's a popular video. Let's see. It's only gotten 30 views so far, so that's not too great. Yeah, it's like, I get one video that performs really well, I'm going to try to follow it up, and then the follow-up doesn't do that well. Polestar, though, does look like it's getting a bounce. Yeah, so this maybe, the bottom's in. I think my average with Polestar's right around, well, actually whether it's at or just below. It's a little bit below $2. And so, with that being said, it's like, I could trim, when it does get up to there or not. And let's see. I'm surprised. I thought, actually, I'm going to check something. I got a spreadsheet that keeps track of. Oh, yeah. Polestar, I could sell a covered call. I'm not sure why I didn't do that. And so let's see. I think I imagine that will be filled. Oh, let's see. So Polestar, yeah, I mean, really not that exciting. But I did sell a covered call just now for $1. Expires the end of this week. Strike of $2. And so, it'd suck if it goes way above $2. But if it doesn't, if it closes below $2, then I make $1. I still have my shares. I do have more than 100 shares at this point. And so, then I just hold on to, the remainder if it does go above $2. So that's like a nice way to make money kind of passively. Covered calls. I like that a lot. That's my jam. Rivian. Wow, cool. Look at this. I think I might have to do an update on Rivian as well. Man, too many things to cover. So little time. So little energy. But yeah, just because I had this, line drawn here that I grayed out, part of the reason why I didn't remove it is because I thought it might be significant. It does seem like it could be acting as support now. So that's pretty cool. Hey, what's up? I see somebody else has joined. I'm just going through some of the stocks that, basically that I've covered on the channel that I have either large or small positions in. I'm not showing my positions on the screen, but, I'm just, because I'm going to try to be streaming for the whole market hours. I'm just going through the list, noting, what kind of stands out, so that I would be doing, update videos on these. And I'll probably, if there aren't people joining during the stream, or if this dies down maybe in a couple hours, I'm just going to start going through and basically live recording some videos that I can then, mark the times, go back, take clips, put out videos quickly. I think that'll just, increase the turnaround for the channel and just make it better. Starbucks, there's this like gap that's here. I had bought some calls on this earlier, and I'm going to lose money on that. But, that's how you learn with options, is by losing money. SoFi. Oh, yeah, cool. Well, like this downtrending channel. Wow. Yeah. I'm going to have to do, SoFi. I'm just making this list of stuff that stands out as being pretty cool. But yeah, SoFi, good I did not remove that channel. Grayed out. Does look like it might be acting as support. So that's pretty cool. And let's see, STEM. This one, I don't know that I'll be doing a video on STEM soon because, yeah, I mean, I think it might just be coming down to this gap fill. And, yeah, it sucks, but... Oh, yeah, and it does look like there's this head and shoulders pattern, maybe. It's kind of ugly, but, yeah. And so... just going to go through the DGen Ed list and look at, what's gone up a lot. Pagaya, this was requested recently. I don't know if I said, yeah, I wonder, what did I say about this? Because it's just going down so much that maybe, was I thinking that this 107 might be support? I don't know, but yeah, up almost 13%. Tilray, got to do a video on that. Yeah, got too many videos to do. This makes, kind of like this, streaming for my birthday today is just kind of like, I want to see, like, can I stream for all of market hours, be productive, and, is this something that, like, I could feasibly do rather than my job? Would I enjoy this? And, the channel's not, it's not monetized yet. I'm not making money with it yet. But, I do think that this is something that I would like to do. This one, yeah, I have an order for this at $16.50. And so if it doesn't get filled tomorrow I'm going to close that order because this is just gambling. FFIE. Do not recommend it. Okay, and then now from low. AP, damn. Yeah, earnings tank. Shiat. Yeah, I'm going to have to do one on this because people are going to be looking this shit up. Gotta get the views. Gotta be going where the views are, where the eyes are. And so yeah, I'm gonna put this on the daily watch list, and also yeah. So I need to just be doing this. You know, what am I looking at here? So I need to do shorting the market update. SE. I need to do this. Organize this alphabetically by symbol. Let's see, SE is right here. Add this to the daily list. I also have Chewy. And that will depend on what the close is today, so I may not record that while streaming. But yeah, that's, now below that level. Put that on the daily list. And then I also have Neo. That did break 7, so I do think there will be interest in that. I did expect 7 to be the bottom, so yeah, then it's good to then reassess what might be the next bottom. Daily list there. Then also Rivian. Rivian, just so beautiful. How it's, if it closes above this, so I'll have to record this after close today. But if it does close above that trend line, that's just beautiful. So add that to the daily list. SoFi. Let's see. I'm wondering why. Actually, yeah, that also, this channel. So that's just beautiful technical analysis, I must say. It's like I can throw up like a million lines, and then one of them's respected. Hey, I'm a genius. APLD, 100%. I got to do that one. APLD. Add to watch list daily. Oops, no, dang it. It was already on the watch list. Yes, let's see that. Did I? Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, man. Gaps down more than 20% on the day. That's yeah, but then like where would it go after that? It does look like there could be some support here. You see this volume shelf here, and just above that you see like the tops here, so that could be support at around 550. But I do. Oh yeah, and so let's see, where did this retracement go? Went up to the. This is funny. So it went up to the 3.8. So yeah. Oh, so. I should have probably, because this is from the low to the high. I probably want to do retracement from the top here to the bottom here. And then where did that go? The 618. Yes. That's cool. That's cool. I'm excited about that. And I can actually like delete this one because I don't think that's as relevant anymore. This goes up to the 618. Beautiful retracement. I do think I had said 550, 542, or whenever I tweak this retracement to be exact high, exact low, I could see it being a retracement to the 236, and that would be, that's some useful content, I feel like. Fibonacci retracement. So that's cool. Yeah, I'm going to have to get this out. Super cool. I'm stoked. If there are any requests, I do see that one person is joining me. Happy to take a request. But yeah, I'm just, kind of hanging out on my birthday. Not really, doing too much as far as like active trading or whatever. I'm just yeah, I place orders and then I let them get filled, and then when the market closes, I reassess. So that's kind of how I trade, mainly because I have to work. But I took a sick day yesterday and a vacation day today and tomorrow, so I can just kind of enjoy my life around my birthday. Um, but yeah, happy to go over any ticker requests. I might switch this over to, percent change, low to high, APLD. That's pretty cool. Jet AI. What did I think about this? Down 9%. I don't know if I said I thought this was breaking out or what. Um, oh, Go EV. What did I say? What was the thumbnail for Go EV? I just gotta check this. I gotta do my research and follow up. What did I say about this? Go EV was a pretty popular video. Surprising. Pulls back after 30% move up. I did get some dislikes on that video, but I did get a number of views. And yeah, breaks below, finding new lows, 18 cents. Man, Go EV, adding to the list. Yeah, so I will put this on the daily list. Plug power, wow. Maybe I should do an update on this. Thinking at $3. Yeah, it's totally going to $3, 100%. I don't know how you could not see that. I think I have this like these crazy lines going way back in time to like this high was 298, so right around $3. I'm averaging that. But yeah, I could do an update on plug. That seems like a pretty cool one to do. So I'm going to note plug. This pen that I have just spins. It's a crappy pen. Plug. I should put that on the daily watch list. So yeah, I'm happy to take. Nameless. Did you just comment? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, bank earnings this week for sure. And from what I understand, like I think, uh, so Gareth Soloway and I believe from Verified Investing, uh, Benjamin Poole, and I forget the other guy's name who does like crypto stuff for Verified Investing. But they do this kind of like back and forth thing. It's to be honest, it's can be fairly awkward. But Ben does some analysis on J.P. Morgan, and basically that's yeah, because this is let's see from the close here to the top, 30% move, with being $480 billion market cap. So that's that's a lot of money there. And so this is pulling back probably to come down to, around this level, 155 to 157. I could see that. Yeah, we could do a retracement on this. This is the weekly. This is the weekly chart. Yeah, damn. And so we could do a retracement to see, from this low to this high. I feel like the 50% retracement, got this volume starting to pick up here, peak over here. Yeah, I think this could be coming down to 155. So, yeah, so I think that there's going to be a lot of sell-offs. And then also thinking about, let's see, a firm here, I guess, the DGen Ed list and symbols. A firm, I'm pretty sure a firm's on here. That's actually up today, but this does seem like, it does seem like it could be going down. I don't know why I have the retracement over there. I didn't lock it, I imagine. Or maybe I did it on the weekly. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, and then thinking about, square or block. Where's that at? Yeah, so this, Benjamin Poole did a video on being potentially being short this. And so, if I was thinking about buying a put on Friday, I didn't, just because I always lose money on options. So I'm trying to wait until the options that I have expire. And then it's like, okay, I can't lose any more money with options. Now I'll buy some more just to be learning, trying to improve my skills. And so this would have been a nice, you could have, at, open, I'm sure the put would have gone up in value and then just sell it. Maybe make $5 profit, whatever. Take it off the table. But I didn't do that. I didn't partake in that. Yeah, I think I have Ally. Maybe I have Ally on here. Did I add Ally? Nope. That's, I use that for high interest savings. Not too exciting, but yeah, and I think, with a lot of those bank earnings, I think it kind of sets a stage. Yeah, so I think I mentioned that I had an SQQQ ordered filled, which is, one share. Very, very unexciting. But I'm just over time, very passively building these positions because I think overall the market will go down. Really, I think that like large caps are going to be going down while small caps go up. And that is, the large caps are more heavily weighted, or, they're represented in, the SPY and stuff like that. And the QQQs, where is that? Up here. So, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, and it's just, very, very slow dollar cost averaging and stuff that I feel like I can just kind of set the money in there, and then maybe a month I want to move it to something else, or, months, maybe a year from now. So trying to be like more passive with the long-term holdings, stuff like that. Crypto, let's go on with BitB. This is, yeah, just there's not much in the chart because it's only been a couple days. But yeah, how many people, bought at open? $26, now it's down. And so that's what I think is really interesting. When something's introduced to the market with IPO or, whatever, good to wait for there to be some data. Bitcoin does, yeah, everybody's like, oh, it's, below, this is an approximate trend line that I have. Everybody's like, oh, it's below that, it's going to go lower. I think it's going to run up to 50K to squeeze out any shorts that are early who are thinking, hey, this is going to go down. Go up to 50K, squeeze out those shorts, and then short it. And let's see, Biddy, which is like the short ETF, I have an order for a buy at $11, and I'm actually thinking I might not want to do Biddy because with ETFs, you have to pay like they send you the prospectus, and I don't really have big positions in them, so I end up having to pay like a few cents, But I think that like a better play might actually be buying, but then puts are risky, options are risky. But buying puts on something like Mara. But, I'm very reluctant with options because I always end up too early. This is down. Yeah, so I mean, too early or too late. So, yeah, I mean, if Bitcoin then does run up to 50, then that, yeah, then that might be a time to go short, whether that's buying puts on a miner or buying Biddy. But yeah, I mean, I'm bullish on Bitcoin long term, but I'm not going to be aggressively buying right now because I think it's going down. Whereas with like, Doge, and yeah, and also people talk about too, which I'm not really, like, I think it's just like I don't pay a close enough attention to it, or haven't paid close enough attention to it. But it's like if money is rotating out of Bitcoin, then it's going into other coins like Ethereum, Classic, ETC, etc. is just going on a rampage, which I think is probably just reflected, in what's going on with Ethereum. And so for me, it's like Ethereum Classic is pretty similar in what happens with Ethereum, but it's like 1/100th of the cost. Is that right? So it's like Ethereum Classic is 2.5K, whereas Ethereum Classic's like $26. So yeah, I'm just a little more intrigued by Ethereum Classic. Also, gas fees super low. And yeah, Ethereum is just a pain in the ass. I'm sorry. If I had more money, so I didn't care that much about gas fees, and like I was able to establish a large enough position to like, justify the gas fees, sure. But I don't. And so like Ethereum Classic and Doge work for me, and I think there's a lot of upside potential for them. And Bitcoin, I'm glad to see this above 43K. Basically what I did is I've been like swinging Bitcoin lately. Just like basically I was planning on building a position, or I am building a position with my Strike account, because once you have enough, it's free to transfer it off. I was buying on Robinhood, which I don't really have that much money in Robinhood just because I don't really trust the platform. Oh, MasterCard and, sorry, when did you ask that? That was 4 minutes ago. I will in a second look at Visa and MasterCard. But yeah, with this swing, it's like, oh, okay, like I realized like the fees to move Bitcoin off of Robinhood into my wallet are kind of pricey. I don't really like that. And also same with Coinbase. And so I have small positions in Bitcoin. Like I think in Coinbase, it's like $15, and Robinhood, it's like $5. But I've been like swinging in Robinhood. And, so it's basically like I have my average down here, swing, sell, come buy more, swing, sell. And then now it's like, I have $5 position, not very exciting, pretty boring. But if it does go up to 50K, I'm going to sell. I believe I have a sell order for like 49,420 maybe. Just like I like 420s and 69s just because it's funny. Yeah, I think it's probably 49, 420 and 69 cents. I think that's probably my limit order. And then I'll just trim that and then have the cash, and then I'll sell take my stuff out of Coinbase because I just don't like the fees. But yeah, I will look over at MasterCard. Is that MC? No. Master. Is that one word? MasterCard Incorporated. Okay. So yeah, looking at this, this is on the daily. Let's see what kind of measurement this is from 359 up to the highs. 70% move with a market cap of $401 billion, almost $402 billion. This needs to sell off, I proclaim. Yeah, and so I think that this is also, like reflective of, being short. I don't know, like, the Qs are more tech and the SPY is more general market. Is that right? I should know more about that. But yeah, just like being short general, the market is just like all these banks, MasterCards, like these are basically like this reflects like what's going on in the economy. And so yeah, that the 72% move, let's think about a Fibonacci retracement, going from there up to the highs here. Where do I see? Yeah, look at this head and shoulders pattern here. I actually want to see that measurement. So, let's see. I think I just, I'm going to do a trend line here. Just kind of like, there's that neckline. And then what's the measurement from here to there? Okay, take that from the neckline. Look at that. That's just so beautiful. That's so perfect. That's a beautiful, beautiful kind of double-shouldered head and shoulders pattern here. But yeah, that's measured move. I need to get, I need to be doing this more. I'm like, I hope it's like, if you watch all of the videos that I do, hopefully it's like, oh, he's starting to like do these measured moves more with the head and shoulders. And that's just like building upon what I'm learning and seeing evidence of using measured moves. And they don't always play out perfectly like this. So maybe it would be like, take profits, following this gap down, then it's like, yeah, I mean, that's close enough on that day to that, maybe not start going long, and that would be with shorts. I don't short. I don't actually know how to short, to be honest. That would be like buying puts. So I don't do that. But with this current price, there's this gap down. Beautiful chart. I might have to do a video on MasterCard, which is MA. Thank you for the suggestion, Nameless. Because, we look at this chart and we see, oh, wow, this has gone up 70% since the low at the end of October. It needs to kind of balance out. I don't know that it's going to be a straight line down because there is some, support on the way down. But yeah, I could see this coming down to the 786 retracement because there's this gap here. Beautifully lined up with that retracement, with that level. So, yeah, this is just such a beautiful chart. And so I'm going to have to put this on the DGen and the daily list. Yeah, man, this is so cool. It's like there are too many, I think the problem with this channel is there are too many exciting things going on almost all of the time with charts. And I don't have enough time to make all the videos on them. And yeah, so the next one is Visa, which I'm pretty sure is just DWAC. Okay, the Trump stock. Trump Social, is that right? Or Truth Social, yeah. I'll look at that in a second. Yeah, I just think, yeah, Visa and MasterCard. I'll probably want to do, actually, this doesn't look as compelling as MasterCard because, yeah, it's 37% move to the upside. But yeah, it doesn't have as nice of a head and shoulders pattern. Yeah, there's no real head and shoulders pattern. So I find the MasterCard chart to be more compelling than this. But if we do a Fibonacci retracement, does the 786 make sense? That's below this volume shelf, but it doesn't seem like too significant of a shelf. 50% retracement. Does seem like there's some support below that, so I could see that happening. Yeah, so this is pretty cool. I'll have to do a MasterCard and Visa video. Hey, William, what's up? DWAC just got an $80 price target. Don't you think that's crazy? Please cover it. Yeah, I will definitely cover DWAC. This, I think, is really interesting, DWAC, because it's kind of like a meme stock. Yeah, and then there's also controversy around it being tied to, Trump and Truth Social. And, so it's like if you're, Republican or Democrat or whatever your affiliation is, you might be opposed to this or for it. But, leave all of that on the side. This is not about politics. This is about charts. And yeah, so I will put that on the DGen Ed list. Take a look at it. Damn. Yeah, so this is for me, this is stay away from this because, it could be going much higher, but there's also this giant gap here. And so, yeah, this has just gotten really risky. If you are holding DWAC, and you're not underwater or anything, which is, damn, yeah, quite possible. This could be, I would want to, if I was holding this, I would want to trim on this move up because, yeah, you can see here, got this move up to 25.85 on, let's see, July 21st, but the close was right here at $20.08 on that day. Just psychologically, that's an important level, $20. And right now we are trading above that. So if I was, even if I was a bag holder, if my average was, And so, yeah, to be honest, I don't have any DWAC. It's possible I traded some of it before just because it seemed like, it was so volatile. But yeah, I don't have a position in it. I haven't been paying attention to it. Um, and actually, yeah, this might be, there are too many stocks to cover. I wish I did not have to sleep and I did not have a job. Um, but yeah, DWAC. Yeah, I mean, looking at like the volume profile on this side, look at all of this. This is resistance here. It's going to have a tough time getting above and holding above $20.72. What was the high today? $21, right around there. So yeah, if I was a bag holder, just like how here, it's like would have been good to take profits in this region. Um, and yeah, and I think too, because there's this big wick up, how many people were late in buying this? And then like how many people have an average of like 25 or like loaded at 25? And then, if it does go up to that level, those people are going to want to trim or sell out because they're underwater. Finally, they can breathe. And so, yeah, I would not sell everything, but I would want to trim based on this 80% price target or $80 price target. VOD alert, Vodafone, deal with Microsoft, DWAC, Digital World Acquisition Corps pops as Trump wins Iowa caucuses. Yeah, so I mean, to be honest, that's kind of funny. It's kind of stupid because it's a company that's associated with Truth Social, if I understand correctly. And, I wouldn't think that whether somebody wins a caucus or an election or whatever should really play too much of a role in the business. But, if Trump were to be reelected president, yeah, I wonder if that could affect Truth Social. But I also wonder how that relates to like SEC regulations and things like that. So, yeah, and also too, as somebody who lives in Iowa, I find the caucuses to be pretty stupid because I'd rather just have a primary here. And so for me personally, I'm registered as an independent, so I don't think I can participate in the caucus, which is just stupid. I think the two-party system's so broken. Sorry, I don't want to talk about politics and don't care what your politics are. Because, yeah, it doesn't, like, I don't understand why an election or why a caucus would have an effect on this. But if it does, and, that is also, to be honest, just kind of like more of like a why I wouldn't want to be buying right now. I wouldn't want to be chasing this. I would want to be trimming because I think that, this doesn't relate to like the business. This relates to politics. And so I would think it's more of like a sell the news type of event. The caucus shouldn't affect Truth Social. So that's my take on it. Also with this gap down here. But I mean, we could get, close above $20, and then that would suggest that there's strength in it. And so you don't want to go against the momentum. So like that would be like, I wouldn't want to buy puts on this. I wouldn't want to short this because this big pop in volume that could continue. And yeah, I mean, just like here, we saw, volume moving up and then volume continued to increase. But then on this day following, volume was diminishing, and then that's like, okay, well, that's kind of a local top. And then then you'd have to be, if you're like, oh, I'm just going to diamond hand this, you'd have to wait. This is like 78 days. So that's like more, 30 days. Yeah, it's more than 2 months in order to be, breaking even. So, yeah. I would wait to see where this I mean, first off, for me, what I would do, you do whatever you want to do. I would be trimming while it's above 20. And then I would wait to see what the volume looks like for the day. If the close is above 20, if it does look like it's going to continue, then, I'd wait to see maybe trim higher into the next day if it continues to go up. But Yeah, this is getting, yeah, this is chasing territory. This is FOMO territory. Um, and so with that being said, this is trimming territory, in my opinion. Um, yeah, and on the point of chasing and stuff, somebody during a live stream, asked about Faraday Futures Intelligence (FFIE), and I was saying, oh, I might buy on a dip to 17 cents, but that would be like a very short term play. I actually placed an order at 16.5 cents, and then I would take a swing up to, around here where you see some consolidation that would then serve as resistance. But I do feel like overall this is just like fading into nothing. So I would not want to really be holding this long term. And if my order at 16.50 is not filled by the end of tomorrow, I'm removing that order. I'm not going to be playing this because it's just too risky. But yeah, I do think it eventually will be filled, that 16.5 cent order, because I think that this is just going to bleed into nothing, unfortunately. But, and yeah, so I might switch back to the DGen Ed list, and American Airlines, I was short this too early, but yeah, I mean, this doesn't look like it's doing too good. Made some videos on it. I made videos calling the bottom here, and it was not very popular, so I kind of stopped making videos on it. AMC, I want to see a low of $4.20. That is my dream. The last video that I made on AMC was with Keanu saying, what if AMC hit $4.20 and then got really high? Whoa. Maybe I could do an Owen Wilson meme as well. Wow. Wow. But yeah, I'm going to switch this over to the percentage change low at the top. APLD, I'm going to have to do a video on this. People are going to be searching for it. It will be popular. And I do think I can offer some, value into where this might be retracing to, which I could see very clearly going down to $5.42, given this Fibonacci retracement. Also, there being, maybe this is I don't know if that's a gap. I don't know why I have that line there. But I got to clean the chart up before I make the video on that. But yeah, I'm going to be, basically like not recording, because this live stream is recorded, but basically like I'll be going over some charts, like live recording some videos just to kind of kill two birds with one stone. But yeah, I've got like a list of tickers that are just like super interesting. Neo. It's funny. I actually had like an order. I have a very small position in Neo. But I had an order for 2 shares at $7. I'm like, nah, I'll double that. So I placed four buy at 7, and I should have just left it at 2. But it's $7. Who cares? No big deal. Highcroft, I'm stoked that this is down because I was like a bear. I'm not a bear on Highcroft. But I was just like, I was a bear relative to the reverse split. And so I was just thinking that it'd come down to $1.50, and where I have this alert here. And, I just wanted to have conviction in my analysis. But it's like, I feel like I'm going to be left behind. So then it's like, okay, I'm going to start adding at $2.30. I think I bought 2 shares, very small, nothing, no big deal. But yeah, 219, I think that's a pretty key level. And so I will probably add if it does go there. Yeah, and 220 was the low for today. So I'm going to check the phone to see if that if those videos are popular at all. Oh, I got a new subscriber. I was at 390 before, now 391. Highcroft, only 24 views. Did get a couple likes. ChargePoint, 37 views. Let's see. And yeah, Palantir, only 30. Yeah, so, and I need to like kind of factor in, how many views these videos get. And if it's like, okay, I put out a video, it gets more than 100 views, then it's like, okay, then I want to like maybe follow up on it the next week, but then maybe there's not volatility in it. It doesn't get that many views. And then it's like, okay, I'm not going to repeat this one next week until there's some volatility. And so, yeah, I might actually look at Nicola because that was a pretty popular video. I just released it. This is, oops, yeah, why do I have this tool up? Yeah, so Nicola breaking below this orange level, not looking too good. Although, we had seen that before on December 11th, break below, kind of a fake out. But it does seem like there is this uptrending level, which is just based on like one touch point here and the low here. So maybe that serves as support, but it's really like there's not that much behind it. And so that's why it's like a dashed line. And so I could see this coming down to 58.4. I think that's what I went over in the video. But also, yeah, I mean, this is just so risky. Listed on the NASDAQ, being below $1. Speaking of which, I should check out Fisker, which I'm going to do this by symbol A to Z. Fisker, where is Fisker at? Below $1. I think this is a discount, but that's just me. Man, there's so many things to cover, so many stocks to cover. And, I feel like, let's see, this is kind of a down day. Since it is my birthday, I'm going to put on the red hat because I feel like a lot of things are down. So, happy birthday to me. The market's down, and I sold my put on Hood. But let's see. Yeah, I made a video on this over the weekend that I think is really interesting, posing the question, is it a Head & Shoulders factory? And if it is, I think that this is going to come down a lot. So I don't have a position in it, but that seems like, it's like sometimes I get like excited by these charts and stuff. This, man, I made a video on this thinking that there's support there. And that also there's bullish divergence. But really, I mean, that bullish divergence said, I'm also getting like familiar with, how long these signals take to play out. And so this, played out, consolidated, and that, multiple tops here, double top there, kind of almost a triple top. And so now that's dipping lower. So yeah, I think I have an alert here for 30. The gap is filled, but a gap was created. So yeah, with this, I want to wait to see. This is below 30, so I'm going to adjust this alert. I'm going to move that volume profile so I can more easily access this. This is below 30, and I actually think here that, yeah, I mean, actually, I think that's a fine level to be alerted. But I just want to see some consolidation. I'd want to see some sign that this is going to reverse. I'm not sure why. This is hours ago. I mean, among pre-market losers. Seeking alpha. I don't have access to that. So if I click it, it will just be an annoying ad covered blocked things. I won't be able to get much information from it. And I'm just going to respond to a text really quick. Yeah, people are texting me because it's my birthday. I think it's funny, like with like birthdays, with weddings, it's always like, kind of like everybody else expects a lot, but then it's like, well, what about me? What about the person, who's being celebrated? Yeah, I'm having kind of a low-key day. Yeah, just streaming. I'm basically working all day, and this is something I want to be doing. Ooh, uranium. And this, actually, I'm surprised I have this on the DGen Ed list because, ooh, this looks like it's a blow-off top. This could be a blow-off top. Thank you, Frank. Thank you. Yeah, this is, I don't usually do too much with birthdays because I've just gotten to the point where it's just depressing getting older. And also, like, with people saying happy birthday on Facebook, I don't have my birthday on there anymore. It's just, like kind of a fake, like virtue signaling, whatever. And yeah, it's just depressing getting older. But, doing this stream, this is just a fun way to be goofy. And I'm treating myself to a nice dinner tonight, so I'm excited about that. And hopefully I'll be cranking out some videos too and recording some during the stream. But yeah, Frank, if you have a request, a ticker that I go over, but I'm also happy to just like ramble and go over whatever here. And I might actually, since I've got uranium pulled up, I might actually pull up the uranium list, because I personally have, I think maybe I have 2 shares of NXE. Let's see. And yeah, that's up. I'm up 15.8%. And this does seem like it could be pulling back, because, it's like this is going up. This could be a reversal signal. But actually, I'm not going to place an order to sell. It's kind of like why it's nice to be streaming, so I'm not like distracted by placing orders. But I do feel like this could be pull off top. And I'm going to have to do adding uranium to my list of tickers to go over. There are way too many things to cover. And unfortunately, like what videos, when I do like 5 stocks or 13, or however many, those don't get as many views. I don't feel like they're utilized as well. And I think that's because the channel's too small for me to bring in enough people to want to sit around and watch me talk about a number of stocks. I need to just bring in people on focus stocks. But yeah, uranium does look like, this is, I think that's a Dragonfly Doji. I'll actually look that up just to make sure. Oops, push the space bar. This is going to be great. Trading the close, Bitcoin, crypto. Thrilled to be have Nat Burnell trading the close today. Yeah, so she's like a big Bitcoin bull. I feel like there are kind of, I don't want to say shills, but like shills in Bitcoin, like Michael Saylor, who's always just like pushing it. And it's like, sure, but you also have to recognize that people need to be considering like risk management and stuff like that. And so I'm looking up the Dragonfly Doji. What's that look like? And that is candlestick. So that is, let's see, Dragonfly Doji. As price moves higher. Confirmation as price moves higher. So, example of how to use a Dragonfly Doji. Dragonfly Dojis are very rare because it is uncommon for the open, high, and close all to be exactly the same. Oh, okay, so that would be like the open. There is usually slight discrepancies between these 3 prices. The example below shows a Dragonfly Doji that occurred during a sideways correction with a longer-term uptrend. Yeah, and so this is like that one, I guess. And so it's not exactly the same. That's not technically a doji. It is a little bit of a candle. Like the open and close would have to be the exact same. Gravestone doji. Yeah, so like gravestone doji occurs when the low, open, and close prices are the same, and the candle has a long upper shadow. The gravestone looks like an upside down T. Implications of the gravestone have the same as the dragonfly. Both indicate possible trend reversals, but must be confirmed by the candle that follows. So the limitations of using a dragonfly doji: it is not a common occurrence and is not a reliable tool for spotting most price reversals. When it does occur, it isn't always reliable either. There is no assurance that price will continue in the expected direction following the confirmation candle. And so looking at, this chart, this is not necessarily a dragonfly doji, but this does suggest, looking at it closely, that the buyers are stepping in below like 3180. And so that is suggesting there's strength to continue, but then you'd want to see, I guess, a candle following it that would be suggesting continuation. But so for me, very boring, not very exciting. I don't have a large position in NXE, just have 2 shares, but I'm up like over 15%. And so I'm just trying to get better at trimming, taking profits. And so I want to be holding urania moving forward, but it does seem like this is a blow off top. I mean, if we look at the weekly chart of this, and that's just like a huge green candle. We'll have to see. This week is also a holiday week, so there's not going to be as much volume traded during it. Typically, during holiday weeks, that doesn't happen. And so I could see that this big volume, like kind of dying down for this week. And that would suggest, yeah, I mean, price is going to cool off. And, I'm not sure, well, what's my average? 686. So that's, pretty low here. And so maybe it doesn't return to my average, but, I could take, sell one share, take a little bit of profit, wait for it to come down, settle, and then, maybe buy back that share cheaper. And yeah, so I think I'm not going to place an order now, but I'm going to see basically when I stop the stream, I'll probably reassess all this stuff. I've got a lot of, Mondays are always a pain for me because I sell so many covered calls at the start of the trading. And then I have like a very nerdy Excel spreadsheet where I keep track of all of my trades. And yeah, just to, keep track of that stuff. So it's not very interesting, but that's how I like to do it. I'm like a numbers oriented person, organization oriented. And so I like to do that. Switch over to Nat Gas here. See where this is at, 607. Yeah, so the cool thing about this is, I had done this retracement. There are two here, so it's a little bit cluttered. I might actually gray this one out, which I will I'll make it gray. I'll probably omit that because I don't think it's going to be as useful because of this cycle. And this is also, I want to be looking at the daily. But yeah, this, these fib levels, 596 acting as support, which is a 382 retracement. And so I had started averaging in at 631 today. And then now I have an order at 568. And just basically those orders are increasing as it goes down. I'm just going to type up because there's a heart emoji that blocks some things. I see that boil cold is, you've got March contracts. Oh, yeah. So you're talking about, that's for the option, or sorry, not the options, the futures. Yeah, so somebody was talking about, I think Whiskers something. He does comment. He's into natural gas. I've learned a lot from him. And I actually should do a video on futures contracts related to commodities because I don't really understand that stuff too well. But yeah, I think that UNG is trading based on February futures, whereas boil and cold, I assume cold, are based on the futures contracts. Yeah. And so like for some reason they're on to March. And I think that's because if they would have transitioned from January to February, there wouldn't be much of like a price difference. And so it would have just been like you're moving something to not get any benefit from it. So it's like they were moved to the March contracts as far as I understand. And yeah, so with boil and cold, so I had a position in boil and that was my introduction to natural gas. Like I learned about natural gas from watching Gareth Soloway, but I didn't know how to buy natural gas. And so I had just searched natural gas, found boil, and then found out after buying some, it's 2x leverage, learning about that, and then later learned about UNG. And yeah, so for me, I'm staying away from boil because I feel like it doesn't track the natural gas chart as well as UNG, but they're all, a little bit different. And so I feel like for me and the way that I trade dollar cost averaging into positions, UNG is better for me to establish a position. But then if it does come down to like this blue line, 29.46, this gap fill or this gap that was created that then consolidation afterwards. So I am waiting. I'm averaging down to that level. I will go a lot more heavier at 29.46 or, around that level. And so actually this is boil. Sorry, I'm meaning to talk about UNG. And so that blue level is at $5. And so if it does go down to $5, I would then add much heavier there while dollar cost averaging at these levels on the way down, with each one kind of like increasing in DCA size. And then if this comes down to $5, go heavy. And then maybe build a position in Boyle. Do I follow James DeWet? No. Or was it DeVet? Not sure how I pronounce that. Yeah, is he on Twitter or is he on YouTube? Let's see. I can search him on Twitter. Mm. Is this the person that you're talking about? There are a lot of James DeWets. Cape Town. I assume this is not the person that you're talking about. But yeah, no, I don't follow him, and I'm so Arc IS futures or sorry, FX, is that foreign exchange like Forex, or is that let's see. I will come back to here, look that up. I'm not sure what that is. Is that is this what you're talking about? I have no idea. Arc ISFX. So I'm assuming it's not this. Let's see. Okay, cool. This guy, Forex Gold Commodity Stocks, seems like a good guy for me to follow. Is this who you're talking about? Or is, either way, this person does seem like somebody's good for me to follow. And I will Google it. But I'm going to follow this guy as well. And on YouTube too. Cool. Well, so this is that guy. And then also on YouTube. Cool. Yeah. So I think I will subscribe to him as well. Let's see, how many videos how frequently does he put out videos? One day. So he puts out a lot of videos. They're not too long. Trading strategies, nat gas, gold, stocks, uranium. This is going to be really cool. Cool. Yeah. He seems like he has his shit together a little better than I do, with over 7,000 subscribers, but I haven't been doing this too long. But yeah, seems like, and also, yeah, I mean, he seems like a good person to follow. Yeah, cool. Lots of stuff on nat gas. Seems like he mainly covers nat gas. Well, it's funny. Nat gas, and these are all like within days of each other. Widowmaker, nat gas, watch before roll. Cool. This is, yeah, I'm definitely subscribing to him. Thank you. And I don't like to have alerts in my subscriptions. I'm kind of weird like that. But yeah, cool. So yeah, if anybody likes the stuff that I put out, you should check out this guy as well. And so for me, I'm pretty new to commodities, but I just like, yeah, I feel like nat gas is like a drug. The Widowmaker, as he has said here, it's like I've seen so many huge rallies and not been able to, I guess, benefit from them in the sense that I bought too early. And then so I'm able to take small profits at the top. But yeah, it's just like I want to time better, establishing a position in the bottom. And nat gas, gold, I think, is also very interesting and related to like crypto as like a hedge against the dollar. And so that's something I'm building a small position in with gold. I could go over that in a second. And then URA, which for me, I don't have a position in URA, but I do have one in NXE because you're not paying the like prospectus fees or whatever for the ETF, and the charts look very similar. But yeah, I'm going to go over to the gold chart that I look at. Oh, cool. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. And also, yeah, I feel like it's really interesting. I'm learning, like I've been doing stuff on YouTube for a while, but not on stocks. It took me a while to figure out how to make videos on stocks that work for me. Because I had attempted to multiple times in the past to make videos on stocks, And it's just like, I get nervous, not confident in, how I'm saying that I'm trying to replicate how other people make videos. And it's like, no, I'm just going to start making videos for myself. Like I'm basically just going to record myself doing TA, and it's super fun. And so I think I have gold in commodities. I should probably make a specific folder for it. The one that I'm trading, or that I have, is AAAU. I think, and so this is, I'll just pull up the profile. This is, I think, says Goldman Sachs Physical Gold ETF, only $20 a share, whereas GLD, this is, performance in the price of gold, bullion, bullion. I don't know how to say that. I want to think of like bullion, like in soup or whatever. But yeah, 188. So it's just like less accessible, to be like dollar cost averaging with shares. Whereas like AAAU, it's not going to like look the exact same. It looks the exact same. Yeah, pretty crazy. But I mean, you would expect that. So AAAU is one that I find to be more accessible if you want to be building a position in gold. Yeah, so I could share the other channels. I actually don't really work on them because they're not successful. And also one of them I feel like may not be of interest. I feel like it's like I have multiple personality disorder or something. Another channel I'm going to start making more content on soon. But so like my background is climate science. I have a degree in marine and atmospheric chemistry, a PhD in it. And during the pandemic, I just got super discouraged by pursuing a career in academia doing research. And I started making, or spending a lot of time making, I'll share the channels in a second, making videos on like field work that I'd done, just going over lessons, not trying to push climate change, but just trying to push, understanding climate. And then, you can relate that information to whether or not it's changing, whatever, but like trying to not have an agenda with it. I feel like climate change has just become like so politicized, or so like there's an agenda with it. And so I just wanted to make the material more accessible, but people don't watch that stuff. And so I put my first video out on that channel in 2015. During the pandemic, I started spending a lot of time working on that channel. And then I decided to leave academia, leave my career doing research at universities, because it was like, it doesn't pay well. It's, I was living in Vancouver, British Columbia in a small studio apartment, and it was just like really depressing. And I was thinking, I had turned 35 during the pandemic, and just recognizing, where am I going to be when I'm 40? I'm going to be in the same place. I got to figure something else out. And so I spent like 2 years trying to focus on that channel, and it just hasn't been growing. And then I took kind of a break last year. I started dating this girl, and so she was like a nice, healthy distraction for me. And then we started it was a short-term relationship. When we were going through the breakup, I was just really depressed, tried to focus on that channel, but seeing the lack of views just depressed me more. And then it's like, well, shit, I'm going to try to do a trading journal, because I'll do that for myself, and maybe that'll take off. And so, yeah, it's been really fun. But yeah, I'll switch over to YouTube to pull up my other channels, which I'm kind of embarrassed about. And like, if you're not interested in them, don't subscribe. I don't really put content out on them. So one that I started, which may be of, Handy Andy's Home Improvement. So this is a channel. That I want to go to the channel. So yeah, I have 11 subscribers, and this is just me, like after the pandemic, it's like, well, I'm going to change career paths and try to build up a property. And so this is just, me working on this house that I have. And I found that, the videos that get the most views are the ones where I do like reviews of products. So when I got the house, I didn't have much money. So I did a review of this manual reel mower, and that was pretty successful, but I have too big of a yard for that mower. I was like house poor then. Then I got a battery powered mower, did a review on that. And so like over this summer, so that got some good views, but this channel is just not going to grow to be monetized. And then the other channel that I have, which is, the one that I talk about based on my last name, Margot Lab. This is, my baby. I'm working on this for a long time, and it's been, really depressing just recognizing that it's not going to be successful. Video that I did last year, could The Last of Us actually happen? Super cool to like research like the science behind that, and I just feel like it's a very compelling metaphor. The fungus and like kind of like a symbiotic relationship between fungus and trees, and the mycorrhizal network, which connects, basically it's like a fungal network in the floors of forests that trees basically can use to communicate with. And so like if there's like a sapling that's in distress, a large tree can utilize that mycorrhizal network to then maybe siphon or divert, water or nutrients from its root system and through this mycorrhizal network to that sapling. And so they can kind of have this like symbiotic relationship. And I just found that really compelling between the relationship of Joel and Ellie in the show. And I just found it really moving. So I made a video on that, put a lot of research into it, a lot of time into it. It got a lot of views for this channel, but it's just like, I'm never going to be monetized. Yeah. And then I participated, I worked with this middle school class. This was, I think it was a stream. Yeah. And that was like, I was using an older computer, and it just was lagging a bunch, but tons of people tuned in. And then it's like, okay, I need to buy a new computer, and I want to try to start streaming more. And that was cool, but like just not getting enough views, not to the point of being able to monetize. And then also, I do like lesson plans on like how the ocean works or how the atmosphere works. And so a video that's been like really successful on the channel is this one on Hadley cells, which is just like atmospheric circulation. And so, yeah, I mean, but it's just like, for me, I Google search, or I will search YouTube for stuff on stocks or stuff on crypto, but I will not search for stuff on climate related stuff, earth science stuff. And so I just feel like there's, other people are like that, and I'm not as passionate about this stuff. And so it just didn't take off. And but I do plan on doing probably a monthly video, because through the connection that I've had with like the middle school, I think that there are some students that found the work that I do on this really compelling, but I also feel like I want to shelter them from this other channel, because I feel like, I've found that trading stocks, stuff like that, people can lose a lot of money, and it can be, and so I wouldn't want to expose those who've subscribed to this channel to this one, because these are people that I either know personally or, and also know through academia, and they're very judgmental, and I really don't like that crowd as far as like exploring stuff creatively. And, I built up the subscribers of people who subscribe but don't watch. And so it's just been a very discouraging process there. But yeah, that's the channel. Those are the two other channels that I have. But yeah, it's like really like thinking about like return on investment, ROI. I put a lot of time into the DGen Ed channel, and, thinking about calendars, stuff like that. And I get views for the effort that I put into it. And so that's where my focus needs to be. Don't give up, man. Yeah, no, I'm not giving up with DGen Ed. Definitely not with Margot Lab, like the climate science one. I think that there's this quote from Rick Rubin that Elon Musk posted recently. Maybe I could find it. It was on Twitter. And so let's see. It's got to be one that I liked. I don't know how easily it will be for me to find, and I haven't really found. Yeah, because I just want to search my likes here. But let's see. There's this one. I think it was just a little video, and I could probably plug in the audio. I was experimenting with audio earlier. Yeah, Dave Portnoy, he's a funny guy. Let's see. Yeah, it's just this. Yeah, I'm not going to scroll too long, but let's see. Yeah, there's just this really nice video of Rick Rubin's quote. Here, I'll just scroll for 10 more seconds, and then I'll just give up on it and just say what the quote was. But it's just about, oh yeah, here it is. So I'm gonna unplug from the mic, so hopefully I still sound good. I usually try to make sure that I sound good. I'm gonna plug myself into the computer here so I can hear what's going on with that. And hopefully you guys, I mean, this will be an experiment, but I'll say what he says in case you guys can't hear it. So yeah. So I can't imagine that you guys are hearing this because I don't see the sound. So this, oh, yeah, it's because I have that turned down. So yeah, I think I want this to be, hopefully this isn't too loud, but I'll put it up, volume, and play this from the start. So I just find this to be like a really great thing to remind yourself as a creator in any way, shape, or form.
I'm not making it for them. I'm making it for me. And it turns out that when you make something truly for yourself, you're doing the best thing you possibly can for the audience. Yeah. I'm not making...
And so for me, I don't know if you heard that, but what he said, because I'm still experimenting with recording computer audio, but I was able to hear that. So hopefully that's good for you guys. But basically, the best thing that you can do as a creator, any form, whether that's making YouTube videos, whether that's art, whether that's writing, do it for yourself because you're going to be passionate about that. And that passion people will see and it will resonate with them and that will be best for them. And so like with DGen Ed, I'm making content for myself. I love this stuff. The other channels, I was making that stuff really because, like I have a degree in, I have a PhD and I'm super disappointed in the utility of that, I feel like. But at the same time, I've had a lot of really cool experiences traveling, writing. I am on Google Scholar, but it's just not, that's not the cup of tea for me. That's not the stuff that excites me. So as far as creating stuff, I love charting. And that goes with due diligence. I'm not really that great at doing due diligence. And so I shared, I did a video on Aquestive, doing technical analysis of that, which I'm going to switch over to, let's see, where's Aquestive is right here. I did this chart on this inverse head and shoulders that to me just looks so beautiful. I'm so excited about that. The measured move going up to the psychological level of $4. I think that's the most beautiful thing. I get excited about that. That's what my strength is. But, as far as doing due diligence, that's not my cup of tea. I'm not that experienced with that. So I did share this guy's video, the Stocks Wizard. He 18-minute video diving into Aquestive. He also does some technical analysis, but his technical analysis style is different than mine. And so, yeah, I would rather share the stuff that he's passionate about and good at with you guys so you can access it. And then, focus more on just doing more charts, more videos like this that I just get really excited about. And some of them just pop to me. Not only does this look like a beautiful inverse head and shoulders pattern, I highlighted levels that might be useful for pullbacks. 250 ended up being that kind of level. And so I was able to buy the dip and accumulate here. Maybe it's going to pull back and close below 250. There's still more opportunities to buy the dip. But yeah, I think that whether it's related to FDA approval or even if there's FDA rejection, just the rumor, just the, by the rumor could drive this up to $4, in my opinion, before the end of April, because they're expected to have FDA decision by the end of April, I think April 28th. And so that could be a sell the news event. And if it's at $4, I'll be taking profits. But yeah, just super, super cool stuff. I'm like, I love this channel so much. On my day off, on my birthday, what do I want to be doing? I want to be charting and yeah, interacting with you guys because it's super fun. This, like, creating a YouTube channel is so nice because it's like you're not just creating, you're interacting. And one thing that I've always found interesting is people don't view YouTube as social media. They just view it as content. But with that comment section, it is social media. It's just based on somebody's creation. And yeah, and I feel like for me, YouTube is just such an exciting platform to be creating on. And because it is so dynamic and interactive. And that's like where the reward is, the interaction with people, which I did not get much with my other channels. But yeah, I might switch over to see if there's some volatile stuff going on. APLD, I'm definitely going to be doing a video on this. I did a Fibonacci retracement that I think, which is based on this downtrend, but I should really do it based on the up move. I thought I had done that retracement. Yeah, so that's funny. Because there's this downtrending one. Oh yeah, so this super cool with this because it's like, how do you know when you're at the high? Where do you expect it to go when you get there? And so this retracement is based on this like blow off top high, which, I could maybe move to here, but, for this, blow off top high there, retracement down to the low, that marks the 618 level, which is the high. And so I think that, basically with these retracements, I feel like the 618 is pretty common, as well as the 786. I'm just going to plug my headphone back into the mic because it's nice to be able to hear myself to make sure that, sound is going through well and stuff. And yeah, so with this, have this retracement from the high to the low, the 786, which is up here, or the 618 tend to be, commonly revisited, is what I'm finding. And so this goes back to the 618, starts to consolidate there. It's not making new highs or new close. It's making new highs, but not closing higher. That's suggesting weakness. We do see, peak in volume here. Volume dies down. Maybe that's a sell signal. And also it's at the 618. Take profits. Then it drops down. Where is it going to go to? Based on this retracement, I could see $5.42. However, if it is going down, we can do a new retracement that will be going from the low here to the high over here. Where is that retracement? So I could see this going to the 618 again, 550 psychological level, also similar to 542, which is the 236 retracement from the going on the downside. And then also, I'm not sure if this is a gap or what, but at 527, let's see. This is high 527, the next day low 529. So there's a little gap there. So I'm going to actually not make that. I'm going to make that solid, make it a little bit thicker. So I know there is a gap there. And so with that gap being there, it's a small gap. So I don't think it's going to have too much to do with the volume profile. But look at that. Yeah, volume profile. There's a little bit of a volume shelf around that level. And so, yeah, don't chase. This is a falling knife. It's going to go lower. So I got to do a video on this today, which I'll probably record during the stream. I'll take the party hat off for that. But also I might not record stuff during the stream if there's a lot of, interaction going on. And, I'll just have all this stuff mapped out and I'll crank stuff out, later today. But yeah, this is, you know, FOMO chasing, and stuff like that. Thank you, thank you. Could I check Neo? Yes, definitely. I will check Neo. I was expecting this to have a bottom around 7, just being like a psychological level. But also to note, and this is something like, because I always have it up there, sometimes I forget to mention it, but always, whenever I make a video, pay attention to the RSI. I always have it, I always pay attention to where the number is. It's always going to be above Ed's head because I don't want him to block it. Sometimes he does block some of the RSI, but the number will always be up there. But yeah, the RSI currently 33, could go lower. And so with that being said, let's look at the RSI. Like over here, this is over a year ago, the end of October 2022, RSI 2158. And then, following that, it did, kind of consolidate before starting to go up. And so here, also, this is 2738, so lower than 30. We want to see it lower than 30, but then it still continued lower. And so this, considering that, like, I think that this will be going lower, and I kind of don't like how I've charted this, just because this is like such a broad channel. It's so big. I'm going to move the volume profile so it doesn't obscure that. But yeah, I mean, I could see this going down to testing the bottom of that channel, which would be going down to, I don't see it going down this low, $2, $2.50. So I might want to reassess these drawings because, let's see. Yeah, this is good. I'm going to take a sip of coffee. And I don't eat popcorn that much. I bought some AMC popcorn. I'm going to have snacks during the stream. But I'll get too jittery if I don't eat with having coffee. At some point, I'm gonna have to take a break to have some lunch. But it's only 11 o'clock where I'm at, so I've got some time before lunch. But yeah, so with Neo, thinking about how I could draw this differently. Maybe I want to look at it on the weekly time frame to get a better assessment of kind of this wedge pattern that I feel like might be forming. And so what I see is maybe this is like too ambitious going back there. And what I might want to do is draw a trend line based on the low here. And I'm doing this on the weekly, but I'll adjust it to the daily. And so I feel like, yeah, because going to the bottom of that channel, I actually think that channel's not really too helpful because it just goes too low. I don't see this going down to $2. And so with that, still there can be a falling wedge pattern, which would be based on the high here and the high here. And so that seems reasonable to me. I'm going to switch over to the daily. And so from these, I'm actually going to adjust these lines just so I'm a perfectionist, which is not always a great thing. So here I can actually see what that high is by also looking at this other one. And so yeah, the high is marked there, and this high is 1618. So I can adjust those, this being 2274 and this being 1618. I can lock this, make it thicker. And this one over here, I can adjust that to there. And this one at $7 being a psychological level. So the low over here is 838. So I'm just going to lock that so it doesn't move. 838 and $7 here. And so there is, thick lines. And so that is a falling wedge that I think looks good. I could see price going down to $5.50. But it'd have to first go to $6. So with that being said, it might not test the bottom of this wedge. And, I don't see that it could have other touch points. So, and really too, this is like, a kiss of that level. And so I might actually adjust. Oh, and actually, yeah. The way I drew that on the wrong day. So I'm actually going to move this to over here because then we get multiple pivot points or touch points. And so this low is, or actually I could do it on the open of this day. That might actually be good. And the open 724. So I'll adjust that. And yeah, so let's see, with that, we have, this low is just kind of like a desperate pivot point there. And then pivot point off of the open of June 1st. And also, no closes below that level. And we've got these other touch points here. And so that's good. And so, like based on current price or the current day, the intersection with that line is right around 6.10 or $6. So I could see Neo going to $6. And so with that being said, it's like, maybe like the low so far today is $6.61. I could place an order at $6.61, but then tomorrow it goes lower. And then it's like, well, then I could have just like waited and bought all those at once. And so, or, also just wait until there's some bullish confirmations that, hey, this is going to turn around, or a reversal signal. And so what I see with Neo is, and just from like a psychological standpoint, it's probably going to $6 a share at this point because it's broken below 7. But maybe it closes above 7, so who knows? But it's like, what is like the size of the position I want to have? Okay, maybe I've established a quarter or half of that now, and then maybe wait to buy another quarter or another half. I guess, another half, and you have a full position, then you can't buy more. So I think it's bad to think about, I'm going to establish half a position here, and then if it dips lower, I'll buy the other half, because then it's like, then you're maxed out. And so really it's like, I'm going to buy a quarter of my position at 7. Okay, that's filled. And then, I'll buy another quarter. So that's basically doubling the position at 6. And then if it hits 6, then reassess. Maybe it goes to 550. And then you buy another quarter at 550, or you buy the final half at 550. And then that gets your average lower. So you're better positioned for when it turns around. So yeah, I dollar cost average pretty slowly. I have been buying Neo. My average was like 870 something. I can tell you what my average is now. I had bought more. I had more than doubled my position at $7, which was foolish. I should have, I now have 7 shares at $7.75. So, very small, comically small position. But now I'm positioned to be able to still be able to buy the dip if it goes down to $6. I could easily buy 7 more shares down there. And also I'm not emotional about it because it's not thousands of dollars. And I don't, so that's how I play. And I'm still refining how I do it, but I'm trying to get better at respecting the levels that I identify. The channel helps me with that. Whether that's Fibonacci retracements or, like this line at $7, like, my average was up here around this line. It's like, okay, well, I see it going down to 7. I'm not going to buy 1 share per day when it comes down. I'll just buy those shares at 7. And that's what happened. So that was a good execution for me. But yeah, I'm definitely I'll put out a video on Neo. We'll have like more of a succinct analysis of this. But I don't think this, at least as far as, trading goes, I don't think this channel is useful just because it's too broad. It's too big picture. And I don't think that these levels are really significant because, it's like, I don't think price is going to go below $3. And so for it to retest this line, it'd have to go to $3. So that's not useful for charting. This line might actually be, a good way for me to draw that. Yeah, so maybe I want to omit this line and then move this one. Well, where did I have that connected to? The bottom there. Oh, yep. So not good with like undoing this. So yeah, I mean, like I could extend this to up here, and then that would get more touches that would like really, you know, okay, this is more notable resistance because it had so many touches or tests. So the low here, 27.22. I'm just going to adjust that. Oh, wrong key. And so, yeah, looking at this, and that also coincides with that gap fill too. So I think that that's like, yeah, and then you have a near touch points here, touch, and then this is the pivot point, I believe. And yeah, so I mean, this could even be, I could, oh, but it's, yeah, I mean, I don't want to, that's probably a better pivot point for this. Yeah. You're welcome. Glad I could be helpful. John, I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, but thanks you for the comment. But yeah, I'm just going to move this pivot point to over here just so there are no closes above it, which, you know, I'm not really sure how significant all of this is, but I just, you know, trying to refine my strategy. So this or closes or opens, no candles outside of it. So the open 24.13. So I'm just going to adjust that, fine tune it. And so let's see. Crap. Yeah, so I feel like that's going to be a pretty important level, which, you know, could be adjusted because maybe this pivot point is not so significant, and like it would be better if I were to move that to here. But, you know, that is going to act as, you know, like it's like these levels, these prices bumped into that, and that was resistance. But that stems back to resistance here, you know, with consolidation above that level. You see it's not huge compared to this down here, but, you know, move it over here. There's more price action above that because there was consolidation here before it dropped down. And it does look like there was a head and shoulders there. So that was kind of a tell that this would break down. Yeah. I don't know, when's earnings? The end of February. Yeah, I'm gonna drink some water. Yeah, but this is just like so fun because it's like there's a plethora of material with the stock market and with crypto, you know, whatever, with commodities, because everything changes every single day. Every minute there's can be a new candle. But my analysis is mainly based on daily. Yeah, I'm not like I at least I think for the time frame of my trading, I like looking on the daily is best because I'm not a day trader, and so like I don't need to look on the 10-minute time scale because, yeah, I mean, unless I am like an in and out type of thing, which is not common for me. But yes, this low was 17.16, so that's perfect right there. And there's a gap to the upside. So that is, you know, something to be thinking about. And with that gap, there's, you know, going to be resistance above it. So while filling that gap might happen in the near term, maybe the next month or two. But once it does get to that level, once it does fill that gap, you know, like gap fills are always like, you know, there's either resistance or support on the other side of it. And so that's what we see here. I'm going to look at Luminar. This did break below 550. Wonder if it's going to close above this downtrend. Yeah, this is an exciting day. I'm going to switch over to the green hat. I feel like we could use some positivity. And yeah, with so many things going down today. But also with things going down today, it's good to have the mindset, it's good to have the perspective, and at least to, you know, be establishing positions where you can view the chart as that's a discount, I want to buy it. So Yeah, for me, like I think I had an order for today at 250, but now it's like, okay, well, reassessing, I could see that this trend line is a good buying opportunity. So like 240, current price, 238. That's, and like to be averaging to add in, because this is downtrending potential support that has broken lower below. So yeah, let's see, Highcroft. This is, you know, the low of the day now at that. So yeah, I'm curious to see if that video is popular. Um, yeah, Highcroft, only 24 views. I wonder if it'll pick up in the evening. But yeah, Highcroft, I feel like it's not that big of like a market cap. It's pretty small. And it's also like, the AMC ape community and stuff. And so I feel like if anything is, suggested about something going down, people can be, oh, dismissive, you're a shill. And so I feel like with Highcroft, or maybe it's just because it's a smaller company, the videos don't get that many views. So that's something I'm going to want to consider. And I don't know if you guys saw it, but I did have this put out this calendar. I'm going to try to do like monthly calendars or schedules. And, I'm just going to be going over specific stocks, specific days. And then if they perform well, I'll do them the following week. I'll follow up on them. If they don't perform well, I'll mix it up, do something different. And so Sundays for this month, natural gas, Fridays, AMC. And then other than that, just kind of seeing, what goes on, trying to do 4 videos a day. Also taking requests that are going to be really based on, requests during live streams or from comments that'll go over in live streams, but then from the recording, take clips and release those as videos. So I have, I'm kind of like doubling up on my efforts, 2 birds, 1 stone, doing live streams, creating material that can be videos. And then if those videos perform well, then I'll do follow-ups on them. If they don't perform well, it's not a big deal. I'm still doing the coverage of the stocks that I typically cover. But yeah, thinking I got the green hat on. Let's see what's up today. Wow, this was asked about during the stream yesterday. And yes, this is daily candle. This is like so ugly. So weekly, and this is up. And so this is not one I would be trading because it's so small. But market cap 1.5 million. Like, I don't have $1 million, but to me, $1 million is not a lot of money. From the numbers you hear about in the market caps, whatnot. This is like, there are so many people who could just buy this company. And so, yeah, so this is like a little risky, but it is up a lot today on the day. And so that to me is like sign, especially with there being like, the shelf here, this might be a nice opportunity to trim. My thoughts. Pagaya Technologies, this was also brought up during stream. Looking at the weekly here, but looking at the daily. This looks like it's bumping into what might be resistance. Yeah, parallel channel. It's a pretty cool chart. But it does kind of look like this head and shoulders maybe. But yeah, I'm not sure with that. DWAC, mentioned this earlier. Now it's below 20. So yeah, I mean, whenever something runs up like that, you got to look back and see, is the price that it's at, is there something that it might go above or below that's significant? This candle here had a close on the day of $20.08, a $20 psychological level. And so this might not be going back above that. So good to trim up there, whether you're holding the bag, if you're selling at a loss or whatever. At least that's from my perspective. I could be wrong, and you got to do what you feel comfortable with. But something that I've done with Biora Therapeutics, which I covered on the channel, but it doesn't get too many views. So I don't know that I'll cover it that much more unless there's news. But I had trimmed some of it at a loss one day but then waited 30 days to avoid a wash sale, which is, I want to be able to claim that loss in my taxes, so I get a tax break. If I wait 30 days, I can do that. If I buy back like tomorrow, then I don't get a tax break. I don't get to claim that loss. So with this, it might be like, oh, trim here. And then if it does come down, then wait 30 days to buy back in and then get a tax break and you get your shares back for cheaper. And so that's like a strategy that is tough to do. It's tough to sell at a loss or to trim at a loss. And I can go over what I did with that. And actually, I'm curious to see what Biora is doing during the market right now. Hopefully with the green hat on, it's green, but I imagine it's red. It's actually break even for the day, flat. And so, yeah, I mean, this is like what I did with that one is I thought that, oh, this is breaking out of the channel. It did close outside of the channel. It might continue higher. But then during the pre-market on, I think the 23rd, and seeing this, it's like, that's not a strong close. That's not a clear break outside of it. I should trim. And so I trimmed at 265, did take loss, but then I bought back within this channel. I'm not sure what the average is. I've bought a lot more shares than I had previously, but I basically bought those shares back at 130, which is around current price, but I could see price dipping lower. It did almost get to $1. But that channel that it was attempting to break out of over here, basically, if it stays flat for this week, it's gotten out of that channel, even without, a lot of volume up, just like time is moving it out of the channel. So I think it's pretty interesting. Yeah. More money. What's up? Rivian and Fisker. I will definitely give my take, and I'm probably going to do videos on them. I do, have and Fisker. Yeah, so I did just do a video on Fisker. And so I don't know if that recent one that I did was helpful. I think I tried to do that on Saturday. Let's see. I'm going to check my, let's see, fumbling around. I'm just going to check. Yeah, did I do a Fisker video recently? I'm pretty sure I did. Didn't I? Weird. No. Oh yeah, shorts drive Fisker to $1. Yes, that was a pretty popular video, 228. And since that was popular, I'll definitely be doing an update, likely on Saturday, just so I kind of like distribute the love between the different stocks. But yeah, I'll first look at Rivian, and then I'll go over to Fisker. And I'll probably be doing an update on Fisker. Super cool thing. I went over it earlier in the stream. I have got to do a video on it because it's super cool what happened. I think it will depend on what the close is, though. Alphabet skills, dang it. Yeah, so I, drew all of these lines like that are kind of grayed out a while ago. I'm going to remove the volume profile. And just, I grade them out because it's like maybe they'll be useful in the future. I do think that they're significant, but at the same time, the clutter kind of sucks. And so this line, I'm going to make that not grayed out. I'm going to make it thick again because I don't know if you noticed that based on, so this has the pivot points of the low on April 21st and the low on June 27th. Those are the two pivot points. And I had thought, maybe it's going to serve as support over here. It did consolidate around that level, but it doesn't seem like it was that significant of support. Now look at the current price. That was the line I drew before, graded out. It looks like it's possible. It depends on what we close at today. But this could be a buy the dip opportunity if it's respecting that as support. So, yeah, I'm blown away by this. It's so cool when, it's like some stuff you do on the charts, I look like a jackass. It doesn't do what I say or what I think it might do. But other times it's like, oh, wow, seems like it was significant. So maybe, the low today, 1708, maybe that was a buy the dip opportunity. And this starts to then consolidate around this as support. If it does consolidate this as support, though, because it's uptrending, it's possible that could be bearish consolidation. So that's something to keep in mind. With that being said, paying attention to the volume, paying attention to the RSI. RSI currently around 35, so that could go lower. With that being said, price could go lower and this could break the support. If it does break the support, levels that stand out to me, 1528 that I have marked here based on the low here. Actually, I think if we look at the volume profile, that might be of better help because, you know, this was support, but there's not much below it, or at least not over here. So that means it was support there based on the bounce, but what's under that to have acted as support? Nothing. There's nothing over here. There's no consolidation to suggest that it will act as support again. But then we get this consolidation over here. That's suggesting that it could act as support. And so I'm going to put up the volume profile just to get a clearer picture of, you know, where we might see some consolidation. Yeah, so I don't really think this is necessarily that significant, 1528. But let's see. I mean, it does pick up like right around here. This is probably right around. So yeah, like I think that like around 16, just being a psychological level, you do have some tops over here. Let's see. So I'm going to draw a line here. What's the, I like to have intersections with stuff. So the high here, not 16, not 16, not 16. So yeah, so there's not, yeah, 16 being a psychological level. I'm just throwing that out there. But if we look at the chart, it actually, I think, looks like there's support a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it's like there's this consolidation here. Getting down to 16, there's not much below it. So yeah, this, okay, looking at it in this frame, 1672, and that, you know, I don't know if you can see it over here, you know, that coincides with these tops. There's a little bit of a volume shelf there, and then this one here, right around 15, 1490, just being like a psychological level of 15. So, you know, I'm going to draw a line here based on the high. Ooh, let's see. I'll do it based on this high. What is that price? The high for that day, 1559. So this is, you know, all these, like, the specifics can be kind of hand wavy and stuff. Did I lock that? Yes. Okay. So yeah, with that, at that level, you know, you have 3 touch points over here, so that's good. Another one over here. Dang it. Looks like this close was above that. Or sorry, the open was above that. So that's 1590. So yeah, I'm going to have to say this one is I'm going to have to bump that up to 1560. So then we do lose this. That's a kiss, you know, 1590, 1559. So it's not a touch there. But, dang it. And then these, you know, whatever. I'm forgetting about those. It does seem like, you know, we've got multiple tests of this as resistance, consolidation here, you know, that's then going to act as support at, yeah, I've got all this clutter here. I don't actually think, I'm going to delete this gray line because I don't think that's too significant. And I think that I might just do another one around 15. I think that's a psychological level. So I'll put in just a horizontal line based on nothing. That's a pretty good guess. I'm trying to get that at 15. And then this trend line, which is based on the low here, March 20th, and the low here, June 27th. Same pivot point for both of these lines. And so this, I'm just going to make it white. I'll probably adjust these colors and whenever I record the video of these lines. So basically, you know, what I see is this, you know, is where it's at right now. Where the close is, that's going to really, I think, signal whether it's at support or if it's broken through it. Considering the RSI is not at 30 or below, I think it's probably going to break lower. And so this white line supports significant levels. And then I'm just going to kind of like color code these as, you know, like yellow is the first line. This one is orange, is the next one, and then this level here is red. And so I see those as being, potential levels that this could be dropping to. And as far as, and also maybe I want to put something here around 1678. That would be the gap fill here, which, has already been filled, but it's just, like below or above gaps, whichever direction it's going in. Do I sometimes use moving averages? Yeah, I try to, but they always like skew the axis because I use like auto fit axis. So I don't like always use them, and sometimes I just forget. But yeah, I'll throw up the moving averages just to see 1 second. So this high is 1675. And since that's a gap, I'm going to make, or was a gap at least, I'm going to make that blue. And yeah, and this wedge that it broke out of, I'll leave that as gray because it did some significance there. So yeah, I mean, I could see this also looking at, how do I want to, yeah, so looking at it with this time frame, you have this volume shelf here, and that's like right lined up with that. So I could see this going down to 1675. That's when, if I was like averaging into a position, my next buy would be at 1675. Unless, you want to do stop losses or something. That, to me, 1675 is like where there'd be support. And so this is like, to me, something that you just want to be like averaging into. And that's why I go really small. I very slowly average into positions. Like I don't, which I should do stop losses, but yeah, average into it based on these levels. And I think that, yeah, 1675, I would expect that to act as support. But then, yeah, there are these other levels to the downside and this other trend line. So yeah, and yeah, I'll throw up the moving averages. Let's see. So let's see. I see the question about contracts, so I'll look at that in a second. But yeah, I would hope that it can hold this level. If it does consolidate, though, along this trend line, though, I think that's probably a bear flag. Earnings are coming up in a month, basically. Yeah, so expiration date, January. So this Friday of 38, break even is 1838. So you got them today. Yeah, so let's see. What's the strike for those? I'm just gonna say because little emoji things. So yeah, looking at the options for this week, for calls, yeah, let's see. There we go. This is overwhelming. Let's see. Yeah, so I guess I want to know what the strike is for those. But yeah, with the expiration being like this Friday, what I've found with options is like it's good to do at least a month out because maybe you're early, gives you an opportunity to average down. If you do average down, I'm not good at this. Do it strategically. Otherwise, you're just going to be throwing money into something, and theta decay, the time decay, is just going to kill the contracts. Yeah, and with it being so soon, like if you're green on those contracts right now, I'd sell because like options like more than often expire out of the money. Like more people lose money. And on that note, I'm going to switch over to max pain to see what the max pain is for Rivian for this week. I imagine it's 18. RIVN. 19.5. So that's probably because it's monthly contracts. So I think that this is probably more close to, no, 19.5. Yeah, so, yeah, trading below these moving averages. I'm going to throw up the 200-day moving average as well. And I know somebody was asking me about using the EMA, which is that the exponential moving average. I haven't explored that yet. I do intend to do that. But yeah, we did get a crossover here of the 50 over the 200. And so that is, it was just funny. It's like right before it jumps off a cliff, which I think is related to the change of the year. People not wanting to take profits and have to pay taxes for last year, take profits, start of January of the year. But yeah, did get this like golden cross here. But, that's a lagging indicator. And then, price comes down. So that's why, yeah, I don't really use moving average too often because I feel like it's usually like, oh, this is a golden cross that's bullish, but then it sells off 2 days later. What I might do is see just what they have for like technical signals. So nothing recent there. Yeah, this is just all like bearish. This, is double moving average crossover. Yeah, so that's like, what are the specifics of this? Yeah, that's like, oh, there's a bullish signal, but it's, a lagging indicator. So really that's like a sell the news type of thing. So yeah, I feel like moving averages are like, I feel like more like contrarian indicators, like, oh, oh, there's like the golden cross. This is a green bullish signal. And it's like, okay, sell. Is my perspective on that. But this is also, yeah, this, you get that signal there, but you got the crossover the day before. And so then it's like you'd want to take profits here, even though that's the last of the year, so nobody wants to do that. But, this is like, where psychology comes into play with the markets, I think. And then here's a bullish, I think that's a bullish engulfing candle. Yep, engulfing line bullish. I'm not sure what the engulfing line is, but yes, bullish engulfing candle. Yeah, and then you were asking also about Fisker, which I will go over now as well. I'm just going to remove the moving averages, especially with the 200-day. That can like really skew the axis. And Fisker, my alphabet skills, Fisker right here. Yeah, so in the Fisker video, I think, I'm just saying that I think $1 is, steal. I think it's at a discount. And really, like thinking about like moving averages or, yeah, or like the RSI, it's like if something's overbought, that means it's really high. You don't want to buy it. If it's oversold, it means it's really low. You do want to buy it. And so let's say this white line that I have drawn here based on these, two pivot points, which has served as, very approximate, consolidation, downtrending level. When price is lower than that, it's oversold. When price is above that, it's overbought. And so I think that level has served as a nice indicator of that. Maybe it's BS though. Maybe this tanks tomorrow. Who knows? But the RSI is below 30. It has been below, like much below 30. But still, we're seeing lower lows in the price. We're still seeing higher lows in the RSI. That's bullish divergence, still maintaining that. So yeah, I think that this is at a discount. I believe, actually, yeah, I should check this. I believe because I like to have 100 shares. I like to establish positions that are at least 100 shares so I can sell covered calls. It's possible I had And yeah, I think I might have sold a covered call today. Yes, I did. Um, I sold a covered call with a strike of, I believe, $1.50. I'm going to actually pull that up. Let's see. Man, it's crazy. I need to, I don't take like Ritalin or anything like that. I'm not prescribed it, but I feel like I need to take something so I can just like be cranking out videos. Um, I think I need to get the channel monetized to a point where I can quit my job and then just like do stuff nonstop. But yeah, I'm thinking about Fisker. I did sell, like if you have 100 shares and your average is around $1, I sold a covered call this morning with a strike price of $1.50. So it's really not that exciting. It's going up to this, above this red line, basically up to here. I would want to hold them beyond $1.50, but selling the covered call would force me out of my position at $1.50. That would be taking profits. This is a strike for this week, and yeah, I now have more than 100 shares, so I'd still be able to hold it longer, but then I'd be taking a 50% profit. And I, sold the covered call. Very unexciting. I made $1 on it, and with fees, it becomes 93 cents. So very not exciting. But what I do every single week is I sell tons of covered calls, and so that 97 cents, or in some cases I make $5 on them. If there's a lot of bullish action, things start to squeeze, I can sell covered calls. Make like in I think November, maybe it was the beginning of December. I sold some GameStop covered calls, made $200 that week selling covered calls, with strikes above my average. And so that really just kind of like, it forces me out of position. So like, while I do want to diamond hand stuff, I get attached to things I don't want to sell. Not only do I make money on premiums, I make money when I'm forced out of the position. So I think that covered calls are awesome. But yeah, everything seems so red today. With that being said, I'm going to have to switch my hat. I'm going to have to switch my hat back to this one. Because, yeah, it's, yeah. Oh, and so I see that you got 150 shares today at 94 cents. Nice work. Beautiful job buying the dip. You did better than me. And yeah, so I mean, like, yeah, I don't know if you do covered calls or if you're familiar with them. If, like, I've been forced out of, like, with AMC, I think, I sold some covered calls, and I was forced out of a position because it started to squeeze, and, I had to sell at a loss because it closed in the money. So they can be risky in that sense, but, like, I mean, if your average is below, like, the strike or common strike, like $1, then you could sell covered calls at $1 or two with a strike of $1, like 150, and make a little bit. So yeah, like on Fisker here, looking at the options. So for this week, yeah, I mean, I sold mine for $1 with a strike of $1.50. I can't sell that anymore now. That's why I try to do them right at the start of the week on Monday, because like even if things go up, it's like, oh, I could have made more money selling that covered call. But if things go down, like, now, at least I made $1, So and if like your average is less than $1 with Fisker, you can make $5 selling a covered call. I don't know if you're able to see this if it's too small, but the $1 strike for calls on Fisker for this Friday, you could sell a covered call and make $5. The premium's 0.05, so times 100, $5. For the strike of 150, it's now 0. So I was able to sell one for 1 cent, which translates to $1. Not very exciting, but stack those gains, dollars add up. And so that's kind of how I trade stuff, which is not too exciting. Oh yeah, and then speaking of cheap stuff, and being on the F section of this list, FFIE, the low, $17. This is one, I forget who, but somebody was asking about this during a live stream because it, squeezes occasionally. Good. I'm glad you can see the options table. I wonder about that because like I'm not too great with options as far as making money. Like I'm not the best at knowing when to enter or exit. Trying to get better at it. So I'm going to continue to like kind of fail in private. But once I start getting a better routine of it, I'll probably do some videos on options once I feel more confident in my interpretation of them and my execution of them. But yeah, I always wondered if it's too small for people to see. But yeah, with Faraday futures, this is, like a dying stock, but it does squeeze occasionally. And so I basically, thinking about like counts, like a 5, 6, 7 day count. That's kind of happened before, where it like consolidates for a number of days and then it squeezes up. And so for me, basically, I have an order at 16.5 cents. I'll buy 100 shares, so $16.50. So, I'm expecting if that does get filled to lose that money. But if it does get filled, I could be doing like a 50% swing. And so if it does get filled, I just place a limit order. Probably, here it's like there's consolidation here. So it could go up to like 21 cents or up to this resistance here. It would form around 23, 24. But I feel like that's getting greedy with something that could, go down to zero. So what I might do is if it does get filled at 16.50, I might trim at, let's see, 20 cents or whatever would be like a 20% swing. Don't want to be too greedy. And 20% swing on $16, it's not that much money, but practicing execution of a percentage swing, if you can do 20% swings many times throughout the year, you're making bank. And so that's kind of what I want to like be practicing doing, not getting emotional, like not wanting it to, I want to get a 50% swing, but it only goes up to, 23, and then that doesn't get filled and I'm left holding the bag. So I don't want to be holding the bag. I want to be in and out, especially because like this company, I don't know anything about it, and I don't want to be left holding the bag. But yeah, there's tons of, this is such a sale day, it seems like. I might look at, see what Bitcoin's doing. I've got to adjust this actually I might just switch over to the crypto tab that I have here. Yeah, Bitcoin, curious to see, is this going to be able to break above this resistance or is it going to go lower? I think what will happen based on like the psychology of whales taking advantage of people for their money is that this drops. So people are scared. It's going to drop lower. Bears are seeing this as this is a bear flag. It's below resistance. It's going to go lower. I'm going to start building short positions down here. But then whales who dumped here on the ETF news are on the sidelines now, and they're thinking, okay, I'm going to let this consolidate so people think it's a bear flag. Let bears pile in with their short positions. And then once they get their over-leveraged positions, I, as a whale, am going to buy back in, send this up to 50K, and flush out those bears. They get squeezed out of their positions, and then bulls see, it's broken above 49K. It's a new high. It's going to be running. I got to add in. People who are not that familiar with crypto or just market psychology are going to see, new high. I'm going to FOMO into this. I'm going to stack my position, stack into a position above 50. And then the whales, when all of people are starting to FOMO in, when it hits 50K, whales are going to be like, all right, I'm going to sell, I'm going to go short and then tank it. And so that is, I feel like Bitcoin is just like constantly mind games driven by whales. And yeah, so I do see this going up to 50K, but ultimately I see this coming down to this level, this box here between 25 and 36K. That's when I plan to start adding more heavily. For me with Bitcoin, I just do like $10 a week, adding to a position. So super lame, but that's something I could do for the rest of my life, just be accumulating more and more and more. But if when it does go down, like my buys are like Monday mornings, set $10 every week. But then I think yesterday, or no, I think on Sunday, it was down a little bit. And it's like, oh, I'll do another $10. Just kind of casually add in and build that position. But yeah, I'm expecting this to squeeze up and then squeeze down and then go into this box. And yeah, man, I'm really bummed kind of with Bitcoin that I missed 12K. I don't know if I have it marked here anymore. I think I deleted it because yeah, it was just stupid. And that's why it's good to, if you have a target of 12K down here, maybe it doesn't hit your target. So start establishing, averaging into a position. So in case your target's not hit, you at least have half of a position that you want. And the tell was that there is bullish divergence here. And that is how you know this was the bottom. But, oh well. And then so, yeah, see, I'm just going to type up because you see Rivian looking like a squeeze. Yeah, so I'll switch back over to Rivian. Oh, man. Sorry if you hear like my neck cracking. I hope you guys can't hear that. Yeah, so this to me, like depending on how it closes, this looks like a buy the dip opportunity. Unless it just consolidates kind of mildly above this uptrending support, then that would be a bear flag in my opinion. But I could be wrong. Like, yeah, flags are like super tough for me to like, it's like, oh yeah, this starts consolidating here above that level. That's a bear flag. It's going to break lower and then volume steps in and it squeezes up. And so I need to be improving on my not identifying whether or not something's a bull or bear flag, but like the execution of it does it follow through? And so, yeah, I see this as there's some, yeah, like I feel like the support is really coming down to 1675, the strong, but I mean, yeah, there is support over here. There's that trend line. But, we had recently broken below that trend line, so why would we not do that again? This does look like, maybe this is a little hand wavy, but actually, yeah, it's pretty hand wavy. I'm thinking like this is an inverted head and shoulders, but no, the neckline was broken here very clearly. Yeah. Let's see, PayPal, I just recently did a video on this. Oh, yeah. That's so funny. I'm glad I'm proud of myself when I'm bearish because it's really, really hard to be bearish. And like, I don't know what your guys' personalities are like. I am the kind of person who like never wants to be, I don't want to be a pessimist. I'm like a default optimist or like a chronic optimist, something like that. And so it's like really tough for me to be bearish. But, I saw, volume consolidation over here, multiple trend lines converging and moving averages being above, now all three of these are above the current price, buying opportunities down here. And so I was saying that I want to see what the price is going to do at the end of this week. And then if price is still around this level, I might buy a share at the end of this week. If price is lower, I'm glad I didn't buy a share. But then also, and then if it is still at these levels, around earnings, February 7th, if it's still around these levels and they're acting as resistance, then I'd buy put. This is like a pretty cool earnings too, because it's on a Wednesday, I believe. February 9th is a Friday. So you could buy puts before earnings for the 7th. And if it does seem like it's bearish, and then, make some big money if it does move a lot. But that's totally gambling. That is where the degen ed side of this channel comes in. And so I might make one of those plays, and maybe I will make like a degen ed, like a degen video on that. Like, just like, it's really risky. I think it's like but that's, I'm interested in it, and I'm just going to do something that I might lose all of the money on it. But yeah, I mean, with support or these levels, these key levels being above current price with earnings coming up, it doesn't look too good. Unless, maybe price comes down to these levels before earnings that I have marked here. And then maybe it could squeeze up to these levels following earnings. And then that would be like a call type of play. But yeah, I'm curious to follow the options for... yeah, hey, thank you, Big Bird. Yeah, thanks. Happy birthday to me. But yeah, Bior, that's actually like, I've made some videos on Bior around like the FDA approval, and those were pretty popular. But I'll switch over to Bior now. But lately they haven't been too popular because like the price action's just been dull. And so it's like, I think, yeah, let's see how many views did the last Bior video get. Let's see. Man, more subscribers, 392. Thank you. If you're a new subscriber, welcome to the channel. But yeah, I'm just going to check my phone to see how the last Bior video performed. Let's see. Yeah, the last one I did 10 days ago, and it's only gotten 43 views. And that, I think I was just kind of talking about it. That came out, wrong video. That came out on January 6th. And so that was here. I said close at a key level. It's like 140. Or no, I think 135. Oh yeah, and this, I have it whited out. Or grayed out. Yeah, so 136 was a pretty important level. It was closing below that at like 135. And so yeah, I made a video, it was on the weekend, about it closing at the key level. And yeah, it just continued down after that. And yeah, so I don't really want to do another Bior video until we see some price action. But with this channel, it's really just like as time moves on, if price is flat, it's moving out of this channel. And really, like, I mean, the low of today so far being $1.22, that's a retest of, yeah, that's a test of, you could think of that as confirmation, pretty lame confirmation. But I mean, too, like, I mean, if, like thinking about market psychology, and maybe this is BS, but I mean, if you're a bull on Bior, if you're holding the bag on Bior, what's going on right now? You're getting bored as hell. You are not so happy about what's going on, and you're thinking, oh man, this is just going to bleed. This is just going to bleed. But what's happened, if my channel is drawn well, I mean, it could be, I mean, it's not perfect. What's happened here is on Friday last week, we got a breakout of that channel. We did get a close outside of it. And then today, pretty weak price action. But we got a retest of that channel, confirming it as support. And while price action seems boring, that's making me think, if I'm a bull, I'm not too excited about this. I think it's going to go down. I am feeling disheartened, just like how you have in the comment, Big Bird. Bior, so much potential, but depressing price action. And that to me is like, if everybody's thinking, you know, it's depressing price action, it is depressing price action, that is when, you know, maybe we get a confirmation that we're breaking out of this channel. And then big money, I don't know how much big money is in this because it's only 34 million market cap, says, all right, now let's load the boat. And then this gets a breakout to, you know, 150, maybe higher. And let's see, you know, there's something I was thinking about with this. Oh yeah, and also kind of with these patterns, not really, because of this, it kind of negates it, but it's like maybe, and this as well, but we're seeing like all of these little shoulders. Maybe this is a very ugly head. And so, you know, this, yeah, this is like a two-headed monster maybe. So let's see if I can draw something that's compelling, which is going to be tough. I'm just going to do it on the high here to this. Yeah. This looks like we could be forming an inverted head and shoulders. An inverted double head and shoulders. And so like, I don't know how much of this is hand wavy. I think that a lot of people can, you know, identify head and shoulders. Oh, that looks like something, and it's really just like hopium. But what I see here is, you know, you've got a shoulder here, and then the squeeze up is that shoulder being formed, completed, even though you'd think it's like to right here. This is the neckline. The neckline's actually here. And then we get this, start to get this head, but then this happens, but it doesn't retest that neckline, so we're getting a double head. I don't know if that's a thing. Probably BS, probably hand wavy, hopium, whatever. But then following that double-headed formation, we get a retest of that line, which, you know, in here, I'm going to draw this. I'm going to make it specific. So the high here on November 9th is 166. So I'm just going to make that exact. And the open here is 158. So I'm going to make that exact as well. It was basically exact. And so with that, and I'm going to make this, I'm just going to make it a really thick line, still white. You know, with those 2 points, then we do get a kiss of that, a touch of that line here, forming this double head. And so now we're potentially forming this left shoulder. And if we take a measurement, and I'm going to be greedy with this and go from the bottom here. And so maybe this is not the best representation because, you know, it's like two-headed and maybe it's more around like 115. But if this is a measured move and we get a test of this level up to here, we could be squeezing up to around 190. And so let's see, maybe by the end of the month, if we're retesting this downtrending line, that could be an inverse head and shoulders pattern. If we get confirmation of a breakout, it does break out, this could be going up a lot. So I might have to put on the green hat. So yeah, I think that this does seem like pretty boring, depressing price action. But the more bored you are, the more depressed you are, the less hope you have, the more likely you are at a bottom. And let's see. I don't see any divergence or anything here. Let's look at the volume profile. Yeah, so this is, I mean, right around where there's all of this price action, it seems like right around 120 is a significant level. TMC, I'll look at it in 1 second. I just want to throw up the moving averages here. Yeah, so the 200, I'm going to, actually, I won't remove it. Yeah, I'm going to remove it because makes the axis all wonky. Oh wait, I don't want, that's the volume profile. I don't escape that and do moving averages, style, remove the 200, still screwing up the axis. But yeah, so let's see here. Yeah, I mean, we could be getting which is like contrarian. But if we got a 21 day to cross below the 50, that would be like a bearish indicator, but it's a lagging indicator, so it could be marking the bottom. So yeah, I'm excited about Bior. I like personally have a buy order at 116. After today, I might bump that up a little bit because yeah, I mean, like, you've always got to be adjusting your plan. Some things follow through with what you're expecting, other things don't. When they don't, you got to adjust your plan. And so I don't think that we're going to be going back to 116 because I think that I'm compelled by this inverse double-headed shoulders pattern. I'm compelled by that. And yeah, and I mean, I do think that Bior has to be going up at some point. So, but yeah. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to look at what are my thoughts? What's my take on TMC? So I'm just going to remove this moving average and the volume profile. TMC. I'm not sure if I feel like I've looked at this before, but maybe I haven't. Oh, the metals company. Cool. That sounds interesting to me. Excuse me. So TMC Metals Company is a deep sea mineral exploration company which is focused on the collection, processing, and refining of polymetallic nodules found on the seafloor of the Clarion-Clipperton zone of the Pacific Ocean. The CCZ is a zone of abyssal plains and other formations in the eastern Pacific with a length of approximately 4.5 thousand miles. And so this is actually really cool. I was like talking about like the other channels that I had worked on before and like probably not really doing much on moving forward because I like this channel a lot. My background's in oceanography. And so I don't study the seafloor or didn't study the seafloor or anything. I studied the chemistry of the water. But like, I think this is really interesting because, it's like we know the surface of Mars better than we know the seafloor, the mapping of the seafloor, because we can observe Mars. We can't really observe the ocean that well, but we can take seismic readings, I believe, and we can get a pretty good idea of the geology of the seafloor. And actually, no, because but I mean, if we do surveys, around like there's the East Pacific Rise, that's what this would be referring to. That's where we have, I believe, a fault where there's like a spreading zone. And because of that, there's tectonic activity. And with that, there are minerals there. Here, nodules containing high grades of four metals: nickel, copper, cobalt, and manganese. And so copper is definitely a really valuable mineral as far as like industrial applications for electric wiring. We all know that. Nickel, I believe, in batteries. Cobalt and manganese, I'm not really sure. But, all of these elements, have a lot of application. And so copper cathode for wiring, EVs. Yeah, so this is a super, super cool suggestion. Just from like a company like fundamental standpoint. Looking at the chart, let me see. This is tough. I thought I had removed the moving averages. Oh, and I guess I had looked at this before, but yeah, I didn't put it on the list. What do I see with this? I see... Maybe this is already played out, but one thing that I do see is, see higher high in the price, and on those corresponding dates, not much lower, but lower highs in the RSI, and that is bearish divergence. Yeah, I don't know when I looked over this last. It must have been during a live stream. I feel like Nameless, I feel like you suggested this before. But yeah, I saw bullish divergence then. I didn't partake in it. I've forgotten about it. I should have looked at the profile and read about it. because this is like something that I'm really interested in, but at the same time, I don't want to get involved in something I'm emotionally attached to, like the seafloor and just being interested in that. But yeah, well, actually, I might, yeah, leave those up just as kind of a reminder. But yeah, I do see bearish divergence now, and I could see price coming down to like this volume shelf at 120, 118. It does seem like, yeah, I mean, what's the high here? High here, 120.5. Yeah, so I think that's a pretty significant level, and I think that this is going to be coming down to 120, is my take on it. And so I am not going to forget about this. I'm going to mark that. Well, actually, I'm not going to mark it. I'm just going to put an alert at 120 or 118.6, whatever it is. Maybe I'll just make it 119. And yeah, this is a super cool company because it's like, the things that we don't think of, it's like gold and, whatever else that we could be mining on asteroids, things like that. This is, mining that stuff, but in the bottom of the ocean. And these nodules are definitely like not having learned about them from the markets or anything, having learned about them studying the ocean. It's, yeah, a pretty, I would think pretty lucrative as far as mining goes. So yeah, that's a cool suggestion. And I am actually going to open up my bag of popcorn. So I'm hungry. Got some AMC popcorn here. I like the lightly salted bags, kind of lame, but that's what I prefer. Yeah, happy to take other requests. And I'm gonna switch to the green hat because 3 hours left in the day. I've been streaming for more than 3 hours. 3 hours and 30 minutes. That's crazy. And I didn't expect people to really be joining me much. So cheers to you guys. Just some water here, but. And I might, out of selfishness, I might look over some of the stocks that I'm holding, which are either, very small positions or some of them larger positions. Ooh. Man, I called it. Hopefully this is the bottom, though. I made the video on AMC hitting 420 being the bottom. And maybe we're at the bottom now. I can't imagine that it is because 7% on the day. But, it's a cool chart. Aquesttive. Yeah, this, the low of the day, $2.50. Very proud of myself for identifying that level, which was it the exact, the open, yep, $2.50 here. Psychological level, buy the dip opportunity is what I think. And maybe what's happening is this is a cup and now we're forming a handle and it's going to take off. And so I don't have a full position. I don't have as large of a position as I'd like to have. My average is a little bit below 250 right now. And so what I might have to do is average up, because I think Aquesttive is going to be a big money maker. I think it's going to run to 4 based on, see, I'm doing this with my left hand, based on that measured move from that inverse head and shoulders. Yeah, just a beautiful pattern. And so, yeah, that's from the neckline, 45% move. But if you're to get your average from like 250, it's almost a 60% move. So this is a cool stock. It didn't get that many views, the video that I made. but I'm pretty excited about it. Also, Biora, I just mentioned, I've got to do an update on this. The chart just looks incredible. I think tomorrow what I'm going to have to do is I'm just going to have to crank out tons of videos. Because I don't think I'm going to get to too many today. Because there's so much going on in the stream. Let's see. Charge point. Still the low. Not making a new low today. So that's a good sign. Could be a double bottom. Maybe I want to do a short on charge point. And just suggest that it's possible a double bottom is put in. 179 is the low. Who knows what the low for today will be. So, yeah, definitely gold, silver. So I've been building small positions in gold and silvers. I know I bought silver today. I think I also bought gold. I do 1 share a week, and I don't pay attention to the commodities too much just because I'm thinking longer term. Yeah, so gold, this, and Gareth Soloway always talks about it. I wouldn't do any commodities if it wasn't for him. But yeah, this is, he's talking about this being like this giant shoulder to the neckline, head here and here. And so, my average is right around current price. But I just I don't even think I have that many shares. Let's see. Check in. So gold, I have 4 shares. $20.12 is my average. But yeah, it's just like, I don't think about it. I don't stress about it. I just add to the position. I had trimmed. I think I had bought some down here and I trimmed on the way up. But then it's like, no, I shouldn't do that. I want to hold longer. Yeah, so AAAU is what I'm in because it's only $20 a share. And so I can very casually dollar cost average in, whereas gold is, I think, more commonly traded. But this is 187 per share. And, the structure of them, though, it's a different time frame here. So this is going back to, let's see. Yeah, they're like the exact same chart. So either one seems like a good option. And then silver, I have 2 on here. There's the ProShares Silver, AGQ, $25 a share. Does seem like, maybe it, I don't know, broke out. Gareth's, so I haven't really done much analysis on silver. Gareth's talked about it, how it looks much weaker than gold. But yeah, I haven't been trading AGQ, or I haven't been accumulating AGQ. I've been accumulating SLV because it's a little bit cheaper per share. And, I think that these differ more than the 2 gold ones that I just went over. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, I'm just, accumulating this pretty casually. And so I plan on not selling for a while, or, if I do need money in a month or something, then I'd trim, take some profits. But ideally, I just don't want to be selling these for a while. And that's why I'm dollar cost averaging so slowly. So there's no emotion in it. I didn't load on the dip. And then copper, I think I've got a copper one here. Yeah. Let's see. Because this does look like, it could be, some bullish consolidation here. Downtrending did break out. This is the weekly, so maybe I want to look at the daily. So I've avoided copper. I learn about the commodity. I'm introduced to them and learn about them, and then partake. And so I haven't really learned that much about copper. because I've been under the impression that's somewhat bearish, whereas gold and silver, especially gold, more bullish. And so yeah, I mean, I could draw. Let's see. I don't know how well this will look, but yeah, there's that. This could be like testing the top of what would be that channel soon. So yeah, I mean, maybe this is, breakout from this consolidation, retest that and move higher. I haven't gotten into copper. And I probably don't plan on it. I just don't want to spread myself too thin with the commodities. I have started building a position in wheat, which is, really not that exciting, but it's $5. And so every week I think I have 2 shares now. Yeah, I have 2 at an average price of $5.81. And so next week, if I'm still down, I'll buy 1 more. Not very exciting. And, with this, it could be coming down to retest 538 as a double bottom and then go higher. Yeah, trading options will make you a very rich man if you're good at it. And so I am still improving my skills with options, and I tend to lose money with them. But as I practice, I'll get better. And yeah, I'll definitely, at some point, I'll probably cover options more on the channel as I get better with them. Because, yeah, I think that can be a really good way to make money. I'm really intrigued by PayPal with the earnings coming up. And, just being proud of myself for suggesting that it's good to be bearish on PayPal. Because, I've gotten a lot of pushback on that. But, yeah, I mean, this is converging resistance as well as moving averages here if I were to throw them up. Lots of, consolidation around this level. Not only gaps to the upside, which is great. This big gap to the upside, but you got these 2 gaps to the downside. And so I am leaning towards these gaps being filled before, we break out of this wedge. Those are my thoughts. And then also too, I mean, with this, thinking about the psychology of this, if let's say you've identified this wedge and you're thinking, man, it might break out. Okay, I'm going to buy. And then it's like, oh no, it's not breaking out. It's probably going to retest the bottom of this wedge, which would be coming down to $45. And so, okay, well, I got my average up here. I'm going to wait for it to come down to 45 to make new lows, and then I'll load then. But it only comes down to fill these gaps, and then it moves higher and breaks out. And so I think that's a pretty interesting way to look at this psychologically, especially with earnings here. And so maybe it starts coming down before earnings and fills these gaps, and then that's, bullish on earnings, which is on a Wednesday, I believe. Maybe it doesn't fill those gaps. It's still hanging out around here, around these multiple levels of resistance, and then maybe it tanks as a result of earnings to fill those gaps, and then through that tanking creates a gap. There's a gap to the upside. So what I might do, and I'll probably make a video about it, maybe doing a YOLO, not a YOLO, because YOLO I found out on Wall Street Bets is defined as $10,000. Not that. Just one call or put around earnings, depending on what price is doing. But if it's below resistance and the consensus is people being bullish, like it has been here at all this resistance, then, maybe buy puts. But yeah, I think it's like the channel's really interesting because you get a sense of, what the community sentiment is, and you kind of want to go with the opposite of that. But it's tough though, because when viewers, subscribers are saying one thing, bullish on PayPal throughout the year, yes, I think that PayPal is good to be bullish for the year long term, but just at these levels, it's it's at the point where it's turning around. Yeah, and down 4% on the day. So And while I'm eating popcorn, I might at some point have to take a break to heat up some pizza because I will need to eat lunch at some point. But I won't do that now. 6 people watching, so I don't want to take a break from the stream. But yeah, PayPal is really interesting. I don't usually buy stocks that are like above $20. Because I like to slowly average in, and it's tougher to do when they're higher price. But yeah, PayPal, if there's a pullback to these levels, for sure, I will. Yeah, like if it goes to 54.72, I might buy a share and maybe buy a share down here. You were hoping Rivian hits 1850 today? Man, this chart makes me so happy. It's so cool when technical analysis, even if there's, some hand waviness in the midst, but that it was caught by this trend line that I had drawn months ago, maybe, or a month ago. It's pretty cool. And so that's why, what I need to do is get better at, because I've been averaging in to a Rivian position. And I did buy a share today, so I'm curious what price I bought it at. $17.50. So that was, I bought the dip. Just one share. I only have 3. So yeah, I'm a small fry. I'm a little trader. And my average is 1808, so But yeah, Rivian's cool. So I don't know that I'll get many videos out today because the stream's been really involved, which is awesome. But yeah, I have like a list of tickers that I want to go over. And then also, I don't know if you guys saw like calendar that I put out. And so I'm going to try to do this every month, just list stocks that to cover kind of routinely and try to do 4 per day. And we'll see how that goes. But my goal is, basically a video that performs well is one that gets 100 views within the first 24, 48 hours, at least 100 views. And so I just want to be kind of more routinely putting out videos like that, get the channel growing. Because sometimes, and especially if it's based on ticker requests, it might be more of a niche stock. And so people aren't searching YouTube for them. And so that can be tough because then it's I put the same amount of effort into one of those videos and it doesn't get viewed that much. So just trying to think about how to maximize, the return for the investment, of the time putting into videos, and then doing requests either only in streams or taking clips from streams, and then putting them into videos. But yeah, if streams are dynamic with people joining and asking questions, then I probably won't be able to record too much during streams. But, I've got a list of stocks here in the little notepad here that I plan on covering based on, one of them, man, I'm stoked about this DGen Ed. So it's one that Applied Digital. I'm stoked about this because of Fibonacci retracements. One on the downside to determine the top, one on the upside to determine where this might go to. And so I think that this, because of the volatility today dropping 21%, people are going to be searching for this. And also, I think with this analysis, I can offer, no financial advice here, but I can offer some levels that are if you want to buy the dip, right now you're probably buying a falling knife. And the dip might be at $5.50. Or my take on it. You think I'll be a big YouTuber soon? I really appreciate that. Because, I've been struggling to make content since not struggling to make content, struggling to make successful content since 2015. And I just stumbled upon making these videos really for myself. Like the first video that I made on this channel that's actually public. I do have one that's private, which was like a bad like dollar cost averaging strategy with Bitcoin, which I released like a year ago. Maybe I could make that public just for fun. But like for, yeah, this channel, I mean, just started a few months ago, and really the first video that's public is just, I had wanted to do a live stream, but I was waiting to get like clearance to do a live stream, like 24 hours or something. And so I just recorded like what a live stream would be like, of just like me talking about what I plan to do with this channel. And it's really just a trading journal for myself, trying to get better at trading. And the reason why I started doing this channel is because I was going through some heartbreak, and the other channel I was going through was kind of a discouraging distraction from it. And so I started doing this, and this has been an encouraging distraction, you know, and it's keeping me busy. I'd say I'm still going through the heartbreak a little bit, but having stuff to do with this channel helps me a lot. So it's really, really a nice thing. Oh, and I'm gonna look at ARC-X here. This, like in with the American Airlines video, and also that had the budget, Avis budget car, ticker symbol car. I called the bottom for 3 of them right around here. I didn't know where the top would be. And yeah, so I think this is cool. And also too, like, let's look at, just out of curiosity, ARC-B. Yeah, this is why you don't buy anything when it just gets listed, because it's a sell the news event. It's always a sell the news event. Because whether they're insiders or, you know, it's just like there are insiders with Bitcoin, you know, people who have access to keep, to buy Bitcoin, store it, whatever. There, you can think of them as insiders in the crypto community, and this is a sell the news event for them. And so, yeah, and I will keep on pushing. Thank you. Yeah, this is, I've just got to figure out how to like make videos more efficiently. I don't really edit. I don't edit them. And so I do have a pretty good system, but I need to just be cranking out videos on days when there's volatility. Like I'm going to have an applied digital video today for sure. And then I just have this list of them, and I'll just kind of go through the list to see what makes sense. A question on DWAC. I'll look at that 1 second. I just want to look at Bitcoin real quick. Nothing too exciting with this, because it's just like, yeah, I mean, I think it's going to squeeze out early shorts, and then bulls will get on board. And yeah, so DWAC, I'll look at that. I think I have it on the DGen Ed list now. If it's trading below, I think that this is, wow, this is so weird. Why I'm zoomed in too much. That's why. I think that this is a take profits type of thing. But I don't know, because this is based on Trump winning the, is this based on hype around Trump winning the Iowa caucus? And so to me, that's like completely unrelated to this stock. Truth Social, that's what this is, right? Like, especially because it's the Iowa caucus. I grew up in Iowa. I live in Iowa now. The Iowa caucus is a joke. And so I don't think that there's any real, actually, I wonder if this is like a shoulder, head, shoulder. Not really, because the neckline would have to be here. And yeah, I mean, you could view that as a head. It's kind of ugly. But yeah, I mean, just the fact that like on this big move up to like 25.85, closed at right around 20. 20 is a psychological level. I think that like, I mean, if I was bag holding, I've gone over this earlier in the stream, but like if I was bag holding, I would want to take profit, or not profits, or trim, whether at a loss or not, above 20, because if this does close below 20, that's just like a psychological significant level. Also, this big gap was left behind with all of this volume today. I do think that this could keep running, but I do think that over the next few days, we could get some signs of weakness, and that would suggest a pullback to fill this gap. So I think that this, and I know that like this, I don't know if DWAC is considered a meme stock, and I don't mean that with any disrespect. I hold AMC and GameStop. I'm all about the memes. But with this one, I just feel like it's, I don't know, been fading a lot. But yeah, I mean, this is like bullish consolidation here, it seems like. Did break out. So yeah, I mean, this could continue higher. I'd just be paying attention to the volume. And with this big, retracement, like let's look at this on the, maybe the hourly. Yeah, even within that hour, let's look at this on the 10-minute. Let's see, I'll do 30-minute. Yeah, okay, either way, this is not a good sign. Because you have a blow off top, you do get another attempt at it, but hit a lower high, and then close lower than that close. And so, maybe this is bullish consolidation, but with these two wicks up, that suggests to me that it's not. But I do think that, this is looking at the 30-minute time frame, looking at it on the 10-minute time frame, same kind of picture. But, I do most of my analysis on the daily time frame, and I would think that over the next couple days, this will do kind of like what it did on the hourly, or not hourly, sorry, on the 10-minute time frame, or, I think 30 minutes is a nice way to look at this. Have another attempt at going higher, but fail, close lower. And so I do think that tomorrow we will see, if this closes today below 20, I do think that we'll see another attempt at above 20 tomorrow, but I do think that could be like an exit opportunity. And then I think that it would pull back, because this just seems like unhinged, and it's not like there was a fundamental improvement or financial gains or some reporting of DWAC of Truth Social that suggests, hey, the company's stronger, or did somebody say that there's an increased price target? So this doesn't have targets here for DWAC or analysis for DWAC. But yeah, I think that it was said, I think in the chat, there was like an $80 price target. And that's a price target. That's not, that could be long term. And so this is a response to that, rumor. And that kind like could this go higher? Oh, yes. And then that'd be like a sell the news type of thing. So I feel like this is a take profit opportunity, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't like being a bear, and I'm not bearish on this stock necessarily, and I'm not really thinking about it too long term or anything. But just on this move, I do think there's going to be a pullback, and it's based on the Iowa caucus after Trump wins it. Like that's, I don't put too much weight in the Iowa caucus. I think it's a pretty stupid thing. So that's like something unrelated, but it gets people excited because Truth Social is Trump. So, but yeah, I do see a question from More Money on Fun. I'm just gonna type up because I can't see all of that. Is that volume is 1.3 billion? What's going on with Fun? I feel like is this one Funware? Whoa. Damn, 300%. Yeah, is this like Funware offers fully integrated software platform that equips companies with the products, services, and solutions. I was thinking that this was like biopharmaceutical. Yeah, wow. But this is also, market cap 50 million. So this is small cap. Volume. Damn. That's insane. That's insane. Yeah, I don't know what to do about this one. Damn. That's like, what politicians had money on this one? That's what I want to know. Who was buying this yesterday? who was buying calls yesterday. I don't know. Does this even have an option chain? It does. But yeah, like even like the options chain is worthless because yeah, the lowest is 50 cents. And this is listed on the NASDAQ. When was the last time it closed above $1? A long time ago. So yeah, this has like this seems like there will likely be a reverse split. Midday moves. Why? Why did it go up? What's going on with Funware stock? Well, this pull. Yeah, okay, thing here. Funware Incorporated shares appear to be trading higher Tuesday. As traders circle the name following former President Donald Trump's convincing win in the Iowa caucus. So I guess this is related to Trump. I didn't know that. What to know? Trump received roughly 51% of the vote in the Iowa caucus and won 98% of the state's 99 counties. The former president won by approximately 30 points, marking a new record for victory in margins in the Iowa Republican caucus, according to CNBC. Florida Governor Rick DeSantis was Trump's closest competitor with around 21% of the vote, followed by closely by former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, who received about 19% of the vote. And this is why, like, I think this is a really interesting example. This, like, I believe in the ranked choice voting, but, you know, we have this two-party system. And this is, like, the perfect example of why, you know, there's so much pushback on ranked choice voting and why it's a two-party system, because, you know, these people are like, if Trump has 51%, that's pretty close. And these two combined would have 40%. And that's not too far away from 50%. So, you know, this is kind of like why, you know, and this is within one party, but it's just like, you know, there can only be one or the other. And this is like, you guys are, what's the saying? It's like shooting yourself in the foot. That's what they're doing. So the latest morning consult poll, which Benzinga tracks weekly, showed that Trump currently holds the commanding lead in the Republican primary race with approximately 69% of the support. I bet it was 70 and they just wanted to do 69. I do that all the time. Funware has ties to Trump dating back to 2020, when the company announced that it was working in the development, launch, and ongoing management of the Trump-Pence 2020 re-election campaign's mobile application portfolio. So that's pretty cool. You know, so this is, you know, it's like leave politics out of trading. This is, you know, trading politics. And so in addition to other ongoing engagement efforts by the campaign, the app portfolio boosts supporter enthusiasm and capitalizes on the momentum often seen at Trump rallies. So yeah, and I think that's one thing that like Trump is really, really good at, just bringing people together, spiking that interest, rallies. And so that can drive things apparently to crazy highs. I'm not going to read more about that, but I could if you guys want me to. But yeah, 350%. Damn. Yeah, and like, let's look at this on the 10-minute time frame. Oh, man. This was a buy the dip opportunity. But yeah, don't chase. I'm not chasing. I don't encourage it. But yeah, this one, like DWAC, and I'm going to put this on the DJNet watch list. DWAC, not related to politics or the possibility of, or the, I guess, likelihood of Trump running for president, whereas Fun is related to that, because if Trump runs again, whether it's with Mike Pence again or somebody else, who knows, that is going to boost Fun because they do the election stuff. So this makes sense. This move makes sense. DWAC doesn't really. Like, I would think there's a pullback with that one. But with this is just like scary. Yeah. Damn. If any of you are in this or were in this, congratulations. Congratulations. But this scares the shit out of me. Yeah, then there's this gap down, gap to the down, or I should say gap up, gap to the upside. That skipped over this gap. Yeah, so there's just kind of like this island of price action here, which you see here in this volume profile, right? Man. Yeah, and I might, like, so at 1 my time, I'm in the Midwest. In 20 minutes, I might take a little break to heat up some pizza and eat, because I don't want to eat too much popcorn. I want to have a balanced diet, pizza and popcorn. And so I might take a little break in 20 minutes because I get the jitters if I drink too much coffee without food. Well, let's see. I'm just going to type up, see what more money says. Congrats. In at 90 cents, sold, at 21. Damn. Oh, wait, do you mean 0.9? You mean, or 0.09? Do you mean 9 cents or 90 cents? Yeah, stupid heart emoji in the chat. I gotta move stuff up. At 90 cents. Oh, okay, crap. But yeah, I mean, with this, yeah. Yeah, so let's see. And this is listed on the NASDAQ too. Yeah, don't chase. Because that's like where emotions will get you. Oh, 9 cents. Congrats then. I thought you were saying 90 cents. That's why I have the cursor here. I'm like, man, that's a big loss. I'm sorry. Accepting that. But yeah, so like looking at this, dude, that's yeah. More money. You're insane. Don't say that what you did is dumb. You took profits. And like I heard Gareth say this on one of his streams. You don't lose money by taking profits. You never lose money by taking profits. And, people will give shit for, oh, you paper-handed all this shit. You didn't paper-hand, man. You executed a great trade. So let's see. I'm just trying to get this to be right there to 20. You just had what are you talking about, man? You had a 133% move, and you're saying you're dumb for selling? Oh, sorry. Yeah, 21. Yeah. Congrats, man. Let's see. I don't do the emoji thing here. I'm going to do a congrats. Ooh. I don't know. I clicked an emoji button, and then the chat went white. What happened there? Dang it. Ah, crap. Hopefully this is still streaming well. It seems like it's going well. But this has prompted me to log in for the chat. So I can't see the chat right now because like this Google thing popped up. And so I just have to fuss around with the chat for 1 second. And it's white, it's loading using the OBS software, which is great, but it can be a little clunky. Yeah, so all back there. Yeah, so I hit the stupid heart emoji that's in the way of all of the chat is, blocking. I wanted to send you I wanted to send that. On all the extra gains. Yeah, sure, but that's going to eat you alive. That's going to eat you alive. Because, yeah, I mean, now, on to the next one. Yeah, like, I would recommend not looking at this. In fact, I'm going to switch over to a different chart so you don't keep thinking about it. Nicola, Yeah, I think I just put a video out on this over the weekend, like 2 days ago maybe. Um, and this, yeah, this is one that I I'm really proud of myself for calling this move up. I saw that happening based on the 3 days hanging around this orange line. But I'm glad I didn't chase, and I'm glad I didn't FOMO or anything like that, because I'm like kind of sketched out by the company, Nikola, because I remember them like pushing one of their vehicles like down a hill. There was a bunch of scandal. That's like when I first started trading in the market, really. Like trading. I invested before, but like more like active trading. And yeah, and so what I see, especially with this move down today, this coming down to 58 cents, 58.4 cents, and that would be, at the bottom of this wedge, and that will be a good time to establish a position. Given that it's below $1, I don't know how it works for you guys, but I'm using Webull. I am not able to buy this stock unless I buy 100 shares, at least 100 shares. So I don't want to put in $60 into this if it's, sketchy or something. And so I feel like if it goes down to 58, I'd be willing to risk $58 thinking that this would at least test the top of this channel, or sorry, not channel, but the wedge, and that would be like a 20% move. So I'd be fine taking 20%. Basically if it's a 10%, that's a good trade for me. Yeah, because it's good to be in and out. Otherwise, you just end up bag holding for a long time. But yeah. Let's see. I'm going to switch over to... Oh, this is the recently viewed list. I'm going to switch over to Degen Ed and do a percentage. APLD, now 23% down. I'm so doing a video on this today, and it's going to be popular because of this volatility. I'm stoked. I'm learning the algo. Oh, stem down a good amount. Dang it. It's going to the gap fill. This is one that I had covered. I think just because I'm really interested in the company, sustainable energy, energy storage, pretty compelling. So I did buy a little bit. It's cheap, so it's not a big deal that it's going down. For me, I can average in down at 262. But yeah, that gap's being filled, is my opinion. And then, it does look like there's this giant wedge that I had covered. I'm going to remove that volume profile here. Yeah, so that giant wedge is going to have a giant breakout, and then it's going to have a giant retest coming down to 220. Retest that. Might be new lows, so maybe that would not be good. But yeah, I don't know. It seems I'm slowly building with this one. Plug. I feel like this is one that I need to cover. Man, there are too many stocks to cover. Yeah, so streaming all day today. Tomorrow I'm going to be recording videos all day. And I'll get a few out tonight. Might just be 2, because I'm going out to dinner tonight to celebrate the birthday. Yeah, plug. This is, man, I got to get some credit for this. I drew those lines saying, hey, over here, I think it's coming down to these levels. And these levels, man, yeah, the levels always come back to haunt you. These levels are based on, they're not drawn perfectly, but based on this high here, that was a high on the week ending November 6th, 2015. And then this one, I think just really seeing like a lot of kind of like resistance around there. Yeah, so both of these levels had acted as notable resistance. And so, yeah, I was right. I was early because I, missed out on this upside, but I was right. Is there a difference between wrong and too early? If you buy or if you're partaking, yes, I didn't partake. So I was early. I was on the sidelines. So there is a difference. There is a difference here because I didn't lose money. Or I didn't miss out on gains, I should say. But yeah, this is coming down to 3 and 285. So I got to do a video on plug. as well. But I think this is going to be a falling knife. I think this is going to continue down for multiple days. So I'm not too rushed to make that video. Although APLD, I got to do videos. I got to do videos on the ones that are volatile. That's how the channel will grow. Go EV, had drawn this. I'm just skeptical of this one because of the price. Because it's NASDAQ listed, it's been below $1, closing below $1 for more than a year, or for more than 180 days. So yeah, I just think it's got to have a reverse split. Let's see. Azul. Well, that broke down. Yeah. Dang it on this one. And that is like, why did it drop off? And I think, yeah, this is like, RSI is not below 30. And so it still needs to go down to be getting below 30. Damn, man. But yeah, so these are big losers of the day. And I'm going to switch over to the percentage gains. Fun. Oh my God. If you are not in that play, you're not having fun. Let's see. Tilray suggested, I think I need to wait for some volatility around this, but it does seem like maybe it's finding support here. Yeah, so maybe that's good. But yeah, I don't think there's enough action. Yeah. And for me, like, I wouldn't want to cover something like fun because it's just too extreme. I wouldn't want somebody to buy the top. And so I wouldn't want to create a video on that and then have somebody be mad at me for buying something at 35 cents and then it come back to 7 cents. Coin. The puts on this were too expensive, so I did not buy any. I did, however, have some on Hood. But then I sold for break even. I lost money on the way up, and then I sold for break even on the way down. I could have made money. Let's see. I'm not holding it right now. I want to switch this over to symbol A to Z for Hood. Yeah. So I feel like this is coming down to test this support, which would be around maybe $10. $9-10. The red line had served as long-term support in the past. Earnings coming up basically a month from now. I'm curious to see what my average was. I think it was not very much for the puts. Let's see. Yeah, net, I think I've lost like $30 trading. $31.41. Yeah, so I had an average of $17 per share for a $9 put with a strike on March 15th. So let's look at that. Puts, March 15th. $9 strike right here. 26. Yeah, even now I would have been up. So I shouldn't have just sold that. It's tough. But, I'm not perfect. Yeah, options are a bitch. I sold a buy or covered call. Hard to do. That one has a strike of 250 for February 26th. I don't want to sell it at 250, but that would be profit for me. And so that's what's nice about covered calls. It forces you out of positions into taking profits, but I have enough shares that I'm still going to be holding. So it's not a big deal. There's too much volatility today. There's too much stuff to cover. And And in about 6 minutes, I'm going to take a little break just to eat some pizza. I got to heat up. But yeah, I need to eat some food. That's not just popcorn. Yeah, let's see. Let's see what the low is. 16. Damn, yeah. Man, oh, I love charts. I love being half right. I was wrong about this going down to 150. May happen still, but didn't happen, and I missed out on this big move to fill this gap to the upside. Dang it. But yeah, hopefully, yeah, this is cool because it's like 219. You know, this really like served as like a lot of resistance over here. Now that's support. We're at support now, so that's good. Lucid coming down to, yeah, 182. What's the low of the day? 185, or sorry, 285. This is one that like I really want to be adding a bunch to. And maybe I'll, after the market closes, maybe I'll add another share. I think I have 2 shares. But I'm trying to wait for 260. I think it's going to come down to that. And that will be like load the boat time. GameStop broke 14. Dang it, there are too many stocks I gotta cover. Gotta make videos on. Yeah. QuantumScape, this had a giant move up. Yeah, and this is why you don't want to chase things like fun. Here, you know, they had not a 300% move up, but a 40% move up, and then it's just retraced. You know, all like further down, it's going to fill this gap. So don't fear missing out. No FOMOing. Don't chase, because you're going to be a bag holder if you do that. Rocket Lab. I just did recently 2 videos on this. They both did pretty well. So probably do a follow-up on this at some point. SoFi coming down to 750. What was the low today? 761, so pretty close. Oh, but this for me is like, I don't know that this will get that many views because it's only down like 1-2% on the day, and on Friday 3%, so not 20%. But this is a beautiful example of that channel. It's broken out. Now it's testing that as support, the top of that channel. So I just think that's a beautiful, beautiful chart. So I'm really proud of myself with that. Block. This, I was contemplating buying a put on it. I did not. Which would have printed. But, you know, yeah. This, yeah. Yeah, so I was thinking about trimming earlier, but I didn't, and I'm like, it's not a big deal. But yeah, I was thinking like, this looks like it's putting in a top. And so I might, like, I think I have 2 shares, pretty lame, not that exciting. But yeah, I probably after close, I will probably trim, take whatever, maybe 10% profit on 1 share, so it's like 70 cents, kind of lame. Or maybe I'll place an order so I make $1. That's not very exciting again. But then if it does go up, if it does run up, I would think that it would be rejected. This does look like it's bearish, turning around, coming back down. But yeah, long term, I am bullish on uranium. I do want to be building and adding to a position, but that would be on a pullback because my average is kind of low. But I only have 2 shares. I'm just going to type up so I can see what you wrote, because that stupid heart emoji. I will be sick if fun hits 50 cents. But yeah, but you're going to drive yourself crazy, and then you're going to like revenge buy or whatever. You're going to buy at 50 cents, and then and then you'll lose the money that you walked away from. So yeah, always, yeah, it's like once you close the trade, close the book, walk away. Cause I do that a lot. I sell too early, but and also like with selling covered calls, I could always make more money with them, but it's the fact that I secure money, and you secured money. So that's a good thing. So you don't beat yourself up over that. You participated in something that's actually, that was a really good move. I live in Iowa. I didn't even know the caucus was going on. I'm registered as an independent, and so I don't think I can participate in things like the caucus, which is stupid. But whatever. Two-party system sucks. But yeah. And sorry if that's bad news or something. No politics here. But with that, I didn't even know that the caucus was going on. Amazon. Let's see what's going on with this. Yeah, so this is like, you see the higher high, people FOMOing in like, oh, it's hitting new all-time highs, got to buy, or I guess it's not all-time highs, but new highs for this, cycle. But this is going to sell off because that's just like, people FOMOing up here, then they become bag holders and, big money shorting or something. That's my take. That's my perspective on it. And yeah, even with this, you do see higher highs here in the price, and not crazy, but you do see lower highs in the RSI. That's bearish divergence. So this is going to be selling off, in my opinion, at least down to 147.51. Why are we only now four watching? I don't know. It's a pretty new channel. I've only been doing stuff for about 3 months, and it's only really picked up over the past month or so, especially with Thanksgiving and Christmas, New Year's. And I did like a little Christmas vacation. It's been slow getting a start, but yeah, exactly, yeah. About short Amazon. So I actually don't know how to short. I'm not capable of shorting, and I actually don't want to get into shorting. I feel like it's too risky for me. But yeah, buying puts, you could do that with Amazon. I could do that with Amazon, but just like the premiums on them, they're a little too pricey for me. I wouldn't want to risk that. But yeah, Amazon is to be dumped. For sure. Yeah, and also like too, I think that there's like a lot of like mega caps that are overextended. Also banks, talked about that with like JP Morgan, stuff like that. And S&P, the indexes, the Qs. I think there's going to be a turnaround in them, but I think that a lot of smaller cap companies are kind of the opposite. And so I think that there might be kind of like a rotation into larger caps into smaller caps. And I cover more smaller mid-cap companies just because I don't have enough cheddar to be loading up on Amazon at $150 a share. At least that's not my preference. I prefer to go with stocks that are a little cheaper per share. And yeah, so hopefully I'm thinking that 2024 is going to be a big year for retail. And so I'm really stoked about it, and also thinking about big year for retail. Dang it. We crossed below 420, 413 low. Yeah, this is, I think that this though is depressing. This is what you call depressing. But these prices, this is what you call an opportunity. And may it go down to $4, $3? Yes, possibility. It could go down to $2. Who knows? The low, before this initial run up, before adjustment was $1.95. And that was a great opportunity. That all-time low is a great opportunity. This all-time low, while it might be beat tomorrow, the next day, the next week, in my view, it's an opportunity. I have a lot of confidence in this. The RSI is 18.5. That is oversold. And so this could continue. Sideways trading action. Yeah, big crash. I'm just going to, so we should watch Buzz ETF. There's a ETF Buzz. Vanex Social Sentiment. Oh, This is interesting. Yeah, is this going to tank because the sentiment is down? Is going down? Yeah, and this too is like, this is a higher high. So I would think that it's, you know, uh, this is, yeah, coming down. I don't know. Yeah, so what is this? I'm curious. Social sentiment. It's such a weird thing. This investment seeks to track as closely as possible before fees and expenses the price and yield performance of the buzz next gen AI sentiment leaders. The fund normally invests at least okay, so like identify common stocks with the most positive insights collect from light sources. So what's there's no analysis on this. Yeah, this seems like it's be going down, but maybe I mean, yeah, it's broken below these highs, so I think it could be going down. The most stocks talking in the web. Okay, okay. This is getting delisted next. This fund is crap. Time to short. About to soar. So glad I got out of this one earlier on. Man, more money. Stop looking at fun. You're gonna kill yourself. Actually, I shouldn't say that because of how stock market and stuff. You're gonna regret it. Let's see. Man, it went up to 36 cents. 50 incoming. Yeah, no, when people say stuff like this could be a top signal, so be careful. Um, yeah, I don't know. I wonder if I've got a lag in this. If streaming's slowing down the chart or something. But, what I might do, yeah, for sure, fun. What I might do, since there are 2 hours left in the market, I need to take a little break to eat some food, otherwise I'm going to crash. And less than an hour from now, I've got a very small bottle of Prosecco I'm going to pop for myself for my birthday. Um, but yeah, I'm going to eat some food. I'm going to eat some pizza. So I'm going to take a little break. I will leave the chart on fun, looking at, I'll do the 5 minute chart because I'll hopefully be back before there's a new candle on this. But yeah, I'm just going to heat up some food. And so I'll just leave this here. You guys chat, have fun. And yeah, I'm actually going to leave a note in the chat. BRB in 5. And so yeah, I'll be back shortly. Yeah, for sure. And I'll be back in like 5 minutes. But yeah, if you guys got to do your thing, come back. I will be streaming until market close because this has been really fun. But yeah, I'll be right back. And I'm gonna put this on mute. I was on mute. What's up? I'm back and full of pizza. Whew. The person who suggested I look into Aquestive was asking on Twitter about the DWAC squeeze that's happening. It's like, oh yeah, crazy. Yeah, this is... Man. The key, though, is that there is this high 35, 62. And we have not had a close above that. And so that's what we would want to see. That would suggest there's going to be continuation, which, you know, might very well happen today. Might happen tomorrow. But it might not. So that's I think something good to pay attention to. But whenever there's something like this, good to pay attention to what's going on with it. Like if it's, yeah, I'm happy I'm avoiding it. Let's just put it that way. FOMO is a dangerous thing. Let's recently viewed. Why am I always here? Let's see. Yeah, it seems like it's going to be turning around. But, you know, then it could come back down to test 2782 support. So that'd be a good thing. So, yeah. American Airlines. Oh, I realizing like something a little off. I think for the last hour I will switch to a green hat, my green hat. But yeah, it's crazy. Like, would you guys like it if I put music on in the background when I do streams? Because I was playing around with it this morning and I figured out how to do that. But yeah, I don't know if that would make it more appealing or less appealing. Because yeah, like there's like a YouTube music library where there's no problem to be streaming music. And so I could be doing that if it's more if that's better than the silence. But yeah, ooh, this could be a double bottom for Baba. But you know, there's that wedge, so it could go lower. Not all-time lows though. Wouldn't be all-time lows to test the bottom of that channel or that wedge. Beam, this one I did a while ago. Well, this, you know, I don't know when I did that video. Let's see, around the 20th of December. And I must have suggested that that looked like a bull flag. Looks like I was right. And that $8 was a pretty good level. Went up to $7.99. So, you know, you got to always round because you wait for $8, then you... And also, too, like, because $7.99, it's possible these orders weren't filled. A lot of orders weren't filled at $7.99. And so it's like if you had your sell at $7.95, that'd probably be a little bit better. Yeah, because if it were to go to 8, it'd probably blow past it. John Deere covered this. Yeah, like I thought that there would not be much going on in the live chat, so I started making this list of stocks that I could cover and make like basically record videos during the stream, but I'm not going to be able to do that because there's not much time left. Not much time left in the market. clove. Let's see what's going on with this one. I covered this a little bit down here, but yeah, I feel like this one, I felt like I should step away from it. I had made some money with it in the past, and yeah, it just seemed like it's a little risky. And now that it's, really been testing this uptrend a lot, I think it's probably more risky. Let's see what's going on with nat gas. Got to check out nat gas. This came down to, so my next order for UNG is at this level, 568. Just seeing if that comes back. But yeah, for whatever reason, natural gas, I think probably because it is the Widowmaker, it's it's exciting. And we all use natural gas. But yeah, this is, I think, really interesting that UNG, and I know it's because UNG is on February contracts, I believe, February futures contracts, and Boyle and Cold are on March. So that's why there's a little bit of a discrepancy, but it's crazy that UNG is down almost 14%, while Cold is up about 12 and Boyle down about 12. So I think it's pretty interesting. These are both 2x leveraged, so I would expect that to be different. But yeah, they're not the exact same. But yeah, so this is one I'm gonna add to as it goes down, as it fades. Switch over to, I actually want to look at uranium real quick. Next Gen Energy. Yeah. So it'd be nice if this could close above yesterday's close or Friday's close. But yeah, might not. This seems like it's topping. So I will be trimming half of my position, which means I will probably be selling one share. Indexes. Let's look at these. Yeah, so I don't know if for the indexes that I hold, which are just the SH, the SQQ, and the SOXS, these ETFs, I only buy, add one share every week when it's down. And so I don't think that I can't imagine that it filled today because it was lower at the end of last week, but maybe it has. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what my average is. But yeah, let's see. And I'm just looking at the SPX. Let's see. And one thing that I'm going to do, I'm just going to do a retracement here from this low to what will be the previous all-time high. And see, do any of these levels make sense? Do any of them stand out? 50% retracement. Yeah, I think coming back down to here seems feasible, but it won't be a straight line, Yeah, and these are basically all the stocks that I want to cover. Big C, BIGC. This was requested. I don't know that I'll get to this to make a video on it because I did go over it in the stream, and it's nice. Some people make requests during stream, so I can directly go over them, and that's nice. Some people don't join for the streams, and so it's nice to be able to make videos on those tickers. But this one, I don't know that I'll make a video on it. And yeah, Chewy. Yeah, this is just like a technically this is really interesting, but I don't think it's like gonna get a lot of eyes. Whereas Applied Digital, this is interesting and technical levels to go over, and I think it'll get a lot of views, down more than 20% on the day. I'll be making a video on this one shortly. And so let's see, Neo 650. Yeah. So that's another one I'll probably want to go over today. So I think I'm just circling the ones that I want to do. Applied Digital, Neo. I think as far as like goes plug, I think I might also want to do this. Damn, stop looking at fun. Let's see. The heart emoji is blocking that number, so I'm going to move it up. 37. Now at 37. I see the highest it got was 36.76. And let's see, looking at the, yeah, hourly, it still needs to have a close above 36, I believe, is this. 35.62, so I mean, that's probably going to happen on this hour. 10 minutes, yeah. I'm not chasing. And if you make 100% on a move, like within a day, or, you know, however long it took, congrats. That's, yeah, I guess, you know, you're missing out on, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to upset you more. Yeah, not healthy. Don't look at that chart anymore. I'm going to move over to Palantir, which this one, ooh, it is going red on the day. I am wearing the red hat. Yes, I mean, I personally think with this, I just find it really compelling that with Palantir, there's this like big bounce, return to the level, smaller bounce, return to the level, drop to this level, and then I think that there's going to be another bounce, another retest of 16. And if it does retest 16, ideally not this week, next week, that could be confirmation of a breakout of the wedge, and then a move higher, or it could be coming down to fill the gap at around 15. So I think this is a really, really interesting chart. And Palantir is like one that you want to hold, I feel like. Whether it's long-term, yeah, long-term. All the money on the table. All that money on the table, yeah. It's like you're either early on time or you're late. And if you're late, and also too, to think about it, there's always like, both sides of the trade, like it goes up, you make 130% or whatever it was, somebody's going to be losing, like 90% of, they're going to be late, and that might not be today. That maybe be in a couple days, if it does continue to go up, or maybe this is it. But yeah, I think it's that one's risky. Focus on adding in the ones that are down. Yes, fun. 35. It's 35 something. So don't worry. Polestar. Wow, this looks pretty beautiful. That looks like a bottom. Man. Yeah. When the market closes, I'm going to be going over all the trades that I made today that were placed earlier, and then I'm going to be like, dang it, I should have bought the bottom of this one. Should have added at the bottom of that one. But I don't really care that much, because with Polestar, yeah, I think that my average is now below $2. Not, I mean, it could be a lot lower than $2, but it's below, maybe around here. And so I think that's going to be resistance moving forward. And so, I can basically just, hold my position, wait for it to get up to $2, and then trim. And then, assuming it's going to be resistance, meaning it'll be pulling back, I can then get my average down, accumulate more, and then break out of this wedge. So, no FOMO. Yeah, for sure. That's what I'm thinking. I think Polestar, like stupidly, when I made the video on it, I made it when it was just above $2, thinking it had served as support here, it's going to hold. But really, I should have been thinking it had served as support, was tested multiple times, meaning it's weaker. This retest could mean a breakthrough, also because at that time, the RSI was above 30. So, good to recognize mistakes when they're made. Fortunately, I was not too aggressively dollar cost averaging, and so I'm able to have a lower average than $2, but it'd be nice to have a 170 average. But with that being said, I'm going to switch over to Lucid because I feel like the charts really mirror each other. If you haven't, or not mirror, mimic each other. If you haven't seen that video, I think it's a pretty cool one. Let's see, Alphabet Skills, Lucid. Yeah, so this, to me, yeah, I have a couple shares right around $3, so I'll probably have to double that position after hours, because it's so cheap. And yeah, I will want to more than double that position. Yeah, because both of them seem like they're in this, falling wedge. I do think that, I mean, they're both a little bit different. I think that the, let's see, the Polestar one is a little bit nicer than the Lucid one, but man. Yeah, there are a lot of opportunities right now, I feel. And yeah, and then, like with Fisker, ooh, crap. What's the low for the day here? 1650. I just got a text from a neighbor. I might need to run and help a neighbor real quick. It's bitter cold here, and so there's some concern of stuff. But yeah, what was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was gonna see if this order got filled. Nope. I don't think so. Yeah, I might actually check this voicemail, see what the neighbor's saying. So it's bitter cold here, and I think there was a concern about a dog, and let's see. Yeah, I'm just gonna text him back. There's some concern about dog being left out, and it's like, let's see, what's the temperature outside here now? 4 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's above negative, but uh, 1 second, sorry. Gotta be a good neighbor, just like State Farm. Um, Bisker, yeah. Let's look at this. I don't know. I was going over before. Oh yeah. Friday. I was hoping because I had an order at 1650, and I don't think it filled. Yeah, I was gonna check that. That's what I was doing on my phone. Let's see. Let's see. Yep, did not get filled. So that's probably a good thing. But if this does go lower, I should have made it 1651. Dang it. Fisker. Yeah, I mean, gotta view it as sales. It's like so many people, and myself included, always build like really big positions too early, and then it's not a sale. It's a, oh my god, I'm gonna lose a lot of money. Man, I have to make a lot of videos today, which I'm not gonna be able to do. 3 hours after this ends, I've got a dinner date, so, which means I could maybe do 2 videos, maybe 3. I could probably do 3. That's my goal this afternoon. Do 3. Highcroft 220, not surprising. Luminar 35. Back below this, man, this makes me want to look at charge point now. Yeah, crap. New lows for charge point. I think it was 79 here. Yep. New lows for charge point. Dang it. Yeah, I wonder if that charge point video will be popular because of new lows. But yeah, 49 views could be. Man, yeah, I just got a comment from somebody. I'm not gonna panic. I'm just gonna buy more. Charge point. Saul, I don't know if Saul's in the watching the stream, but yeah, I got a comment on the video. It's so cool. I'm loving this channel, the community. Only 4 people joining here, but the first when a year ago I was doing streams on a different channel, and I do a stream, and nobody would join. So it's nice to have one person in the audience. Yeah, Camber Energy. This one I like. Yeah, this is one that's fading into nothing. But I've made some money on this, I believe. But it's always not necessarily day trading, but swing trading within the span of a week. Risky. Avis budget. Ooh, wow. I did not expect this. But this is, right at that trend line. So this could be a buy the dip opportunity. Could it? Let's see how far this trend line goes back to about 2 years ago. Yes, that's pretty cool. Yeah, but this to me, it's expensive per share. I'm cheap. But yeah, I mean, this does seem like, that line is, maybe could be adjusted a little wonky. I actually don't know. Maybe I did it by the weekly or something. But yeah, I don't know. I could definitely adjust that. But yeah, it does seem to break below it frequently. So maybe not buy the dip opportunity just yet. Maybe wait a few days. Bitcoin now above 43. Let's see. I guess it was earlier today as well. Yeah, this is... Man, there's too much going on today. Too many opportunities. Yeah, it's like, you know, red days. Gotta view them as good opportunities. Baba. Gap down. AV Go. I just covered this because, let's see, Earnings Whispers, you know, requested it. And I cover it. It's like, okay, yeah, anything you want. And yeah, it's really hard to cover. I was thinking that it would go down, I think. I was wrong. QST. Yeah, man, this buy the dip opportunity today, $2.50. This is gonna be a winner. I know it. But also, it might, you know, yeah, because this is cup here, handle. So this will consolidate here before breaking through, launching through that level. This beautiful head and shoulders, inverse head and shoulders pattern. And this one, man, this is going to be like a really, easy video for me to make. I think I'll be able to be short and sweet with it, hopefully 3 minutes. And hopefully this gets picked up by the algos. I've only had 2 videos really get picked up by the algos, one on SoFi and one on Palantir most recently. Applied Digital. I mean, I don't think it's really like, it's not a stonk. I don't think it's one that a lot of people are too crazy about. Or that it's like too... great short opportunity if enough people see it. Yeah, I mean, I think it's falling knife. I think it's coming down to fill this gap at 527 at least. But, you know, that all depends on if you want to, if that's how you play. That's how you play it. AMC 421. Let's get a close at 420. That would be sick. That would just be funny. 420. Alaska Air. Man, this is just like the coolest chart. I wish I had bought the dip here because I tracked it filling gaps up. Filling the gaps that were formed on the way down and on the way up. And that was just like a beautiful trade. I expected it to go to here, this red line. So that would have been a almost 18% gain. But that could have gone to 27. And I do think that's a nice example of, you know, you gotta let it go. The play played out, take the profits, and look away. Affirm. Yeah, I don't know how this thing moved over here. Excuse me, but it did. And yeah, AI breaking low. Oh man, this uptrending. I hopefully suggested that it would be down, although maybe this suggesting that. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough to know exactly what I said about charts. This one is the Head and Shoulders Factory. The daily. GMAB. This one's a cool chart, cool company. But biopharma and greater than $20, so. Let's see. GameStop, 14. There are too many stocks. Too many stocks to go over. Hood. Yeah, it did fill that gap. Yeah. And so this, I think, you know, could be viewed as... I think that's a Dragonfly doji. Yeah. Because it's... No, that's not I think that's a cross, I'm not sure. It's a Gravestone doji the other way. GameStop Go EVs broken down. This is one that I put on this list. I've never talked about it. Never really covered it. Apparently, I knew that was the bottom. Why would I have put that yellow line there? And that had I partaken. 77, 80% move. Damn. Man, tough to know, but now it's hit the top and it's going down. But yeah, I mean, it's below this high there. Microsoft. Is this an all-time high? Yep. This is a FOMO in, so retail holds your bags while big money dumps over the next month. Coming down to 305 or probably 300 and maybe testing, breaking through this, maybe wicking down to right around here and then going up. That's my prediction. I'm probably wrong. Coming down to that first level there. Not so bad. Yeah, I think like this red dashed line, that's from a video I think I did 5 stocks and just like repeating, doing videos on multiple stocks. And I think this is kind of a nice example of it. It's probably not the best idea for me to do that, because then it's like, if I analyze things in the same way and then it's like I end up being wrong. It's like I'm not wrong on just one stock. I'm wrong on 5 stocks. But I think it is good that I pointed out these lower levels. So yeah, there's all like if I do a video where I don't point out possible downside as well as upside, then yeah, I mean, I don't think that's a good thing. There should be levels below to like be kind of prepared for. NGL. Yeah, this broke out. I probably wasn't expecting that because it's uptrending channel. Nikola. This is weekly. I don't want to look at that on weekly. It's ugly. Let's see. Yes, this is pretty risky. He's tested this level many times. SoFi. Sunrun, I've made one video on that, which was a technical overview. And this does not look good. Yeah, I could see this coming down to the gap at around 12 bucks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an alert. I turned it off below. I'm going to make it $12, not $11.95. Yeah, I could see this coming down to 12. Snap. This is one I bought puts on up here, a put, and I did make money, but it was like I'd make like 10% profit, which was like $2, and then I'd sell, and then it'd go up, and then it would be going up and down in price, and I'd be buying when low, selling when high. I made maybe like $5 doing it. But then it's like, okay, well, I don't really know. I probably lost faith around here or something, like tested my luck enough times. And yeah, I should have held, be making some money right now, but Tilray up 11%. That's pretty cool. Yeah, there's too much volume today, too much volatility, which means I need to just like crank out a ton of videos. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla earnings here. Not this week, but next week. Let's see. I might look over at the natural gas chart just to see, this, yep, I see this going down lower, down 4.5% today, more than 4.5%. But yeah, average in, that's what I'm doing, and not too hastily. Went over that. So what are some notifications? I might respond to him. Well, what's this? Just perusing Twitter. Yeah, I'll just get into some junk there. So I don't want to do that. I might actually switch this back to the calendar. Actually, so what am I thinking about? Wow. I think because of earnings. I think it was because of earnings. APLD, for today. Tilray probably won't do it. Biowar probably won't do it. But yeah, APLD, and I don't have plug on here. Neo over here. Probably swap that over to this day. Yep. So I guess I should just look at these. What's been volatile? What do I think will get views? And then do that. And so I'll be constantly going back to that calendar and thinking about stuff. Yeah. Let's see. What was I thinking about looking at here? Well, since it is a little quiet, there are 3 of you here. I'm actually since 4 minutes before power hour starts, I'm gonna go run and grab that bottle of Prosecco so I can pop it when power hour starts. And yeah. Everything's good with the neighbor, by the way, so that's good. But yeah, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna write that. Then I'll be right back. I had to switch to the green hat for power hour. 2 minutes in counting for power hour. And yeah, I might look at what's 23. The more this goes down, the more people will be searching for it. Yeah, so Applied Digital, Plug, and Neo stand out to me as being the most relevant stocks to cover today in videos that I will record after the stream. I don't know what you guys think. But I'm going to start getting this. It's a personal sized bottle of Prosecco. Personally, I like Prosecco a little more than champagne. I did work in Italy for a few months and have grown to like Prosecco a lot. Yeah, I thought this would be a fun way to celebrate the birthday on the stream, celebrate the start of Power Hour, and that I can't believe I've been streaming for 5.5 hours now. And it's going to be 6.5 hours. That's crazy. So, and when I was in Italy, I was given a hard time because I popped a bottle with the top not going too crazy. Because that's part of the fun of it. You got to let it pop. And so, let's see if I can get this to pop, make it dramatic. Hey, happy birthday to me. Cheers to you all, the 3 people who are still watching or just left it on so I get watch hours. I appreciate it either way. But yeah, I don't have any champagne glasses, but I've got this little thing for whiskey. Can you guys hear that? I can hear it. Yeah, cheers. Cheers to Power Hour. Cheers to this channel. Cheers to our portfolios being green. This is like the most fun. I'm having a great time. And I will be tipsy after this because there's a good amount in that bottle. I could have gotten a smaller personal size bottle, but Power Hour is a long time, a whole hour. Yeah. All right. Maybe we should have a rule for Power Hour. I only look at 10-minute charts. Does that seem fun? What are these little things here? Oh, this is like news? Crazy. I never look at charts like this. Chart layers. Huh, that's funny. That's kind of a cool way to look at the charts. You see, why there's the volatility and stuff. $37. 37. You keep talking about 37. That will be at the bottom of this. Well, no, this is a holding list. I want the DGen Ed list. Fun. Yep, now 37. Okay. You win. You are right. You shouldn't have sold. But yeah, I mean, I think maybe don't look at it for a week, and then maybe a week from now it will be below 21 cents, and then you'll feel better about it. Man, I'd be popping some champagne or Prosecco, whatever, if I had made 100% on a move. Yeah. You can never time the top or the bottom exactly. And you sold making some money, so that's good. Yeah, so, yeah, I'm probably not getting too drunk. Well, cheers then. Damn, 38. Yeah, this is like yeah, it's like a drug that you take that makes you feel worse about yourself. Yeah, I can't get I'm going to drink this entire bottle, but I don't know that I'll get too drunk from that. We'll have to see. But yeah, cuz I have to then record some videos after this, and then I have to go out to dinner, which I am really excited about. It's this really fancy, expensive restaurant that does. It's kind of like, you go there and you get plates, but you more or less like share. And so I was gonna go by myself because I don't have. I'm not too close to too many people where I live, and but then this person who broke my heart, who I started doing this channel because of them, going out to dinner with her. So that way I can get more food and share it with her, and then I don't feel bad about like being a person by myself at the bar, just getting a bunch of food or only trying one thing because it's more than enough for one person. So this way I get to have a nice experience and stuff. But yeah, I also feel kind of stupid about that too. But yeah, 38, it's going to hit 40 and you're going to be like, what if it hits 90 cents and this could have been a 10x? Damn. I'm sorry. But yeah, this is 400% on the day. I guess you guys can't see it because Ed's in the way. Ed, get out of the way. 400%. I guess I could just show it up here. 400%. I'm gonna bring Ed back. I never move Ed, but I animated him to whoosh in, whoosh out. Yeah, I'm going to dinner with my ex. Pretty lame. Yeah, I didn't want to phrase it like that, but that's true. Yep. Sadly, I'm pretty lame. Yay, what's up, Bao? How's it going? Yeah, there were like 4. Now it looks like there's 3. So I don't know who's come, who's gone. Yeah, I did pop a bottle of Prosecco, and it was audible. Hopefully you guys could hear it. I've been given a hard time for too carefully opening bottles, and yeah, and also though it's a smaller bottle, so it didn't have as much carbonation to boost the cork out. But yeah, Power Hour celebration. And this, you can tell the bubbly. Let's see, where's Bitcoin? Above 43. Yeah, I know. I'll tell her you said that and she'll laugh. No, she's, we're friends. She's a pretty cool girl. We have fun together. Aside from, the romance stuff, the fun stuff, she's a fun person to be around. So I'm excited to go out with her. And also, yeah, I live in a small town in the Midwest. And, yeah. Polestar. Let's see. Do I think you are crazy for putting all of your money into Polestar? Not financial advice, of course, yeah. Kind of friends, yeah. Yeah, I'm lame, I know. I think that I'm going to look at it on the daily to address this question. I think that, so for me, I could see it going down to $1.55. I mean, I have this alert at $1.55. So I wouldn't think you're crazy if you put all of your money in at $1.55. There is also this retracement that's from here. I just have the one level visible. 155 that agrees with my assessment. My assessment here was basically, if I look at this on the weekly time frame, what line intersects with the what level intersects with the bottom of this wedge. It's right around $1.55. And so that's really just, that's bullshit, hand wavy, but that also agrees with the retracement. So I do think that this will go lower, but I do think that this, like with Lucid, looks like it's in this really bullish, beautiful formation. I do think that it will bump into significant resistance at $2 because of all this consolidation here. Look at the volume profile. You got all of that there. So I think it's going to have a tough time breaking out. So I think that what might happen is it might get rejected here and then it would have to come down. I wonder what support it would find after that before breaking out. Hit it and forget it. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the same with stocks too. You know, hit it, you win, walk away. Don't look to see if it's getting hotter or who it's sleeping with. Forget about it. Doesn't matter. No, not the right time to talk marital psychology. Um, yeah, yeah, I guess it depends on how much money you're playing with. But yeah, I mean, I think, and just like, I mean, I did the video that kind of compared, really, it was more of a video on Luminar, but looking at like the video is on Polestar, but it had connections with Luminar because of there's this video that I posted on the channel on the community page. Let's see. Yeah, this one, this live stream. It's the CEO talking about basically their collaborations at CES, which I think is Consumer Electronics Summit. Maybe I don't know what the S stands for. Um, and so it's just a 25-minute video, and he talks about collaborations with Polestar and that these new vehicles have their sensor installed in them. And so I just feel like Polestar really seems to be like yeah, LiDAR, yep. Oh, you question that? It's, I feel like it's more data intensive than it needs to be, but at the same time, like, um, yeah, and also Mercedes does have a partnership with Luminar. So yeah, I think it's like, but at the same time, when things are data intensive, like I was actually just looking at this clip of Elon Musk talking about, I think it was during his Lex Friedman interview. I'm not sure. I think it was Lex Friedman, where he's talking about basically like the utility of Doge versus Bitcoin, and that, like Bitcoin's a great place for store of value. You don't want to be moving it a lot, but as far as a currency goes, like Bitcoin, since there's, it's a capped and or like diminishing quantity. Let's see. I'm like, before I ramble on about this, I'm just gonna check. Chat. Oh my God, now. Oh my God. Don't look. Here, I'll have it. It's in the corner here. Yep, over 40 cents. Yeah, it's in the corner, but you can't see it because of Ed. I'll move Ed for you. Here, look at fun in this corner and cry. If you're not partaking. I'm not partaking. I don't care. And yeah, and so like with I feel like I was rambling on about, oh yeah, he basically, Elon was talking about how Doge has more utility as a currency because it is somewhat inflationary, but like in a controlled manner, and it's a fixed amount every year, and so in time that amount of inflation will diminish. And I don't get why I'm rambling about this. But it's about like how basically Bitcoin, it's like a little bit antiquated because it's, like the OG crypto, and it's just like more intensive, takes longer, costs more to move. Whereas like with Doge, that's like one of the reasons. So the reason like I think I hold 3 coins. But I'm really only adding to 2 or to 3, Bitcoin, Doge, and then Ethereum Classic. Why Ethereum Classic and not Ethereum? Because Ethereum Classic is low fees, low gas fees. It's very easy to move, easy for me to store, and so I don't have to worry about it. A lot of others are like, I believe it's like layer 2s, like so on Ethereum, and they just cost more to move, and I don't want to have to deal with that. And thinking about that kind of metaphor of Bitcoin being like so antiquated, very data intensive, now we can do things much more efficiently. That makes me think of something like, well, kind of contrary to that, with something like LiDAR, if it's really data intensive relative to like, photos, analyzing images versus analyzing LiDAR data, our computational power is improving over time. And so having more information like LiDAR scans of the environment as opposed to just static images that you can have sun in the lens and in the camera when the sun's rising, setting, whatever. And so I think that whether it's Luminar specifically or just LiDAR, I think that Luminar is making a lot of good connections. Mercedes, I believe Audi, I'm not exact, or maybe it's Volvo. I think it's Volvo. And then Polestar, and also collaborating with Mobileye, I mentioned in that video. And I feel like Polestar is really like, they're taking the innovative collaborative approach, whereas like Tesla, which I think is, always going to do great, has taken the approach of, we're using cameras, we're very, hyper focused on this stuff and doing it all in-house. And so I feel like there's, a lot of benefit to that, but then it's also nice to kind of expand to different, to collaborate. So I'm intrigued by Polestar, Luminar, Mobileye, not so much. But yeah. Yeah. So, Bao, that's exactly right. And to be honest, the reason why I familiar with LiDAR or with Luminar is because my brother actually got turned on to them. He used to do like gigs with them. He does like a production type stuff, so he'd do videos for them, and he learned about them, and doesn't work with them anymore. But he turned me on to the company, and now for me it's kind of like when it's down, I'm mad at him. When it's up, I'm like, oh, this is the best technology. But yeah, I think that Luminar is, and it's also too, it's like, so many, I feel like anchors criticize Tesla for, it's an overvalued car company, or an auto manufacturer, but it's so much more than that. It's a data company. It's an AI company. It's a technology company. And that's the same with Luminar, is they are not just LiDAR. They're developing other technologies that actually Austin, I forget his last name, goes over, the CEO goes over in that video I shared. 46. Yeah, man, this is like, honestly, I want to throw up. I'm sure that you have a bucket next to you. I'm not that far. DWAC, let's see. Man. Yeah, so this, this is something where more money. All I will have to say is you're going to look at this in 3 days on Friday, and you're going to be like, God damn it, I should have put my money in. I'm just going to throw in a little bit, and then it's going to tank, and then you're going to lose all that money. So you should just put in, fun and DWAC. I will look at Disney in a second. Yeah. If you, more money, if you made more than 100%, that's great. What you could have done, I guess maybe for the next time any of us get a big run like this and it goes up 100%, take half of it off the table, then you're playing with house money and you can ride it up to 200%, 300%, whatever it is. But right now, you're going to FOMO in a few days, and then it's going to tank. So I'm going to catch up on these. Fun DWAC. We should buy Disney, LOL, safer. So yeah, I'll look at Disney in just a second. And then you also say Trump to make a Disney movie about himself as president. Is that true or is that a joke? Ah, man, I've got it. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so this looks like a bull flag. But yeah, I mean, like RSI could be lower, but it's like, it's Disney. It's pretty strong. Wait, what's the best advice? Yeah, Bao, are you also in Fun or DWAC? I'm staying away from those. I am I feel like with this channel I'm probably becoming more reckless, but I'm not that reckless yet. Yeah, so more money. What you should do is since more money already took everything off the table. So like next time for all of us, if we're ever up 100%, take half off the table so we don't FOMO in later. But yeah, more money. Like if you made, like let's say, I forget how many shares you had or whatever, but let's say you put in $500, it's 1,000. You should have taken out 500 and then you let the other half run. But now since it's run up more and you're going to FOMO buy in a couple of days and then lose your money, you should just put back in, the initial money, the house money, or the profit that you made from it. So then put back in 500 and see what happens with it. Because yeah, with this being power hour, where is it? I got to close a blind in a second because the sun's shifting. Yeah, with this being power hour and this going up like that, this is fun. Yeah, I mean, you're going to FOMO in. 47? Man, it went up to 47. You were right about it maybe going up to 50. Yeah, so, yeah. Yeah, and all, like... Yeah, now we should short fund. No, I made the mistake of when something's running up, when something got a lot of volume like this, I made the mistake. I think it was like a Moderna or Pfizer or something during the pandemic. Like I just thinking like, oh well, it's got to come down now, and it's like, no, it doesn't got to come down now because there's all this volume behind it, and it's going to continue. Oh, I'm going to put Ed back up there, so it's not just me. But yeah, this could keep going for the rest of the week. But I think that, yeah, I mean, there's like, take 100%, take that profit. That's great. Or you leave half of it and let it run. But if you're going to like regret it and stuff, buy back. Yeah, let's look at this on the 5-minute chart here. There's a little bit of a pullback here. So maybe, put back in, buy some of those shares. And then, yeah, like you said, 250 shares. Buy 100 shares now and forget about it. Either way, you made money on it. Walk away. Or not walk away because then this could tank. But yeah, I got to close this blind because the window's going to, the sun's going to blind me. So just 1 second. And it's so weird. I take the headphones out and I think that I still got something going on. What's around my neck? Oh, yeah, it's the hat. Yeah, Bao, that's what I'm saying. He made 133%. And I've told him that you should run, but he keeps talking about it. He keeps bringing it up. And so if it's going to eat him alive and he's going to look at it, like, let's say in 3 days, it's at 80 cents. He's going to look at it and be so depressed. And so I say you had 250 shares. I mean, not financial advice. You do whatever you want to do. I don't care. But if you but if you had 250 shares, you could buy back 100 and then forget about it, and then no matter what, you made money. But then you wouldn't have the legendary story of making 130% on a what was the low today? 13, so it's not a day trade, but swing trade, whatever. That's pretty good. That's incredible. But also too, though, I think it's good that you didn't have like thousands and thousands of shares, because like the amount of shares that you have make me think that you recognize that it was pretty risky. So I think that's good. And DWAC, let's look at this. Yeah, I'm going to stay away. Yeah, it's like I feel like I get more excited, and I think things are more like, I would rather make a video on something like APLD that's down 23% on the day rather than something like DWAC that's up 27% on the day, because then there's risk of it pulling back. And so it's like, if I make a video on it, it's like people YOLOing into it or FOMOing into it. And I don't want to do that. But like something like APLD, it's like, I mean, you're chasing a falling knife right now. These are the levels that I think it'll go to. And so, and then also, people are, panicking, looking for advice, looking for consolation. And so, yeah. Yeah. And I just got a stupid heart emoji's blocking it. And not even 1,000 traders, in my opinion. Yeah. And also, too, all the people that are going to be bag holding. Like, I'm going to switch over to the daily. Please forgive me. This is not a sustainable move. I mean, but, yeah, because really, I mean, but thinking about the volume profile, it's like, yeah, there's still so much there. Yeah, I mean, it's not getting, if it goes above here, maybe there's a little diminished based on this like axis, but if I scroll over, then it's just like, no, I mean, that's in the middle of all of this downward trading. Yeah, scary. Yeah, like I think Nameless, I don't know if Nameless is still here, I think was recommending requested a marijuana stock, and so I was like, oh yeah, Tilray. And there's another one that I had traded that's like smaller. I think it's like wow, Tilray's really cheap. Because I remember Tilray being the expensive one and this other one being really cheap. But yeah, with this being up like 12% on the day, it's like I'm not really super excited about covering this, just because it's like maybe it pulls back, and I don't want to like be that guy that's like, trying to offload his bags. I don't have any Tilray, but like something like Applied Digital, and also too, yeah, and Plug, man, there's so many, like Applied Digital. I had drawn, let's see, I drew these lines down here for some reason. I guess they're gap fills to the downside. Finally, I'm getting some validation. Stocks that I said down here, the price of this is going down, then it goes up for months, and then it tanks. And then also Plug, like this one, man, this is incredible. Over here, I was saying it's going to go to these yellow lines. And then now it's finally doing that. After really like not going up that much. It's just more or less sideways consolidation. So yeah, I am stoked about this. So I'm going to have to do follow-up videos on applied, digital, plug, and if I have time, and Neo. I'm going to do all three of those. I'm going to do all three of those before I go out to dinner with my ex. Please don't give me any hard time about that. Got enough shame. But yeah, 3 videos and this massive live stream of now like 6 hours. Yeah, for sure. Totally destroyed. And it's not even like earnings. Like what happened here? Dear Plug stock fans, mark your calendars for January 3rd, 23rd. Why? Is it going to die even more? Sticks to its hold rating for Plug Power. Yeah, so that's 18 hours ago. And it's like just tanking. Let's see. Hopefully this... Dear Plug fans, mark your calendars for January 23rd. The event will take place before market open and will feature CEO Andy Marsh and Chief Financial Officer Paul Middleton. The pair will also answer questions. No further details were provided by the company about the update, leaving shareholders to wonder whether it will be positive or negative. I'm thinking that it's maybe not going to be as bad as people think. And this is like a sell the fear and then buy the news. I gotta be drinking this a little faster. I've still got like half the bottle left. I got too big of a bottle. DUAC going to break 25 this week. But if it breaks 25, the key is, can it break 25.85, this prior high? Yeah, this stuff, yeah. Like when I was first getting into trading, like during the pandemic. Wow, you drink champagne? It's Prosecco. Yeah, drinking Hennessy. Yeah, so I mean, like for me with Plug, I think it's going down, but I think it's going to find support soon. So I'm not bearish on it. I'm just like it needs to come back to those, yeah, like I just feel like these yellow lines had been prior resistance, like pretty significant resistance, like years and years ago. And so I just felt like it would come down to these levels. And like being at $3, just being a psychological level. Yeah, I mean, I think that Plug's a great opportunity now. And I think that whatever news is coming is, just based on, there's fear. I mean, this is coming down and then it's like, oh shit, the CEO and CFO are going to be talking about something we don't know of. Everybody's like, it's going to be bad news because there's all of this fear here. And now that fear is just causing it to plummet. But then that's going to be a buy the news event. This is sell the rumor, buy the news. Weird. But yeah, I got this little bottle of Prosecco because I wanted to pop something during the stream. Got this stupid hat. And I just thought it'd be fun. I didn't get any cake though. I'll probably get some cake at the restaurant, I think. Plug was $60 during big news. Yeah, wow. Yeah, this is like so many, like I started getting into the market around here. Like trading around here. The summer of 2020, I think. Yeah, it's basically like getting those checks and stuff and being isolated. So many people started trading. And but then getting exposed to a world of everything up only. And then the reality of it is, now everything down only. But yeah, this is the opportunity. This is the opportune time. Look, those yellow lines I was talking. Excuse me. There's so much support over here under them, having acted as resistance going back to 2019. So yeah, I mean, I feel like current price, this is like an awesome, awesome time. Yeah, so man, 3 to 30 is 10x. You could 20x with this potentially. But yeah, who knows if it's going back to. But this was also, was this plug back then or was it a SPAC? Did it have a different ticker? I guess that'd be like, that news would be over here. But yeah, that's such a crazy time. It's like, I feel like I made so many bad decisions during the pandemic and investing, trading. But that's brought me here now, and I'm having a lot of fun. Let's see. I'm so excited to make a video on this. So excited to make a video on Plug and Neo. I've been like wanting to have a reason to make a video on this, but I think just like the channel that I had drawn before was just crappy. And so I just like wasn't inspired by the chart. Now it looks really nice. About your holding Plug. Yeah, I feel like these levels that I have marked here, $3 and $2.85. Oh, Lee and XPEV. Yeah, I'd heard about those. Are those all Chinese electric vehicle companies? I remember hearing about them, but I feel like Neo was always like the wait, oh, LI. Oops. I should put this on watch list here. Yep, Chinese car company. Well, this is the weekly. Looking at the daily. This is dropped 5% today. And also XPEV, which is XPeng, right? Yeah. Yeah, all of them down. This one, I mean, Neo's the cheapest though per share. This, yeah, I mean, maybe this is like would price be going down to here? Lee and XPEV are best stocks, better than Neo. Neo with all the bag holders, like a meme right now. Yeah. Well, yeah, I have like some pizza stuck in my teeth. Or maybe it's popcorn. Maybe it's from the popcorn earlier. Oh, is that Baidu? I've got to move move it up because the stupid heart emoji. Yeah, Baidu, but only in OTC. Oh, okay. Yeah, dude. Chinese EVs taking over the world. Oh, wait. Baidu. BYD. Yeah, but outside I think it's like Baidu. Yeah, I don't even know if I can pull it up here. Oh, crap. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's just like I probably can't trade this. It's possible I can, I'm not sure. But yeah, they're all down a good amount on the day. I mean, everything is. All of the, yeah, I guess that was just the red part of it. Recently viewed, I don't want to do that. 45 up to 47. Oh, really? Baidu sells more cars than Tesla. I've heard that like they're the competition for Tesla. Like Ford, all these other companies, it's like nothing. But Baidu is like the serious competition. Yeah, yeah, up 500%. This is like, has there ever been 500% on the day? Um, this is risky. I will talk about it on a stream, but I'm not making any videos on this stock. Yeah. That's this is up a lot. Yeah, all of the poor suckers who thought DWAC was the right play missed out on fun. For of fun, yeah. For me, I can't buy. I have to buy more than 100. I have to buy 100 shares at least if it's under $1. And I'm not. I'm staying away from this one because I appreciate how risky it is. Man, I'm annoyed. I had order for Faraday whatever FFIE at 16.5 cents and it did not get filled even though that was the low for the day. Yeah, no, but he had 250 shares, so um I mean any buying any at any price 100 shares worth, there would be no risk of him net losing money. But yeah, whatever decision you make it before close because then you'll make it on Friday and then it will tank over the weekend. Or just, think about the other positions that you have and where that you could move that money to. Like AMC at 420. 413. Man. Man, that would be more than a 10x. That's crazy. Yeah, I feel like the funny thing about the market is if you do a really, really good job, it makes you sick. Or yeah, if you do a bad job, I guess it makes you sick too. Yeah, yeah, 100% strong resistance at uh 56 cents. Yeah, consolidation right here. Yeah, and then also like with DWAC, I'd be really impressed. I am really impressed that it's damn, yeah, so much higher than 20. I thought it was going to close below 20. But yeah, I mean, I'm not one to chase because I've done that before. Ethereum Classic, it's a good one. Underrated. Highcroft now below 219. I will be so mad at myself if this does drop to 150 because I lost conviction when it broke up here and filled that gap. It's like, well, I got one thing right. Yep. ETC, I just feel like it's easy to move, and yeah, so that's why I'm in it. Because I can only be involved in so many coins, and I found in the past that there's some that are easy to move, some that are expensive to move, some that are hard to move and cheap to move. And Doge and ETC are cheap to move and easy to move, so I like them. $61. I did not partake in any of DWAC stuff, or maybe I did, but I'm not sure. 1 year ago? Damn, $100 here. So this so it was more than 1 year ago. Because 1 year ago is like that would be like to 30, 28 or so. Still, that's pretty crazy. Yeah. But yeah, look at these. Look at these run-ups. You know, it's like this big move up. And then, you know, so what I feel like, yeah, let's look at this on the, I guess, hour chart. And I will scroll back. I don't know how long this will take. To, yeah, this, you know, it's like this big move up. And then it gets, you know, another test. So, I mean, with these, I feel like there could be buy the dip opportunities like on a pullback tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, you could just get wrecked. So I don't think it's worth it. Yeah. Yeah, I think like stuff like this is like how, you know, one day you make a ton of money and then like a week later, uh, you have no money. Like yeah, like trading's not supposed to give you adrenaline rushes and stuff like that. Yeah, so as far as commodities go, I have list of some commodities. Corn's on there. I currently don't hold any corn. I'm going to make this alphabetical. Um, so I did just start buying wheat. I don't have a lot of it. Like I'm a very slow dollar cost averager. Um, and so I'm just adding one share every week that I'm down. And I started this last week. And so, you know, if this does go down to like 538, that's fine. Goes lower, that's fine. Um, but yeah, I am interested in commodities just because I, you know, can passively, you know, kind of like add to them and not really care about them. As far as corn goes, yeah, for me, like wheat, it seems like this could have formed a bottom down here, so maybe this is a good time. Corn, this to me looks like, you know, I don't know where it's going down to, and yeah, and also like there's, you know, like a little wedge here or something, and it's broken below it. So that to me doesn't look good. Corn looks bad. Soybeans, this. I guess, yeah, I mean, maybe something here. Yeah, I mean, that's wherever. I don't know if that's, I probably wouldn't include that candle in that. I'd want to do it like this. And then I could, do it closer to low there. Yeah, so I mean, maybe this is finding support relative to that trend line. But, you could also shift this up to there. Oh, well. Yeah, I would say let's see how this is. Yeah, I'm more intrigued by soybeans than I am by corn. More money. $10. Ah, crap. Fun. Now alphabetical. I don't get where you're getting $10 plus squeeze. That would be... Wow, look at this. Bao, what are you saying? A little undervalued, a little conflict, and it will skyrocket. Are you talking about soybeans? Commodities. Yeah, this to me it looks like that's like the nice thing about like charting like this is just I'll look at something and I'll see if the line makes sense. It's like one line, yeah, it makes kind of sense. Big wick and rejection to the downside. Some buyers on soybeans. And then, yeah. And so for grains, I just have wheat. Oh, and I guess I also have sugar here too. But yeah, wheat, and it's also, yeah, $5-6. So this is one I'll be adding to until I'm, good. Corn. This is funny. Oh, did I just, yeah, I did just do that one. Cane here. Yeah, I don't know. This seems like it could be at some type of resistance or something there. I don't know. Or Duke. Yeah, for cane, I see the drops from like 15 to, yeah, big dump. %20 down. And then 10% up. But yeah, this also like... It seems like this was such a big move up and there's not really much here that this doesn't seem like it seems to it's gone up too fast. Do I hold some stocks mid or long term? So yeah, like the ones that I hold more or less like the videos that I didn't hold all of them, but videos that I've been like doing like more routinely, I've ended up either picking up a couple shares, or I initially started doing them because I had positions in them, and I just in a trading journal doing this for myself. Um, Ones on this list that I'm heaviest into: AMC, GameStop, um, Luminar, ChargePoint, Bior, and the rest. I wouldn't say I have too big of positions in. I was really heavy in natural gas with Boyle, but I had just gotten to like break even, and I took a little bit of profits on. I can show you where. So with Boyle, I had expected bottom to be around November 30th, but I started dollar cost averaging early. And then the price that I ended up at was around $35, so right around here. And then so when there's this top here, I closed my positions. I could have waited for it to go a little bit higher, but the high of the day was $40.70. Psychologically thinking, $41, because there's this Fibonacci retracement to 41.31. So I was thinking, oh, I'll just place an order at $41. But then I ended up selling closer to the top of the candle. I could have made more money, but yeah, happy to have exited that. And now I'm building a position in UNG, and I started adding today at 631, and then again at 596, and then I do have an order placed to double what I've had at 568. And basically I'm going to double my position at all of these levels until and if it comes down to this one at $5, and then I will load. But yeah, that was a really big position, and so I'm glad that I've trimmed it. But yeah, of these, yeah, I mean, it's a red day for the most part. But this looks awesome. And there's, 4 minutes left before market closes. So I will stream until I finish this. And then I am going to go make some videos. Yeah, and also too, like about the natural gas ETFs. Like looking at Boyle, this went up 70%, from the bottom. And like UNG went up 50% from the bottom. So it's just like Boyle's supposed to be 2x leveraged, but it just depends on like they're looking at Boyle, and I think Cold are based on the March futures contracts, whereas UNG is based on February. And yeah, it's not always proportional. And so like today, UNG's down 15%. Boyle, you would expect it to be down 30% if it's 2x UNG, but it's only down 14. But also you see this run up was much smaller relative to the downside, whereas UNG much larger. But forecast for natural gas, looking at this chart, is supposed to be average 350 for the year, which is up here. So I'm thinking, there's just going to be a pullback, probably down to, what Gareth Soloway's suggesting is 250, which is, this thick blue line here based on kind of this gap was formed, and then there's all this consolidation below it. So I could see that, but I could also see it coming down to lower than that, because it's like, nobody's ever perfect with their calls or whatever. And on the way down, he was a little early with his, I was with mine as well, but I'm also just learning. Yeah, cheers. I see that. Oh, I got 2 minutes left. A super trend indicator. I'm not familiar with how to use that. Buy the dip in what? Are you talking about, I'm guessing you're talking about fun. Yeah, buy the dip. No, that's blow off top because it's closing at this level. And then I would think that the dip is probably around 33. That's what I'm guessing. Oh, and natural gas. Yeah, so I'm averaging it. Like I was too aggressive on the way down previously. So I'm being pretty slow now. And so yeah, I bought a little bit here, bought a little like double that here. Well, by double what I hold now at this level, again, double position here, and then I'll probably just load the boat here with whatever I can. Louis, I'm just gonna, sorry I keep typing up, but I don't get why there's this stupid heart emoji thing that it's like, and then it blocks the texts. Louis Vuitton. I don't know how to. Damn it, I spelled it wrong. Maybe the Prosecco is getting to me. Is this it? Oh, this is cool. It's like double top, but then this one's higher. I wouldn't want to trade this chart because the candles are way too many gaps. I guess, well, if I were to trade it, I want to do it on the weekly time frame, I think. I'd see, this is approximate, but I'd see that this would come down more. But weekly time frame, this is pretty slow. LVMH. I have different variations of it. Yeah, this is like the same chart basically. Yeah, I'd say connect from here to there. That's like what support might be. Ah, that's why it's so jumpy. For long term, yeah, I wouldn't want to, like, for me, it's just, yeah, I guess, yeah, it's only up, basically. Some drops. This is financial crisis, and then pandemic here, I imagine. Yep. Yeah, Coca-Cola or McDonald's. You sound like Warren Buffett. Oh, yeah, market is closed. Yeah. So I've got to finish this. I'll stream until I finish this, and I'm going to make some videos. Yeah, but after I stream, I might take a little break before making the videos. Crazy, 6.5 hour stream. I did not think I'd make it this far. Thank you all for joining and sticking around. Unfortunately, I usually work during market hours, so I won't be able to do many streams like this. But I do have a bunch of vacation days, and I was thinking, like, if the channel's doing well, maybe I just use the vacation days to stream every once in a while. And I was thinking, maybe like, when the monthly options contracts end, so that would be like this Friday on the 19th. I'm not taking a day off because I'm already taking 3 days off this week. But next month for, let's see, oh, there's no options on this chart, so I'll just switch to Well, it does. So, like February 16th, Friday, maybe I could take that day off work and just do live stream for it, market hours, and yeah. When I do, don't make fun of me. I'm typing up again. That was cool to talk with you. Happy to find this channel. Yeah, I'm happy that you found it and that you're joining. And so yeah, normally what I'm thinking, I was just doing the holidays kind of screwed it up, but I was just doing Sunday evening streams at 9 p.m. Eastern, and then I'm thinking I'll increase that to also doing Thursday nights, so it'll be up. So it'll be Sunday nights and Thursday nights. So the night before the first day of the week and the night before the last day of the week. And then I'll occasionally take days off of work to stream during market hours. And I'm trying to get 4 videos out per day, which is like why I have no social life, why I'm going out to dinner with my ex-girlfriend. Because I'm just focusing on this channel, so I'm trying to crank out as much as possible. So 2 hours a day or 1 hour a day is enough, in my opinion. You usually trade futures. I'm not familiar with futures, and I was actually thinking about like futures attracts followers or streaming does. Are you saying that I should try to stream every day of the week, whether that's during market hours or not? Yeah, because I could do streaming most evenings, but then I'd diminish the number of videos I'd make. So streaming does, yeah. So yeah, I mean, like, let's see how many subscribers is the channel at now. It went up 4 today, so it's not crazy. But yeah, like I'll step it up to doing it 2 times a week, and then see how that goes. But I just want to be cranking out videos on like individual charts, as many of them as possible. Stream at regular times. Yeah. So yeah, I was trying to do, like, holidays screwed it up, like I mentioned, but Sundays at 9 p.m. Eastern, and then I'll also be doing Thursday 9 p.m. Eastern. And so that's like going to be the schedule. And then I might pick up additional days, whenever I have time, if there's demand for it. But yeah, like definitely having the schedule of like the 2 days a week at least. Yeah, and streaming's super fun for me too, because I learn about so many stocks I either don't pay attention to or I don't know about. And also, just from the comments and stuff too. So, yeah, I'll be the next time I'm streaming. Like, I could do Thursday this week, but I feel like I just need a little bit of recovery from streaming a bunch today, and then I also did some Monday and yesterday. At 19 cents? No way. I think you're messing with me. Oh man. It's at 42. Nope. Yeah, 19 cents. Yeah, if more money. More money. Congrats. I hope you did not buy back. Yeah. Rug pull. Damn. Yeah. What am I doing here? Not even 10 minutes after. Man. Hey, congrats. Congrats, more money. You made, like, this reminds me of like a Squid Game coin or whatever, So yeah, congrats to you not being greedy, to you not being jumping in. Hopefully you didn't listen to you did not good. Man, I would have felt really bad if you did. Because it's just like, I'm telling you to forget about it, and you just keep bringing it up. And it's like, dude, you're going to bring it up more, then just do it. Man, that's crazy. Uh, yeah, buy the dip. Literally. I mean, to be honest, maybe. Don't. Don't. Man, this has been such a crazy day. This is an awesome birthday. Getting older sucks, but um man, it's I don't know what generation you all belong to. Being a millennial has been like such a weird life, and it's so cool to, discover I don't know, the internet and the things you can do with it. Man, yeah, this is why I've learned to not chase. And you guys are bad. You guys put the degen in degen ed. Yeah, 100% rug pull. Yeah, what did it open at today? 14 cents? Man. Hey, man, yeah, this is the bottom. Buy the dip. Man, that's just like, I would think that, like, if the SEC, like, I feel like this is just like such a weird, like, a stock should not go up 500% and then dump 50%. That seems like something going on here. And how many people do you think were like, man, market's going to close, it's going to skyrocket after hours. Got to buy it before it goes up. Man. Uh, we could buy here for real. Um, to be honest, I'll give myself a little birthday gift. I think I have to buy 100 shares. And so I will place an order. I will, I don't want to say what I'm doing, but $18, no big deal. Maybe I lose that. And yeah, that's a birthday gift for myself. That's a birthday gift for myself. We will see where it's at tomorrow. And that's a good point. That's a good point. I appreciate that. I didn't expect it was at like 1843. I didn't expect it to dip to 18, and then it dipped to 18. Whoa, 1775. All right, so let's see. I will do. Oh man, I regret this. I regret this. Yeah, happy birthday. Yeah. Hey, it's worth it. This stream's been so fun. So yeah, 1775 times, 1775 times 1.1, so 10%, 1952, 1953. So yeah, I will place a sell for 1953, 100 shares. And if I lose all of that, I'm never streaming again. No. Well, I was thinking, I could do 20, but that's maybe other people are thinking that, and it doesn't get that high. So I'm just doing the 10%. And that's just shits and giggles. But yeah, no, but then that's funny. Tomorrow, tomorrow it's gonna open at 20, and then I'm gonna FOMO in. No, I'm just kidding. Um, yeah, and I'll adjust it to 20. Fine, fine. That's, it makes it easier for my thumb to typing this in. Well, don't worry about it. And here, I'll, just to, so I'm not bullshitting or whatever. Um, just so this, I don't know if you all can see this, but got the average and the sell order there. So yeah, we'll see. $20, worth it, worth the fun. And on the note of fun, I do need to at least put out a couple of videos today, even though I'm a little tipsy. I need to do that so I can enjoy the evening. And oh, wow, yeah, I'm green now. That's funny. Actually, here, I'll stay on the stream. I'll stay on the stream until that gets filled. God damn it. Hey, Nameless, what's up? I don't know if you're here for all the shenanigans. We're following fun, avoiding it, and then I just treated myself to 100 shares with a limit order, expecting to lose it all. But, or I guess not lose it all, but hopefully it goes up to 20 cents. If it doesn't, it's no big deal. A birthday gift to myself, and just having fun with the stream. This has been so crazy. 6 hours and 45 minutes on camera, other than when I ate lunch and when I grabbed the Prosecco. Yeah, this has just been super cool. And only really like a handful of people stuck around. So thank you all. I finished the Prosecco, but I still have some water. So cheers to all of you for joining, because it's been super fun. I'm just going to type up once more. I want to see what you said about 20 cents. Okay, that would be fantastic. Sell at 20 cents. Let's see. Where is it? Like, yeah, why am I looking? I'm looking at my phone to see where it's at. Yeah, currently I'm in the green, but not by much. But yeah, and on the note of me staying for this to hit 20, I don't know that I want to do that because I need to make some videos. FXI, yeah, if you're making suggestions, oh, look, man, it's the Prosecco. I'm still here because of that Prosecco. iShares China Large Cap ETF. And I'm going to look at this on the weekly. This is, you said, lowest point since 2 years, FXI. That's a lie. Lowest point was 1981, and it's 22. Since 2 years. Yeah, so 2008 over here. This 2022. I mean, that's like a year and a few months. But yeah, other than that, it's, yeah, low. So this was 2016. Yeah, but you're distracting me from my prize. I want to see where fun is at. You guys are no fun. Man, I just lost so much money. This is tough. This is going to be a tough one for me. Yeah. I thought you guys were a good influence. Yeah, no, and on that point, being good influence, in the spirit of the channel, Degen Ed, degenerative education. That's why I made this purchase. It was not a birthday gift to myself. It was a gift to the channel to see what kind of swing happens here. Yeah. 10 minutes ago? That's funny. Yeah. So yeah, my $17, $17.75 down the drain. Yeah, so news. Yeah, I should have had news up here. I was pricing of $7 million registered direct offering at 8 cents a share. Dang it. I should close my position. I should, no, I'll leave the 20-cent order until tomorrow morning, but at market open I might take a loss. And that is for the spirit of the channel. Degenerative education. Part of it means making bad decisions for fun. And $16. It's okay. It's okay. You guys are bad influence on me. I am... Man, you know what sucks, though, is because it's Monday, I sold a bunch of covered calls, and I keep track of all of that stuff in a spreadsheet. Yeah, that is true. But also, I don't care to... Like this, let's see, look at the stock on the daily. Yeah, and with at 8 cents, yeah. This just seemed like, pretty similar to Squid Game coin. That, yeah, capitalizing on the success of the caucus. And, yeah, so right now I've lost about $1. $2, depends, it's pretty volatile. With that being said, being pretty volatile, maybe in the after hours, maybe in the pre-market, it'll go to 20 cents. Or wait, no. Yeah, 20 cents. That's so crazy. It's so crazy looking at this big green number, 42 cents, and seeing this small red one below it. But yeah, I have less than 3 hours before I need to be sitting down at a nice restaurant. And so I should probably get going to make videos on Applied Digital, Neo, and Plug, because those I feel like will get views, and because the charts look interesting. And so yeah, I'm gonna sign off. Thank you all so much for joining, for hanging out with me on my birthday. It's super fun. Yeah, no, I'm not worried. And if it does go to zero, I've lost a lot more money than 17, 18 bucks, so don't worry about that. And I was planning on maybe getting some Doge. I was thinking about treating myself to $10 of Doge and $10 of Ethereum Classic. Instead, I bought some fun. And that's also, playing on words too. It's been a lot of fun, this stream today. And I will try to do probably a monthly live stream during market hours, full day like this, because it was a lot of fun. And yeah, and it's possible I'll do a live stream on Thursday evening, because yeah, streaming is just a nice way to grow the channel. But I do want to get out some videos, technical analysis. Yeah, thanks so much for hanging out. Thanks for putting these new stocks on my radar. And yeah, Wednesday, if you guys are on Twitter, I'll put my Twitter handle here in case you guys, Degen Andy was taken. But yeah, I'll be hanging out tomorrow, making videos, checking Twitter and stuff, so we can chat there. We can also chat or exchange on the via the channel if I do some posts on the community page. So yeah, I'm going to get to making some videos. Hope you guys enjoy them, and then enjoying my evening. So I will See you guys soon. Definitely Sunday, if not possibly Thursday evening, for another live stream. So yeah, thanks a lot for watching and hanging out. 1 year older, 1 year of more fun. And I will talk to you guys later. Thanks a lot for watching.